Chapter 101. Which possibility would you choose, Lucas? The king returned to his usual fatherly appearance, his eyes full of concern for his daughter. If I choose His Highness Lucas, can the other princes leave? The princess's almond-shaped eyes were dark, and she was pure in her eyes. She spoke clearly. His Highness Lucas won't do anything to them, right? No one will do anything to them. They can return to where they came from in one piece, right? The king's head seemed to be stuck, his lips moved, and then closed again. Sure, you finished the last sentence. If this is the possibility, I will choose His Highness Lucas. The king is biased towards Lucas. There is no doubt about this. I just don't know if the king favors Lu Shixi because he is controlled by Lu Shixi. Or is Lu Shixi actually controlling the king? Just like controlling other NPCs in the dungeon? But no matter which case it is, one thing that can be confirmed is that Lu Shixi knows all the actions of the king, which means that Lu Shixi also agrees with the things that the king agrees with. And Lu Shixi's authority in this dungeon is so great that it is almost on par with the system. Shiryu has not forgotten that he promised to help Qin Ke and Imorigi pass the level. The main task tells them that in this dungeon, except for the princess, only the person chosen by the princess can pass the level, so he can only think of other ways. Shiryu's live broadcast room, Wu Yu is not just talking, he really wants to take everyone out. He uses words very carefully. If he just says to leave safely, he may be assimilated into an NPC and stay in the dungeon forever, but with the place where he came from, it must be reality. And I have no doubt that Lu Shixi will agree. Although I don't know where this confidence comes from, it may be an intuition. But if I choose Lu Shixi, won't Shinsu be jealous? Actually I really want to see Shinsu jealous. After an unknown amount of time, the king's stuck brain recovered. Yes. The king's eyes stopped at Shiryu's face. You choose Lu Shixi, and the others can leave safely, and return to where they came from. After getting the answer he wanted, Shiryu did not completely relax. He continued, but I want to have the right to choose. I can't let any prince find me before dawn. Where should I hide? The king said calmly, the most dangerous place is the safest place. You hide here. No one can find you. Before he finished speaking, they heard footsteps and two familiar voices talking outside. Are we back? It was Qin Ke and Imorigi. The one who asked the question was Qin Ke, and Imorigi answered, no changes, it should be. Qin Ke said again, I didn't expect the rules to be the same as last time. So the princess should be here. King, Shiryu, Before the two figures were about to come in, Shiryu's eyes darkened, accompanied by a dizzy feeling of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a dark corridor. The corridor was not completely dark. There was an oil lamp on the wall hole every few sections, but the oil lamps were not lit in a particularly regular pattern. Some sections were densely lit, and some sections were sparsely lit, but they could barely illuminate the corridor. The walls on both sides were cold black and gray, and the floor was the same color as the wall. There was nothing else on the wall except the oil lamps. The end of the corridor was dark. The air was filled with a cold and damp atmosphere. Shiryu realized that this place did not belong to any building in the palace, not even to the building on the ground, but a bit like an underground mausoleum. Shiryu, Very good. The king can teleport people. Once he teleports, he will send people to the tomb. But think on the bright side, this kind of place will never be found by players. Standing on a corridor in the mausoleum that can't see the bottom, Shiryu still feels a little chill on the back of his neck. He walks along the corridor, ready to find a tomb that looks safer to stay and wait for dawn. However, why are the oil lamps in the corridor lit like this? Is there any pattern? 314. Shiryu remembers as he walks. Since he is here, what if the number of lit oil lamps is the password of an important tomb? What Shiryu doesn't know is, half an hour ago, Shinsu also entered the mausoleum. After Shiryu was teleported to the mausoleum, Shiryu and Shinsu's live broadcast rooms were boiling at the same time. I'm so cold. I'm so cold that I can't describe my mood. The king has no intention of doing good things. Give the king a thumbs up. Yu is seriously studying the rules of lighting the oil lamp? Little did she know that it was her husband who lit it first. Shinsu, can you believe it? Can you believe that your wife is in the same space with you right now? They are separated by a wall. A wall. Wait, if Shinsu finds him first, how can the princess choose Lu Shixi? Didn't you notice that Yu returned to his original appearance after being teleported here? That is to say, Shiryu is no longer a princess, and the only real princess here is the one in the mausoleum. So according to the rules, it's useless for Shinsu to find Shiryu. He has to open the coffin. Ha ha ha, Opening the coffin makes me laugh to death. Shinsu found the princess's main tomb very smoothly, but he didn't open the coffin. He is still more moral. He sat quietly beside the coffin for a while. If there was indeed a princess buried in the coffin, and if this princess was valid, then the system should declare him to have completed the task after they were in the same space for a while. Unfortunately, Shinsu's legs were numb from sitting, and the system did not respond at all, which meant that either there was no princess buried inside, or finding this princess did not count, so it was meaningless and impolite to open the coffin. Shinsu stood up and stretched his limbs, took an oil lamp from the coffin and walked towards the tomb door. He had wasted too much time here, and there were less than 2 hours until dawn. He had to leave. Just as Shinsu pushed the door of the tomb, I don't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the stone door was lighter than when he came in just now. Shiryu was also pushing the stone door. He had pushed several stone doors along the aisle, and they were all quite heavy. The stone door in front of him seemed to be lighter than those. The door of the tomb opened, and Shinsu met a pair of dark and cold eyes. He was stunned. Under the light of the oil lamp, the man's face was white and clean, with soft and beautiful features. His clear black almond eyes showed the same surprise as his. You? Shiryu opened his mouth, and found that his voice was his real voice. And he didn't have to look up hard to see Shinsu so closely. He looked down at himself. His body shape had changed back, his clothes were back to his original clothes, and he didn't wear a veil on his face. He turned back to himself. This has an advantage, he doesn't have to worry about his OOC words and deeds, but there is also a disadvantage. Shinsu might not be judged as finding the princess by the system when he sees him. Both of them still had their hands on the stone door. One stood inside the door, and the other stood outside. They stared at each other for a moment. They spoke a word at the same time, as if they had sensed something, and then stopped talking at the same time. Ahem. Shinsu cleared his throat, and moved his eyes away from Shiryu's face. You speak first. Did the system prompt you that the task was completed? Shiryu looked at Shinsu without hesitation. He turned back to himself, but Shinsu still looked like a god of war. Although the face of the god of war was also handsome, it was not as good-looking as Shinsu's original face. Shinsu looked up at Shiryu again, and he shook his head. No. Shiryu nodded. He thought to himself that it was indeed the case. After he returned to his original appearance, the system would no longer consider him a princess, so no matter which player met him at this time, they would not be able to complete the task. That's right. After thinking for a while, Shiryu raised her eyes, and the bright light reflected in her almond eyes made Shinsu's heart beat slower. Were you also teleported here? No, I came here to find her. This is the princess's tomb. Shinsu felt his throat was a little dry. Although the gender-changed version of Shiryu was very beautiful, Shiryu's original face made him more excited, and Shiryu's question also told him that Shiryu was teleported here directly. Hearing this is the princess's tomb, Shiryu understood why Shinsu did this. In the current timeline, the princess of the Scar dynasty has died, so finding the princess can also be understood as finding the princess's tomb, but it seems that Shinsu's substitution of concepts is not recognized by the system. But it's useless. Shinsu exhaled lightly, opened the stone door, and turned to walk inside, coming to the princess coffin in the middle of the tomb. I found this place based on the map of the tomb. This is the princess' main tomb, but I stayed here for a long time, and didn't receive any prompts from the system. Now that the real and fake princesses are here, the real princess cannot be activated, and the fake princess has temporarily lost her princess status. Shinsu is not in a hurry to leave, and the two sit side by side on the steps in the tomb. Shiryu said his idea that the royal city dinner copy was imagined by the king, which coincided with Shinsu's idea. I have seen many records in history books describing the king's love for the princess. The king and the queen were very affectionate. After the queen died of illness, the king did not remarry. He only had the princess as his heir. The princess was in poor health when she was a child. The king searched for miracle doctors all over the world to treat her, but unfortunately the princess did not survive to adulthood. The king found it difficult to accept the death of the princess. The king hoped that his daughter could live to adulthood without any illness or disaster, then get married, have children, and inherit the Ska dynasty. Perhaps because the king was too obsessed, the system created an illusion for him. In the fantasy world, his daughter lived safely until she was 18 years old, and he also held a son-in-law selection for her daughter when she was 18 years old. The princess will get married tomorrow, and the king's wish is only one step away from being fulfilled. Just now, Shiryu told Shinsu about his test of the king today. Shinsu did not react much at that time. At this moment, Shinsu spoke slowly, with a relaxed tone that did not sound deliberate, But it gave Sure Yu a deliberate feeling. It seems that the king has already had the best son-in-law candidate in his mind. Sure Yu, eh? Yes. With a little sour taste. Shinsu tilted his head to look at Sure Yu. His expression was still relaxed and comfortable, but his eyes looked straight at him. So who will you choose? Chapter 102. Lucas. Sure Yu did not hesitate to answer without hesitation. He raised his eyes to meet Shinsu's dark eyes, and his heart sank. Frightened? In fact, Shinsu had no expression on his face. Perhaps he had been playing the role of the cold-blooded god of war these days. There was no emotion on his face. It was just that expressionless coffin face, coupled with a straight look, which was unreasonably frightening. Ahem. Sure Yu lowered his eyes to avoid Shinsu's gaze. He did not intend to hide it from Shinsu, and explained, I once asked the king tentatively, can the princess marry more than one prince consort? The answer is no. Therefore, according to the clearance conditions of this copy, whether the princess chooses you, Chinku or Imorugi, only one of you three can pass the level. You should have thought of this. Sure Yu leaned against the wall, and tried to relax himself, but he could still feel the gaze next to him that seemed to burn a hole in him. He exhaled lightly, and said the reason for his doing so, but I chose Lu Shixi, and the king promised to let you leave safely, and return to where you came from. Heh. Shinsu chuckled in his throat. He retracted his gaze and leaned against the wall of the tomb, looking at the void in front of him. If you can pass the level like this, don't you think it's too easy for a high-level dungeon? And do you think the words of an NPC are credible? Sure Yu expected Shinsu's objection, and he continued, this is one of the reasons, and there is another reason. Oh! Shinsu tilted his head and looked at him. Although the face was someone else's, the expression was familiar to Sure Yu, the kind of expression that showed interest, but also a bit of playfulness and joking. Sure Yu exhaled lightly and said, the king is not an ordinary NPC. He listens to Lu Shixi very much, and Lu Shixi has great authority in this dungeon. He can influence the behavior of NPCs in the dungeon, and make the dungeon boss king listen to him. And it snowed that night. He paused, tilted his head and looked at Shinsu and finished this sentence, because I mentioned to him that I wanted to see snow before. A person who can control the weather, does it look familiar? He curved the corners of his lips at Shinsu. No explanation is needed. The moment their eyes met, Shinsu already understood what Sure Yu was referring to. At the end of the Shengjing Entertainment Dungeon, Yuni set fire to the mountain and trapped many people to death. Before the fire spread to the mountain where they were, a sudden heavy rain put out the mountain fire. Yun Yi's temperament changed drastically. He found them accurately, and the weather suddenly changed at the end. The audience in the live broadcast room had already told him the answer. Yun Yi at that time was not Yun Yi. The system has no entity, and everyone in the game can be his carrier. This sentence was said by the audience in the live broadcast room. When Sure Yu said this, his expression became solemn. It was Yun Yi before, and now there is such an existence in this copy. There are things about the core of the game in the advanced copy, but we have explored everything we should explore in the past few days, and we didn't find any useful objects. We thought it was an item. In fact, is it possible that it is a person? Sure Yu's eyes reflected the light, and a cluster of flame seemed to be burning in the depths of his black pupils. He stared at Shinsu steadily, as if he wanted to seek a kind of agreement or approval. Shinsu looked away, and said coldly, so your second reason is that you want to take risks. The words were questions, but the tone was affirmative. It's not considered taking risks. Sure Yu shook his head. I should not be in any danger. Sure Yu couldn't explain why he was sure that he wouldn't be in danger. Maybe it was an intuition? After a long while, Shinsu sat up straight, and his tall body instantly enveloped Sure Yu, and a sense of oppression came over him, but his tone softened, with a bit of negotiation. If I say, I don't want you to do this, will you change your mind? Sure Yu looked gentle and soft-hearted, as if he was easily persuaded, but in fact, once he made a decision, others could not easily change it. Shinsu knew this too well. Sure Yu did see that Shinsu had changed his approach, and tried soft methods when hard methods didn't work. But this is an opportunity, and he doesn't want to lose it. Anyone can be the carrier of the system. Lu Shixi in this copy can be the system's clone, or it can be the system itself. But no matter which one it is, everything in this copy, including the king's every move, is under his surveillance. The king's agreement means that the system agrees, and this deal is established, so you don't have to worry about the NPC breaking its promise. You know that's not what I'm worried about. Shinsu interrupted. I don't know when the two of them got very close, legs touching legs and arms touching arms. Shinsu lowered his head and looked over, and Sure Yu looked over. Only each other was left in their retinas. He likes you. Shinsu threw out this sentence suddenly, and Shiryu didn't understand it for a while. But he quickly realized that Shinsu was talking about Lu Shixi, and he explained, Lu Shixi is a prince who came to participate in the princess's selection of a son-in-law in this copy. It is normal to show affection to the princess. Almost all princes have expressed their affection to me, but it does not mean that they like me. They only like the position of the son-in-law. Shiryu thought that the reason he came up with was very good, but he regretted it immediately after explaining. He didn't know why he was busy explaining to Shinsu. After a silence, Shinsu said, on the night when it snowed, you asked me not to interfere. You deliberately jumped into the lake to test Lu Shixi. Did you test it out later? This sounded irrelevant to the topic they were discussing now, but it was closely related. Shiryu nodded, recalling what happened that day. I lost consciousness in the lake, and when I woke up I returned to the princess' bedroom. The maid said that the patrolling guards pulled me up. Even so, it also shows that Lu Shixi can see everything that happens in the dungeon, and can manipulate NPCs at will. No, Shinsu said. What's not? Shiryu turned his head and looked at him, puzzled. I was hiding behind a tree that day, and saw Lu Shixi jump into the water to save you. Shinsu didn't look at him, but still looked at the void in front of him. With no emotion on his face, and no ripples in his tone, he originally had a rope in his hand. At first, he should have wanted to use the rope to save you, but in the end, he chose to jump down himself. Shiryu was silent for a long time after hearing this. During this time, Shinsu turned his head and looked at him. Taking advantage of Shiryu not noticing, Shinsu looked at him wantonly. His eyes seemed to have substance, from his eyebrows to the corners of his lips, describing every inch of Shiryu's skin on his face, not letting go of any of his expressions. Shiryu's live broadcast room. Shinsu's eyes are a bit scary, as if he wants to eat you. His wife is coveted by others, and he said it himself. Which man wouldn't go crazy? It feels like Shinsu is jealous now, but he tries hard to restrain himself and dare not show it. To be honest, I didn't support them at first. I am Shiryu's only fan, but with this look, I'm sorry, I support him first. Shinsu's love is already very obvious, but it's a bit hard to tell whether Shiryu likes Shinsu or not. Shiryu is thinking about something. He has come back to his senses from his daze, and now his head is lowered, his beautiful eyebrows are slightly frowned, and his long eyelashes are trembling gently, like the wings of a butterfly flapping at other people's hearts every time. He didn't know what he was thinking of. His brows slowly relaxed, he raised his eyes, and looked at Shinsu. His dark pupils illuminated by the oil lamp were faintly excited. I suddenly thought of. I like you too. They spoke almost at the same time. And shut up at the same time. What? Shiryu was immersed in his own thoughts. Shinsu's voice was a little low. He didn't hear clearly, but he felt that it was something very important, because Shinsu rarely showed such a serious expression. What did you say just now? Shiryu repeated the question. His expression was also very serious. Nothing. Shinsu shook his head, clicked on the game panel and took a look. He said, it's almost dawn. Yes, it's almost dawn. After a while, all players received a system message. Unfortunately, the time is up and no prince has found the princess. The princess will choose a consort later. The unselected princes can leave after watching the ceremony. Shiryu received a message asking him to choose a consort. He chose one of the 20 princes. When he pressed the OK button, the main tasks of all players changed. A main task 2 was added under main task 1. Main task 2, attend the wedding of the princess and the consort. Clearance condition, complete either main task 1 or main task 2. Emorigi and Chinka were both stunned when they saw the main task change information. Did Shiryu really do it? Did he really change the main task of the advanced dungeon by himself? Have you ever encountered this situation? Chinka asked Emorigi beside him. Chinka had a wide network of contacts in the game, but he had never heard of or seen such a situation. No. Emorigi shook his head. Emorigi is a regular player in the high-level dungeon. Emorigi has never encountered this before, which means this situation is really rare. The main quest has become simple, but neither of them relaxed. The system will not let players pass the level easily. If it relaxes the difficulty in one aspect, it must increase the difficulty in other aspects. Or, is it because Shiryu made some kind of deal with a certain existence? Go find Shiryu. Emorigi left this sentence and turned away, with a dark cloud between his eyebrows. Chinka followed closely behind, with a bad expression. They are old players. Shiryu doesn't know how much it costs to make a deal with the system, but they know it too well. Shiryu fulfilled his promise to help them pass the level. Then, they can't just watch Shiryu get into trouble. Chapter 103. Game copy. Royal City Dinner. Game time, 7 days. Main Quest 1. Find your prince, and give him a kiss of true love when the bell rings on the 7th day. Main Quest 2. Marry His Highness Lucas. Clearance condition. Complete either Main Quest 1 or Main Quest 2. After dawn, Shiryu was teleported back to the princess' bedroom, and he turned back into a princess. He looked at the updated quest bar, and felt a little strange. Finding your prince, giving him a kiss of true love when the bell rings, and marrying Lucas, these two things are not contradictory. Why not merge the two tasks together, but make them two independent main quests, to reduce the difficulty? Shiryu shook his head. Unlikely, the system is not that kind. Or, the princess's true prince is not actually Lu Shixi. Another window popped up on the game panel while he was in a trance. It is detected that the player Shiryu and the player Shinsu are in a partnership. Under this condition, neither of them can marry another person. Do you want to terminate the partnership with the player Shinsu? Yes or no? Shiryu stared at the words for a moment, and his heart sank a little bit. Things are not that simple. He and Shinsu became partners under the game system, and Royal City Dinner is just a unit copy under the game system. Can it detect the identity relationship of the players? And the task requires the player to be single. If he does not terminate the partnership with Shinsu, he will not be able to marry Lu Shixi, and he will not be able to complete the deal with the king, and the king will not fulfill the agreement to let his teammates leave. But if he ends his partnership with Shinsu, he and Shinsu's resurrection items will no longer work, which is equivalent to both of them losing their protective armor in this dungeon. There are drawbacks to any decision. Congratulations to the princess and His Highness Lucius. The princess is very happy. Congratulations. May you two have a happy marriage. The princess in the mirror is wearing a gorgeous wedding dress. The tight-fitting top made of brocade and silk outlines her slender waistline. The drop-shoulder neckline design and wide puff sleeves modify her beautiful collarbone. The snow-white lace is folded layer by layer to form an elegant and fluffy skirt shape. The lace is dotted with pearls, and there is a long train underneath, which is decorated with butterfly flowers. The light golden long hair falls to the waist, covered with a layer of snow-white veil, wearing a sapphire crown on the head, and a gem necklace of the same color on the neck. Except for the sapphire, she is snow white from head to toe. A dozen maids were busy in the hall behind him, and there were 4 or 5 around him, all with joyful smiles on their faces, saying a few words of blessing from time to time. The maids put makeup on him, making his fair skin more tender and shiny, his eyes bigger and more lively, and his lips more red. When he lowered his head, the veil slid forward. Shiryu pushed the veil back and asked, "When will the wedding start?" His Highness Lu Shixi is preparing. The flower car will come to pick up the princess at 6 p.m. The wedding will officially start at 9 p.m. tonight. Shiryu responded and didn't say anything else. He returned his eyes to the game interface, and he minimized the window without clicking yes or no. It was only noon, and there was still some time before the wedding. He needed to think it over carefully. Wait, 9 o'clock in the evening? The wedding was actually held at night? Is this the custom of the dungeon world? At this time, a maid hurried from the door. "Princess, the king summoned you." Shiryu's eyelids twitched twice. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The maid said again, "According to the customs of the Ska dynasty, women must meet their natal family before getting married and listen to the advice and teachings of their elders. Although the princess's situation is different from other women, the customs must still be followed." Shiryu exhaled. I hope he is overthinking. When Emorugi and Chinko arrived, they only saw the princess's carriage going away. Emorugi asked the guard at the door, "Where is the princess going?" The guard didn't respond. Chinko walked up to the guard and stuffed a heavy bag of silver into his hand. He put his arm around the guard's shoulder and said brotherly, "Shouldn't the princess be waiting for the groom to pick her up? Where are you going? The wedding isn't even scheduled yet." He turned his head and gave Emorugi a look that said, "You're really ignorant." Emorugi, His Majesty the King summoned you." The guard was much more talkative after receiving the silver. Emorugi and Chinko looked at each other. Both looked puzzled. "Chinko, oh?" The guard said, "This is the custom of the Ska dynasty. Before the bride gets married, she must talk to her parents' elders and listen to their teachings." Emorugi, "Oh." Chinko, "Oh. But I always feel something is wrong. You had been to the palace where the king met the princess." It was the first palace he saw the king in after entering the dungeon. Nothing else happened along the way, and the palace was unchanged as usual. The king still sat on the high main seat in front of him, and everything looked very normal. The palace door was gently closed by the maid, and the king's kind voice sounded in the empty hall, My child, your choice is right. Whether it is personal or family background, Lu Shizi is the best choice. He will become a competent husband and an excellent father. Your father is very pleased that you chose Lu Shizi. Sure, you nodded. Yes, father. I still remember the first time I saw your mother wearing a wedding dress many years ago. For some reason, the king suddenly began to reminisce about the past. I was stunned for several minutes and didn't come back to my senses. It was not because she was beautiful. Yes, she was indeed very beautiful. She was more beautiful in a wedding dress. But I was stunned because I couldn't imagine that she was really going to marry me. So many people pursued her at that time, but she chose me. Thinking back now, that day seems to be just yesterday. The lights in the palace were not fully turned on. There was a shadow where the king was sitting. Half of the king's face was trapped in the shadow. It was not clear from a distance. I could only hear from his words that he should have many feelings about the past. Your mother was in poor health. The doctor originally advised us not to have children, but your mother really wanted a daughter. The king paused. Fortunately, you are indeed a daughter in the end, which is the greatest comfort to us. Sure, you didn't know what the king's purpose was in saying these words. It couldn't be just reminiscing about the past? He listened to the king quietly, only responding from time to time. In order to give birth to you, your mother almost lost half her life. After giving birth to you, her health deteriorated. In a cold winter, she left me forever, and you also lost your mother forever. Father can only give you double the love, double everything, try to take time to accompany you, make up for the lack of maternal love in your growth process, and want you to grow up healthily and happily. The king's words were still full of emotion, but his words began to be a little strange. He still faced this side, but it seemed that he was looking through Shiryu at something else. Daughter, father loves you very much. Father has never stopped loving you, father. Miss you very much. Shiryu's eyelids twitched twice again. No. The king's words were wrong. The princess lived under the king's nose every day. What could he miss about the princess? Father believed in God all his life, but God was blind. He took away your mother and wanted to take you away. The king's tone suddenly became excited. He sat up straight, and half of his face in the shadow was exposed to the light. You can clearly see that his eyes are red, and there is a paranoid and crazy light flashing in them. Thump, thump, thump. Shiryu's eyelids twitched very fast. He looked up and looked around. The king's emotions were so fluctuating at the moment, but there was no change in the hall. Since God doesn't help me, God has taken away my beloved again, and the devil is willing to help me. I believe in the devil. Believe in the devil. Daughter. The king looked at him, and his lips slowly opened into an arc. The king's face was kind and his smile was also kind, but with those paranoid bloodshot eyes, he looked very strange and his voice became hoarse. Father will let you come back soon. Father, what are you talking about? Shiryu let a smile appear at the corner of his lips, and his footsteps took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Am I not here? I don't know when the curtain of the side hall was opened. There was a stone bed in the middle, and lying on the bed was a girl wearing a snow-white gauze dress, who looked exactly like Shiryu at the moment. That was the real princess. The dead princess. Shiryu's pupils suddenly dilated, and he turned around and ran without any hesitation. However, the door of the hall that was gently closed by the maid just now could not be opened at this moment. He began to look for other exits, the back door, the window, the skylight, the floor. The door and window were obviously not locked, but they could not be opened. There was clearly a figure walking outside, but no matter how he shouted, the people outside could not hear it. The whole palace seemed to be under some kind of barrier. After realizing this, Shiryu calmed down. He stopped looking for an exit, turned around on the spot, looked up at the king walking down the steps, walking towards him step by step, and stopped 2 meters away from him. You should have guessed that this is my fantasy world. Every flower, grass and person in it is designed by me. Therefore, I don't want you to go out. You can't go out anyway. Shiryu did not comment. The king glanced at him, tilted his head to look at the motionless corpse not far away, and said affectionately, Daughter, your father has found a very good body for you, and a very excellent and very powerful husband. He can realize all your wishes for you, just waiting for you to wake up. When you wake up, you can get married tonight. Your father said that he will make you happy. Excuse me for being frank. Shiryu interrupted, Your Majesty, do you know the princess? Every time Shiryu returned to the old house, he suffered from the mental torture of his parents urging him to get married. Hearing this, he couldn't help but interrupt. Do you know what kind of person she likes? Do you know her criteria for choosing a spouse? The so-called excellent consort you chose for the princess is just what you think. Can you guarantee that the princess also thinks he is excellent? Can you guarantee that the princess will definitely like him? Perhaps because he was confident that Shiryu could not escape, the king was not in a hurry to take action. He looked at Shiryu for a few seconds, stroked his beard, and said confidently, "My daughter is very well behaved. She has been listening to me since she was a child. She will naturally be satisfied with the prince consort I choose for her." Oh. Shiryu nodded perfunctorily, but spoke seriously. But girls of this age are usually in the rebellious period. The king stopped stroking his beard and looked at him expressionlessly. Shiryu leaned against the door frame, his whole posture relaxed. Not like dealing with an enemy, more like chatting with an old friend. According to my sister's experience, the more obedient girls are in childhood, the more rebellious they will be when they grow up. Your Majesty, are you sure that the princess will not be rebellious? Rebellious period? The king snorted. That only happens to naughty children. My daughter is very obedient. She will not have a rebellious period. Are you sure your daughter will always be obedient? Shiryu's tone was gentle, as if he put himself in someone else's shoes. People are very fickle. Are you sure she really won't change? King, After a moment, Shiryu spread his hands, as if compromising. Okay, even if the princess is willing, then how can you be sure that my body is suitable for the princess? Organ transplants will have rejection reactions, not to mention the replacement of the entire body. I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried. Princess Xian, if there is an immune rejection reaction, the princess will not feel comfortable using it. Isn't this cheating? Shiryu's live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Yu, how can you say such a nasty thing with such a sincere and well-behaved face? Ah, Yu, how can you also learn to be angry? Ah, why did you start to learn bad things from someone? Ah, mom will not allow you to learn bad things. Yuyu's speaking style is so angry, damn. Ha ha ha, I am laughing to death. Shiryu is gradually becoming like a sedative. Don't ask. If you ask, it's a husband look. The king stared at Shiryu with cold eyes for a long time before speaking. You don't have to worry about this. Since I chose you, it naturally proves that your body is the most suitable. Shiryu looked at the king with a pair of black and clear eyes, with an innocent expression, and asked three soul-questioning questions. Really? Is it really the most suitable? Are you really sure I am the most suitable? The king did not speak. The face has begun to become ugly. Your Majesty loves your daughter dearly. It's not that I can't help you with this. It's just that everyone has only one life, and everyone's life is precious. My life is precious too. Shiryu sighed, and then he thought seriously for a while with his chin in his hand. His eyes lit up. If there is a rejection reaction, can we be exchanged back? The king stared at Shiryu expressionlessly. It can be seen that he really doesn't want to talk at this moment. By the way, there is one last question. Shiryu's eyes are dark, his skin is white, and his expression is more sincere than ever. Are you sure your daughter can adapt to a man's body? King, The king's face is ashen, and he is about to swear in the next second. Live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Chapter 104. You are stalling for time. The king said this with a gloomy face. From the bulging veins on his forehead, and the creaking sound of his knuckles, it can be known that the reason why the king held back all the swear words was not just because of his good self-cultivation. But no matter how much you stall for time, it's useless. The king probably realized that he almost lost his composure just now. He slowly loosened his clenched fists hanging at his side, raised his head, and regained his aura. No one can come in here. No one can stop my plan. No one can save you. I advise you to be honest, and you can suffer less pain later. So your Majesty saw through it at a glance. Shiryu smiled miserably at the corner of his lips, and exhaled as if giving up resistance. My little cleverness is not enough here. The king felt that he was stalling for time, although his words did look like that. In fact, it was not. Shiryu knew from the moment he realized that the palace was isolated by the king that even if he delayed until night, his teammates would not be able to rescue him. They did not know that he was detained by the king, and even if they knew, they could not come here, let alone rescue him. Before, he and Shinsu guessed that the entire copy was an illusion made up by the king through the information that the princess died at the age of 16. Now this guess is not wrong, but they did not expect the subsequent development. Shinsu could not have guessed that the king wanted to use the body of Shiryu, the fake princess, to revive his real princess who died. He could only rely on himself in his current situation. The king made up an illusion and lived in a dream. He seemed not very sober, but in fact, the king was more sober than anyone else. He knew clearly what he wanted. It is not easy to anger such a stable and sober person. He was just simply angering the king. Such a person will only show his flaws when he is angered. But it is obvious that this is far from enough. You are smart. The king snorted contemptuously, and walked towards him step by step. He didn't know when a bundle of ropes appeared in his hand. Don't worry, you won't be in too much pain. You will slowly lose your breath in a beautiful dream. Sure, you let the king tie his limbs on the stone bed, and lie side by side with the princess's body. Hearing the king say this, he asked with interest, "What dream? Can I choose it myself?" "King, The king's face froze for a moment. "You will dream of the most unforgettable moment in your life." Sure, you nodded twice with "Oh. That sounds good." After a pause, he said, "I'm about to die, and there are some things I don't quite understand. I wonder if your majesty can let me be a ghost who understands. After all, your majesty, you are not completely without responsibility for my death." Sure, you sighed deeply. "My sacrifice was to exchange for your precious princess." Sure, use live broadcast room. "Ha ha ha, you use life is in danger, but why do I want to laugh so much? What's wrong with this lifelike tone? You, don't imitate your old attacker too much. Sure, you should have a trick, right? He should have a plan in his mind, right? He shouldn't just accept his fate, right? He should. Forget it, I count out first." The king placed a circle of candles along the edge of the stone bed, and lit them one by one. In the interval between lighting the candles, he glanced at him. "You say? I want to know who told your majesty about this method of resurrecting the princess?" The candles were all lit, and the king took out a few pieces of talisman paper, burned them into ashes, and poured them into water, then sprinkled the talisman paper water along the stone bed, without answering. Sure, you expressed his understanding and said, "Of course, your majesty is not convenient to say, and I will not force you. It's just that birth, aging, illness and death are natural laws. There has been no example of people resurrecting from the dead since ancient times. He won't lie to you, right?" The king stopped his movements, turned around stiffly, and looked at him coldly. "Whether he lied to me, you will know if you try it." Okay, just pretend I said something wrong." Sure, you perfunctorily said seriously, "Then take it as true." "King, You'd better not say that. Then I change the question, or I want to confirm that after I sacrifice myself, my friends can all leave safely, right?" The king took the knife and drew a cross on the princess's palm, saying, "Of course, as long as my daughter wakes up, I will naturally not force them to stay, and it's useless to keep them. The princess has been dead for a long time, and the blood should have coagulated long ago, but after her palm was cut, blood gushed out, and the color was no different from the color of normal people's blood. Although there is no example of dead people resurrecting in reality, this is in a copy, and anything can happen in a copy. In other words, it is really possible to succeed in changing bodies." The king took his hand, and said something confusing before the knife cut his palm. "As long as that person does not interfere, your friends can leave safely." "That person? Who is that?" The palm of his hand was cut open, but it didn't hurt, but he felt cold. Starting from the cut hand, the coldness slowly penetrated into his limbs. The heat in his body was losing. Life was also losing. Gradually, Shiryu's consciousness began to blur. The dimness in front of him faded, and he saw a large piece of golden sunlight pouring down from the top of his head, cut into many irregular squares by the scattered green leaves, and cast on the bluestone floor. He sat on the swing under the tree and flipped a book. The tip of his nose was the fragrance of soil and grass after the spring rain. The content of the book was a bit boring, and he fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up, there was a shadow over his head. What he saw was a refreshing white shirt, which was neatly fastened to the top button, restraining the boy's slightly protruding Adam's apple. Above, it was the boy's face with superior bone structure. The boy tilted his head and looked at him with a smile, and suddenly said something inexplicably. "Do you know that you are very good looking?" Shiryu was speechless for a moment, and nodded his chin to the kettle at his feet. "If you are bored, you can help me water the flowers." Shinsu stared at him with his light eyes for a while, revealing two small canine teeth. "Okay." He picked up the kettle at his feet, and went to water the flowers. The book fell to the ground. Shiryu was stunned on the motionless swing for a long time. In the pavilion not far away, the parents were chatting, and the sound came from the boy's figure busy in the flowers. Shiryu could not hear the chatter in the pavilion, but he seemed to hear the rustling sound of the boy's clothes rubbing against each other when he shuttled through the flowers, and the beating of his heart under the white shirt. The boy's figure turned into countless silver-white butterflies in the sun, and Shiryu woke up from his dream. In front of him was a dim palace. He was lying on a stone bed surrounded by candles. There was the sound of water dripping in his ears. That was the sound of his blood dripping. The moment he woke up, Shiryu had a sentence in his mind. Strange, How could the most unforgettable moment in my life be such an ordinary afternoon? How could it be related to Shinsu? I clearly hated him for more than 10 years. The sharp pain in his palm brought him back to his thoughts. He didn't know how long he had been in a coma, and how much blood he had lost. At this moment, he had no strength in his body. His body was stiff and cold, and it was difficult to move. Awake? The king's voice came from the side, and he seemed surprised, and then his tone was a little regretful. You could have died slowly in your sleep, but time is too late, so let it be. He saw the king pick up his cut hand, and then picked up the princess's cut hand. In a flash, Shiryu opened the game panel with his mind. It is detected that player Shiryu and Shinsu are in a relationship, and neither of them is allowed to marry another person under this condition. Do you want to terminate the relationship with player Shinsu? Yes or no? He quickly clicked yes with his mind. With almost no interval, another system message popped up. Player Shiryu and Lu Shisi are currently engaged. Please get married on time at 9 o'clock in the evening. The king let go of his hand, as if he had been electrocuted, his face full of disbelief. Shiryu was also a little stunned. He watched the wound on his palm slowly heal, his body temperature gradually rose, and his strength slowly returned. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was right. The king's words just now revealed a lot of things. At first, he thought that the king was controlled by the system, but now it seems that the two are independent. This space was created by the king, and his teammates could not enter, but the system is different. There is probably some kind of transaction between the system and the king should also have some permissions at certain times, permissions that the system cannot interfere with, such as this space, so the unit copy permissions cannot be so great as to interfere with the player's partner relationship under the game system, so there is only one possibility that the message is the system helping him. Sure enough, after he agreed, the system sent another message soon, and it said player Shiryu and Prince Lu Shisi are currently engaged, not Princess and Lu Shisi. The system's authority is above the king's authority. With this sentence from the system, the king can no longer take his life. The king tried to pull his hand again, but no matter how many times he tried, every time he was about to touch his hand, he would be bounced away by something invisible to the naked eye, and the same was true for other places. Shiryu used a prop to untie the rope that bound his hands and ran to the door. This time he easily left the palace. The maid stood outside and said with a smile, "The princess is out? Come back with us, His Highness Lu Shisi's float will arrive soon." At the same time, Shinsu was still in the mausoleum. He was not teleported out like the others. After Shiryu disappeared, he was stunned for a while, and then began to look for the exit. After searching for a while, he found nothing. No, not nothing. At least he found that he could not get out of this mausoleum. The only way to start from this mausoleum. He returned to the main tomb of the princess and opened the coffin. It was empty. Shinsu did not show a particularly surprised expression. He sat on the coffin board, one long leg resting on the other long leg, thinking, and his expression could be called leisurely. Suddenly, he found a round bulge on the side of the coffin board, which looked like the secret passage switch in the TV series. He raised his eyebrows, hummed a little tune, and bent down to reach the switch. At this moment, a striking system message popped up. Your partner Shiryu has terminated your partnership with you. Then, there were two more. Partner's props cleared. Partner's favorability cleared. Shinsu froze in all his movements. The lively expression on his face disappeared without a trace. Chapter 105. Shiryu's live broadcast room was boiling from the beginning of the dream. Yu in her youth was so tender, I licked the screen like crazy. I thought they were sworn enemies, but they turned out to be childhood sweethearts. Can I say that Shinsu's eyes in his youth were already very aggressive? And the way he stared at Yu while she was sleeping made my scalp tingle. Yes, it felt like he was going to push Yu down in the next second. But he obediently went to water the flowers. Who understands this feeling? How can I not fall into the trap? And what's even more amazing is that Yu's most unforgettable moment was actually such an ordinary thing as Shinsu helping him water the flowers in his youth. Is this normal? I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. Someone asked weakly, is there no one discussing the plot? The barrage asked him to go to Shinsu's live broadcast room, and he went, but Shinsu's live broadcast room, oh no! You're divorced? Oh no! Your wife doesn't want you anymore. Oh no! Your wife is going to run away with a strange man. Your fans are so weird. Shiryu returned to the princess's bedroom, and let the maid tidy up his appearance. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Your Highness, the flower car is here. Shiryu walked out of the palace with the help of the maid. In the evening, the clouds dyed half of the sky red. The wedding car occupied an entire street. The main flower car was a pumpkin-shaped carriage, which was snow white and carved with exquisite reliefs. It was pulled by 4 white horses. Except for the seats, the carriage was filled with flowers, and even the horses had wreaths on their heads. Lu Shixi, holding flowers in her hands, and wearing a snow-white dress, walked towards him leisurely, and stretched out her right hand to him. The roadside was full of onlookers, including common people and other princes, who participated in the princess's selection of a husband. Sure, you saw Imorugi and Chinku among them, but did not see Shinsu. Shinsu was tall, and he could be seen at a glance when he appeared in the crowd, but sure, you scanned the crowd again, and still did not see Shinsu. Princess. The maid beside him whispered a reminder, and sure, you realized that he had been ignoring Lu Shixi for a while. Lu Shixi stood very close in front of him, looking down at him, with a gentle light in his eyes, and a gentle smile on the corners of his lips. He did not seem to be angry about his absent-mindedness, nor did he mean to blame him. The hand that was stretched out was still in the air, with slender fingers, distinct joints, and a clean and white palm. This hand was undoubtedly very beautiful, but what appeared in Shiryu's mind was another big hand that was not very good-looking and had rough calluses on the palm. I don't know why, it was just a task and a procedure, but he was somewhat reluctant to put his hand on it. Where are my gloves? Shiryu asked the maid in a low voice. The maid quickly apologized, saying that she was negligent, and then handed over a pair of snow-white lace gloves. Shiryu put on the gloves and put his hand on Lu Shixi's hand. Then the two of them got on the carriage together, surrounded by flowers. Sitting in the carriage, Shiryu used his mind to open the game panel, and then clicked on crumpled paper ball. This was put in by Lin Foubai. Lin Foubai could not be summoned in this copy, but Lin Foubai seemed to be able to get some clues from it. Lin Foubai used this paper ball to pass him some information in the past few days. This time, the message contained only 4 words: "Don't get married." The carriage had already started moving, with a long convoy following behind, and people on both sides wishing blessings. Lu Shixi sat beside him very gentlemanly. The carriage was big enough, and there was a distance between the two of them that was neither wide nor narrow. Shiryu didn't move for several seconds, staring blankly at the void in front of him. "Are you nervous?" Lu Shixi looked back at Shiryu. His tone was comforting and concerned, but his words were a bit earthy. "Don't be nervous, I'm here. I'm fine." Shiryu tilted his head and smiled at Lu Shixi. Lu Shixi wanted to pull his hand, but he dodged without a trace and pretended to play with a flower in the bouquet next to him. "Do you like flowers?" Lu Shixi asked again. Shiryu responded vaguely, and Lu Shixi suddenly sat up straight, cleared his throat, and said something even more earthy: "I plant a garden of flowers for you in the future." He was just short of a big hand wave. Action. Shiryu, In fact, he was just talking casually. And they can't have a future? This is just a mission. He left after the game is over. What was he thinking? When Shiryu looked back at the game panel, he found that the words on the paper ball disappeared, and even the paper ball disappeared together, and Lin Foubai was still unable to summon. Has the number of uses of the paper ball reached the upper limit? Or is there something wrong with Lin Foubai? Or, I don't know if it's his illusion. Lucas seemed to have taken a look at his game panel. Lin Foubai was thrown into a pure white and narrow space. He covered his heart and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A male voice without emotion sounded in this pure white space. "If you have nothing to do, help me find a few more books." After a long time, Lin Foubai finally sat up with the help of the floor. He looked at the colorful covers of books on the desk, such as "Spoil You in My Arms," "My Gentle Tyrant," "Domineering Young Master Let Me Go," "The Escaped Wife of the Second Young Master," "Cold School Prince," and "Cold School Beauty," etc., which were read with great interest by someone, and fell into deep thought. Lin Foubai struggled to get up and turned on the computer on the desk. After a while, there were a few more books on the desk: "The Happy Life of the Prince and Princess After Marriage," "I'm Married to the President First and Loved Later," "A Guide to Post-Marriage Love," "Do This, Your Marriage Can Be Happy Forever." Shiryu closed the game panel, and he paid attention to Lu Shixi beside him. Lu Shixi sat upright beside him, smiling and accepting the envy or blessing eyes of passers-by, and nothing else could be seen. The reason why the paper ball disappeared was unknown. But one thing is certain, that is, Lin Foubai can no longer convey information for him. Lin Foubai told him don't get married. Shiryu also thought about this matter. Lu Shixi has great authority, and is closely related to the system. It may not be the system itself. Once he and Lu Shixi get married, they will most likely be kept in the dungeon forever. He had a deal with the king. He had to go through the marriage process with Lu Shixi so that his teammates could pass the level. But he couldn't really get married with Lu Shixi, otherwise he would be kept in the dungeon forever. In other words, he couldn't complete the wedding. It was not time to arrive at the wedding site, so Shiryu and Lu Shixi were arranged to rest in the lounge together. Jinku and Imorugi also came with them, and were arranged in other lounges. Shiryu saw them wandering around the door of their lounge for a few times, as if they were not paying attention. Shiryu knew that they had something to ask him, and it might be something very important. He was thinking about what excuse he should find to go out, because Lu Shixi was always by his side. What excuse should he find so that Lu Shixi would not be suspicious? Go and ask His Highness Ron and Moses to come in and sit down. Lucas suddenly told the maid, and then said to Shiryu in a gentle manner, "They have been lingering at the door for a while. Maybe they have something to ask you." Shiryu, There is no need to be so blunt. The maid went out and came back and said, "Your Highness, His Highness Ron said that he would not disturb you too, and only asked his subordinates to convey a message to Her Highness the Princess that the wedding would be very tiring, so Your Highness can take a nap now." Shiryu nodded. Then he leaned on the sofa and took a nap. There are many kinds of props in the game, some of which can enter dreams or hypnotize. They are not convenient to talk now, so they can only rely on some other methods. Chinka asked him to take a nap, which means that Chinka wants to use this kind of props to communicate with him. Sure enough, when his consciousness sank, he heard Chinka's anxious voice. "Hey! Hey! Wake up! I don't have enough time." Shiryu opened his eyes, and found that he had come to Chinka's safe house. Chinka was sitting on the sofa opposite him. Before he could speak, Chinka raised his hand to interrupt. "Listen, the safe house only has 15 seconds, and there are 3 things." Chinka's expression was more serious than ever. First, Shinsu is missing, and we don't know where he went. Second, we have an additional main task too, which is to attend your wedding with the prince consort. You can pass the level by completing one of the 2. If Shinsu doesn't come back before your wedding, he's done. Third, you can't marry Lu Shixi. Absolutely not. After Chinka said the last word, the safe house time was up, and the picture in front of him disappeared. Shiryu woke up in the lounge. Lu Shixi was pouring red wine not far away. Shiryu casually asked a maid beside him, "Why didn't I see His Highness Sui?" The maid didn't speak. Lu Shixi came over with 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Shiryu, answering his question by the way, "Sui is left." "Left?" Shiryu didn't answer. He asked Lu Shixi, "Where did he leave?" "It can't be that he left the game. The system won't be so kind." "Fight." Lu Shixi threw out 2 words. Shiryu's mind rumbled. "Fight? What kind of fight? Shinsu is not a real god of war. What kind of war can he fight? Besides, can't Lu Shixi control the weather and NPCs, but not the war, or?" Shiryu slowly looked at Lu Shixi, his pale lips moved, and asked a question, "Does he have to go?" "The other party is coming aggressively. Only the god of war can deal with it, of course." Lu Shixi stopped here. He handed the red wine forward again. This time Shiryu took it, and Lu Shixi's tone was a little gentler. "This is not a problem for the god of war. If the god of war performs exceptionally, he may be able to come back to drink our wedding wine." Shiryu lowered his head and took a sip of the red wine. The originally mellow red wine became bitter in his mouth. He understood this as a warning from Lu Shixi. Chapter 106. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The wedding was full of guests, with bright lights overhead and a sea of flowers around. At the end of the red carpet, a couple stood in front of the priest. "Mr. Lu Shixi, are you willing to marry the lady in front of you? Love her, respect her, protect her, and be loyal to her no matter whether you are rich or poor, sick or healthy, until the end of your life. Are you willing?" Although the venue was full of people, no one spoke. Everyone's eyes were cast here, with a blessing smile on their faces. If only one person showed this expression, it would be fine, but it was very strange that all the guests had the same smile. The king sat in the main seat of the family seat, and also smiled on his face, but his smile was a little reluctant. Imorugi and Chinka were also sitting among the guests, and both of them had serious expressions. "I do." Lu Shixi gave the answer almost without any hesitation after the priest asked. The priest asked Shiryu again, "Princess, are you willing to marry the man in front of you? Love him, respect him, accompany him, be loyal to him no matter he is rich or poor, sick or healthy, until the end of your life. Are you willing?" "Princess." No words were spoken. The scene fell into a long silence. The guests' smiles disappeared from their lips, and their eyes were still staring at them, or rather at him. Shiryu tried to ignore this pervasive mental pollution, making himself look like he was seriously considering it, but in fact he was operating the game panel. Do you want to take ecstasy? According to the wedding process, Lucius has already said I do, and once he also says I do, the wedding will be considered complete. Even if he is Lucius's wife, it is difficult to get rid of him. This prop can make people fall into a coma immediately. Only in this way can the wedding be temporarily suspended and Shinsu can come back. Just before Shiryu pressed yes. Bang. The door of the wedding scene was knocked open. A guard rushed in with a tumble. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it's not good. Suyi rebelled. The city gate has been broken. What? The whole room was in an uproar. Before everyone could react, the sound of horse hooves came from far away, and the god of war wearing silver armor and covered in blood walked in. The king's secret guards rushed out from all directions and blocked the door at the first time. Ah! Shinsu seemed to be unable to see these secret guards. He looked straight at the end of the red carpet. When he saw the person he wanted to see, he laughed easily. Fortunately, he caught up. It seemed that he was not here to force the palace, but just to attend a wedding. No one laughed at the scene. Everyone sat upright. Don't you welcome me? Shinsu smiled, but his eyes swept coldly across the row of secret guards in front of him. How can the wedding be held without me? He sighed softly. After all, I am the princess's true prince. Shinsu was talking nonsense. But no one around dared to say he was talking nonsense. Even the secret guards were retreating step by step. Soon, the soldiers of the god of war arrived and controlled the king's secret guards. The entire wedding scene was completely controlled by the god of war at this moment, and then the crowd made way. Shinsu walked forward along the red carpet, blood dripping down the silver armor, and the red rose petals covering the carpet became more gorgeous and enchanting with blood, but were ruthlessly crushed under his feet. Finally, he came to Shiryu. His face and hair were stained with blood, and the whole person looked a little evil, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to Shiryu, and his hand was still stained with dried blood. Dear princess, are you willing to elope with me? Or? Shinsu also noticed that his palms were a little dirty. He wiped his hands on the cloak, barely wiped them a little, and then stretched them out again. I don't mind changing the groom for the wedding. I mind. Lu Shizi took a step forward and looked at Shinsu coldly. Do you think I'm dead? Shinsu nodded. Yes. Lu Shizi, Shinsu's live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, he knows how to get angry. Ha ha ha, I always feel that Shinsu is courting death. But then again, how did Shinsu do it? Of course, it was Shinsu's Pua. Ah no, he convinced everyone with his eloquence. Don't forget that in history, the Ska dynasty was also overthrown by the god of war Sui, but the time was advanced. What do you mean by persuading? That is clearly what the people want. You are overestimating yourself. Lucas threw out these words. At the same time, all the soldiers, regardless of friend or foe, were confused for a moment, and then, as if they had received some instructions, they all pointed their knives at Shinsu. Lucas no longer concealed his ability to control the dungeon NPCs at this moment. Shinsu drew out his sword. The god of war's sword was a silver-white and bright sword. He was covered in blood, but the sword was not stained with a drop of blood. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the bright light was dazzling. But the sword broke into two pieces in an instant. Then two knives were placed on Shinsu's neck, and Lucas ordered the priest, the wedding will continue. Shinsu struggled for a moment, and the sharp blade instantly cut through his neck skin, and a trace of bright red blood flowed down. Lu Shizi warned, I advise you not to move, otherwise I don't mind seeing blood at my wedding. Bang! Snap! Crash! A series of noises attracted everyone's attention. It was the princess. Stepping back step by step, knocking over two stools and a table in succession, and the sound of things on the table being brought down. Lu Shizi and Shinsu's attention was also temporarily attracted by the princess. Princess fell to the ground, looking at Lu Shizi with horror, her voice trembling. You turned out to be such a person. I have always misjudged you. Lu Shizi, ? Shinsu, ? Chin Kamarugi, ? Not only the people at the scene, but also Shinsu, Chin Kamarugi, and even the live broadcast room of Shiryu himself. ? Princess. Falling to the ground in a snow-white wedding dress, she looked really embarrassed, but she refused everyone's support, and sat up with difficulty with her thin white hands holding the pillar, with tears in her eyes, accusing, Your Highness Lu Shizi, I thought you were a modest gentleman, as gentle as jade, I always thought. You were friendly, and a man worthy of entrusting your life, but I never thought. You had such a side. Because of the fall just now, the lace gloves were dirty. She took off the gloves, and the delicate skin on her arms was a little broken, making her look even more pitiful. I'm not. Lucas' eyes were confused, and he felt distressed when he saw the wound on her arm, and wanted to go forward to help her. The delicate princess stood up, and shrank back more than a meter before Lu Shixi touched her. Lu Shixi, don't come over here. Go away. After yelling this, the princess returned to her soft and weak appearance, curled up in the corner, hugged her knees with her arms, her wounds exposed, her face buried between her knees, and sobbed in a low voice, I dare not marry you, I'm afraid you. The audience in Shiryu's live broadcast room has recovered from their confusion. I thought I liked Yu's cold feeling, but it turns out that I prefer to watch him cry. Woo woo woo, I am a pervert. With Shiryu's acting skills, let alone Lu Shixi, I'm afraid even his old attacker would be stunned. Shinsu, although I only know now that my wife's acting skills are so good, I have known for a long time that my wife looks good when she cries. Don't come over. Don't come over. Go away. After that, every time Lu Shixi moved forward, the princess trembled. Every time Lu Shixi moved forward, she said, don't come over, I'm scared, leaving Lu Shixi helpless. After a few back and forth, Lu Shixi stopped moving forward. He half knelt on the spot and asked, what do you need to do to not be afraid of me? What do you need to do to be willing to marry me? This is the moment she was waiting for. The princess wiped her tears and stood up, looking down at Lu Shixi, who was half knelt in front of her, pointing at Chin-Ku, Imorugi and Shinsu. I'm afraid you kill someone. I don't feel at ease with them, unless you ask them to leave now. Shiryu looked at Lu Shixi steadily, with tears still in his eyes, but his dark eyes were clear. You know what leaving means. If you promise me this, we will continue the wedding. Just now, Shiryu thought about it. Chin-Ku and Imorugi are old players with a lot of props. Shinsu is good. They may not be unable to escape if they fight together, but escaping here does not mean they can pass the level. And Shiryu also discovered one thing. Although Lu Shixi can control the NPC in the dungeon, he cannot control the players or him. He must agree to anything. Just like the system message that cancelled the relationship with Shinsu, he must agree to it before it can be cancelled. Just like now, he must agree to it before the wedding can continue, otherwise it will not count. So Lu Shixi asked him so humbly. I promise you. Lu Shixi looked at him deeply for a long time and said. At the same time, a prompt popped up on Chin-Ku and Imorugi's game panels at the same time. Congratulations to the players for clearing the level ahead of schedule. Rewards will be issued later. Do you want to exit the dungeon now? Yes or no? Shiryu looked at Imorugi and Chin-Ku in the audience, and both of them made an okay sign to him. It seemed that Lu Shixi did not lie to him. Shiryu was silently relieved in his heart, and nodded to them. Then the two disappeared together. Shinsu's game panel also popped up this prompt, but he did not react. The knife on his neck had been put away, but he stood there without any movement. His eyes stayed on Shiryu's face for a long time, without any expression on his face. Shiryu walked in front of Shinsu and whispered to him, You go first, I will find a way later. What way? Shinsu interrupted, his eyes lowered coldly. What solution? Shiryu hadn't thought of it yet. He didn't have such a plan, and this time he would just take it one step at a time. Shinsu's tone didn't show any emotion, but Shiryu could sense that he was angry. He acted on his own this time without consulting anyone, and Shiryu knew that he was in the wrong, so he softly comforted him. It's my fault. I should have discussed it with you in advance, but this time the situation is special, and there is no other way. Perhaps Shiryu himself didn't know that his tone was a bit coquettish. If it were any other time, Shinsu would definitely fall for it. But not this time. What do you think of me? Shinsu looked at him with his eyelids drooping, and suddenly asked this question. Shiryu instinctively said, I think of you as a friend. Shinsu would be angry. So he kept silent. After an unknown amount of time, Shiryu took 2 steps back. The gentle expression on his face disappeared, and his tone was no longer gentle. What do you think you are to me? Don't be so self-indulgent. Shiryu pointed to the seats where Imorugi and Chin-Ku had sat in the audience, and said to Shinsu coldly and decisively, You are no different from them to me, you can go with them. The surroundings were so quiet that it seemed as if the air had stopped flowing. Really? After a long time, Shinsu's lips moved. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, but the tone was very light, as if he was extremely angry but pretended to be relaxed. You asked me what I think of you. Shiryu looked up and looked straight into Shinsu's eyes. There was no emotion on his face. His fingers, which were hanging by his side and hidden in his sleeves, were curled together and clenched tightly. His nails almost pierced the tender flesh of his palms. We have disliked each other since we were young. We have not been friends for more than 20 years. Even though we have been through hardships together, this cannot be changed. What do you think I think of you? Shiryu asked back without emotion. Lu Shizi had been standing by and observing them. When he heard this, his face showed a trace of doubt, a trace of confusion, and a trace of joy. Good. Good. Very good. Shinsu said good 3 times in a row and spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back, using his sword to support himself, and barely avoided falling. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, looked up at Shiryu, and smiled self-deprecatingly. I thought that after so many things we have experienced, our relationship would not change, but would improve. It turns out that I was overthinking. Shinsu hadn't finished speaking. Shiryu, who just wanted to stay 10 meters away from him, suddenly walked towards him. The next second, the 2 cold lips that said so many hurtful words covered his lips. Dragonfly touching the water. Separated at the touch. But Shinsu froze. Ding dong. The bell rang. The wall clock had unknowingly reached 12 o'clock. Both received system prompts at the same time. Congratulations to the player for completing the main task 1. Congratulations to the player for passing the level. Ending the game. Chapter 107. Shinsu is too tall. After Shiryu became a princess, her arms and legs were short. She hooked her 2 thin arms around Shinsu's neck. She had to use some force to make Shinsu bend down, and then she had to stand on tiptoes to kiss him. A simple kiss was very tiring. Therefore, Shiryu just touched her symbolically, and immediately let go after seeing the prompt that the task was completed. Who knew that he had just stepped back half a step, and before he could retract his arms, a big hand suddenly grabbed his waist and pushed him forward. He was pressed against Shinsu. The silver armor in front was cold, and the temperature of Shinsu's palm behind was hot. It felt like burning when it was transmitted to his skin through the thin gauze skirt. His chin was lifted up, and Shinsu kissed him. First, she bit his lips in revenge, and then she let go of his lips for a second after seeing him frown in pain, and then she invaded, plundered and possessed him more deeply. Shiryu had experienced Shinsu's kissing method that seemed to eat him up, and he had experienced it more than once, but he still couldn't get used to it, no matter how many times he tried. Game over. The copy is closing. Shinsu kissed him without paying attention. The huge difference in size and strength left Shiryu no room for resistance. Shinsu just held his waist and pinched his chin, and his hands and feet were not controlled, but no matter how hard his hands tried, he couldn't push him, and no matter how hard his feet kicked him, it was hilarious that Shinsu didn't feel any pain at all. He almost tripped over the wedding dress. Game closing. Game closing. Shinsu kissed him intently. Shiryu, What was Lu Shixi's expression before the copy was closed? Shiryu didn't know. He was so dizzy from Shinsu's kiss that he couldn't even look around, and even had difficulty breathing. At this moment, both Shiryu, Shinsu and the official live broadcast room of the Royal City dinner were filled with similar comments. I took back my hand to close the live broadcast room and turned on the 15G network. More traffic is not needed. My mother urged me to go on a blind date. I was going to go out, but now I sit back and lock the door. It doesn't matter if I let the blind date wait a little longer. Kiss him. Kiss him hard. Why only kiss his mouth? Bite his neck. Tear his clothes. Bite his collarbone. Why are you so honest with your hands? Put it in. This is what a distinguished SEP should see. Someone asked weakly, that. No one is discussing the plot. Didn't you realize that this is the only high-level copy where everyone survived? No one is really discussing the plot. Soon this barrage was drowned in the fierce words of a group of spiffs. After the dungeon was closed, Shiryu returned to his home. In the previous dungeons, they were where they were before entering the dungeon, and they were also where they came out. Shinsu was beside him before entering the Royal City dinner dungeon, but this time when he came out, Shinsu was not beside him. He clicked on the friend list on the game panel, and saw that Shinsu was online. According to his previous observations, the friend list will only show friends and status when the players are in the same time and space. If one person is in the dungeon, and the other is in reality, it will not be real. He can see Shinsu's online status, which means that Shinsu has come out, but may have been teleported to other places. But Shiryu was still worried. He didn't use the built-in chat software in the game, but opened WeChat, which he usually used, to send a message to Shinsu. But before he pressed the send button, the scene before the copy was closed appeared in his mind. There was still pain on his lips. The feeling of being imprisoned in his waist was still obvious. Shiryu quit WeChat, turned off the screen of his phone, and threw it on the table. After a while, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Mom, call and ask Aunt Shin if Shinsu has returned. Well, it's nothing serious, but Shinsu and I had a little conflict, and I'm a little worried about him. 5 minutes later, Shir's mother called back, with a puzzled tone. Your Aunt Shin said that Shinsu is at home and seems to be in a very good mood. It doesn't seem like he had a conflict with you. What's going on? Shiryu, Shiryu, it's okay Mom, goodbye. After solving this matter, Shiryu opened the game panel and watched the settlement with peace of mind. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the anchor for achieving the achievement of all members of the team survived. Congratulations to the anchor for achieving the achievement of all members of the team cleared the advanced dungeon. You stayed in the game Dungeon King's Dinner for a total of 7 days, 0 hours, 7 minutes, and 11 seconds, with a total increase of 954,331, and the highest peak popularity of the live broadcast room was 3,023,127. In summary, you received a total of 12,535 game coins in the Dungeon King's Dinner. Game coins can be exchanged for the currency of the player's world at a rate of 1:100, and can also be used for consumption in the dungeon game. The anchor received 25 high-level props blind boxes, 60 intermediate props blind boxes, and 100 low-level props blind boxes. The game props opened in the blind boxes can be sold. After the game ends, players have a 7-day intermission, and players can voluntarily give up their rest time. Players cannot leak any game-related information in the player's world in any form. Several new messages popped up immediately afterwards. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the official channel for the Advanced Dungeon game. Players can select Advanced Dungeons in Game category in Game Lobby, and then Advanced Dungeons. Players must complete the selection of the next dungeon within 7 days. If the player has not selected a dungeon after the rest period, the system will randomly select a dungeon. Shiryu was not in a hurry to enter the next dungeon this time. He planned to take a good rest for 7 days, so he did not go to the game lobby right away, but clicked on his personal homepage in the lower right corner. Broadcaster name, Shiryu. Number of completed dungeons, 4. Broadcaster level, 12. Fans, 1244343. Unconsciously, he has more than 1 million fans. There are more than 20 medals below, among which the Glorious Beauty label ranks first, and the color is still colorful, which is particularly obvious. He clicked on the friend list and took a look. Lu Yang and Xiao Wanwan, who met in the first dungeon, are level 8, Lin Yaring and Cheng Jianshu are level 7, and Jiang Yan, who met in the second dungeon, is level 14. The maximum level of the anchor is level 20, Imorugi and Chinko are both level 20, and Chiu Xiaoyuan is level 5. The group chat Xincheng Hospital Exploration Team they created in the first dungeon is not as lively as before. Xiao Wanwan saw them online and only asked if they were safe, and no one spoke. Sure, you can understand. As everyone's anchor level increases, they have a better understanding of the game. Knowing what a bloodthirsty game it is naturally impossible to relax, and it is even more impossible to go to hot pot happily like before. Sure, you learned from the rankings that the total number of players is now more than 4.5 million, and the number is constantly fluctuating. The decrease in the number of players is due to the death of players, and the increase in the number of players is due to the inclusion of new players. However, regardless of whether it increases or decreases, the total number of players has been fluctuating around 4.5 million. Sure, you asked Chinka what the criteria for attracting new players to the game are? Chinka gave him only 2 words in his answer: random. Yes, random. Retired middle-aged people like Lin Yaring and Cheng Jianshu are not immune, and minors like Chiu Xiaoyuan are not immune either. It is unknown when it will be the turn of his relatives around him. Sure, you himself has some experience in dungeons, but he can't imagine that his elderly parents are also pulled into this horror game, so he must think of a way to close the game. The only entry point now is Jian Luwe, the only one who is rumored to have left the game. The game does not only pull people from their time and space. There are many time and space in the universe. Sure, you and Chinko are not from the same time and space. Chinko and Imorugi are not from the same time and space, and even Imorugi and his friend Jiang Luwe are not from the same time and space. People from different time and space can only chat in the real world through the medium of the game's built-in chat software. After Jiang Luwe left the game, Imorugi could no longer contact him, and Imorugi himself was not sure whether his friend really left the game, but for many years afterwards, Imorugi did not see Jiang Luwe in the game again. As for why the technical list still retains Jiang Luwe's name, Imorugi said it might be a commemoration. Jiangliuyue's road is blocked. If you want to continue to explore the core of the system, you can only download advanced copies like Emorugi. But that will be 7 days later. Shiryu held a remote meeting, learned about the company's affairs in the past few days, and arranged some matters. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and slept all day long. It was already dusk on the second day when he woke up. After eating something, he continued to sleep. In this way, on the third day, his tense nerves slowly relaxed. He picked up his mobile phone and looked at it. There were no missed calls or unread text messages. Shiryu's work and life are very separate. There are only the phone numbers of his parents Chiu Xiaoyuan and Shinsu on his personal mobile phone, and only a few friends and Shinsu who will contact when there is something on WeChat. He opened the game panel and opened the friend list again, and there were no unread text messages. The third day, Shinsu was online, and there were no unread text messages. The fourth day, Shinsu was online, and there were no unread text messages. Usually, the first thing they did after leaving the dungeon was to meet and review the plot with each other. But this time it was until the sixth day. The two of them still ignored each other. Shiryu went back to work in the company after catching up on sleep for the first 2 days. His work was full every day, so he didn't have time to think about it. It was just that before going to bed at night, looking at the empty message bar, and then looking at Shinsu's online interface, he felt very dazzling. Shinsu did such an excessive thing. Didn't she have the slightest sense of apology to him? At noon on the sixth day, Shi's mother called. Xiaoyu, are you not busy today? Your father and your uncle Shin caught fish today. Come to the manor after get off work, and we will have a meal with your uncle Shin's family. The Shi family and the Shin family are old friends, and the old men of the two families have the same hobbies. When they were young, they climbed mountains, rode horses, and shot archery. When they were older, they liked to play chess and write. In the past year, the two old men began to like fishing. However, these two old men were good at other things, but they loved fishing more and more. They bought the most expensive fishing rods, baits and feeds, but they couldn't catch any fish. It was rare to catch a fish, so Shiryu naturally had to go to show his support. The manor is called Jinhua Manor, which is 100 kilometers away from the city. It has beautiful scenery, and is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was jointly invested and built by the Shi family and the Shin family in the early years. Shiryu has been there many times. Shiryu got off work early and went there. He arrived early. The two old men were still fishing in the middle of the lake. They just gave the fish to the people in the kitchen to process. Shi's mother and Aunt Shin, who had called to urge them a long time ago, were still in the beauty salon and said they would be here in a while. Shiryu didn't know until he got there. Shiryu, except for the staff in the manor. Only Shiryu and Shinsu were left staring at each other by the lake. Under the afterglow of the sunset, Shinsu was wearing a white casual suit and showed him two small canine teeth with his curved lips. Shall we go fishing too? It seemed as if the Cold War of the past few days had completely disappeared. Chapter 108. Shinsu pretended to be calm. Shiryu did not mention the events in the dungeon or the Cold War of the past few days. The temperature in the mountains was a little low, and the lake was covered with a layer of fog. Under the reflection of the setting sun, a small boat and two figures on the boat could be vaguely seen in the center of the lake. The two old men did not know when they would stop fishing, and Shiryu did not know when his mother and Shinsu's mother would come. Now they had nothing to do, and if they did not go fishing, they could only stare at Shinsu, so Shiryu agreed. The staff brought them 2 fishing rods and bait and fishnet bags. Originally, the staff wanted to help them row the boat, but Shinsu said that he could row without bothering them, so Shinsu rowed the boat to the center of the lake. The boat was designed to carry 5 people, which was more than enough for the 2 of them. The boat had an automatic driving function, but because they were going to fish, the sound of the machine would disturb the nest, so they could only use the most primitive method. Shinsu was not bragging when he said he could row. Shiryu saw Shinsu holding the oar, and he paddled to the left and the right, and the boat went straight forward and was very stable. It looked very simple. Shiryu also wanted to try it, so he took the oar from Shinsu. As a result, the boat spun in place. Shiryu, Ha ha ha. Shinsu laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Shiryu stopped rowing and returned the oar to Shinsu with an expressionless face. Shinsu took the oar and said with a smile, "It's okay, I teach you, come on." Originally, the 2 of them were not sitting in the same row. Shinsu sat in the row behind Shiryu. After saying this, Shinsu quickly and nimbly crossed over to sit in the same row with Shiryu, and demonstrated while talking, "The action you just rode was not wrong." The action can be said to be exactly the same as mine, but the way of rowing is wrong. Sure you, eh? Come on, try it. After talking about a few key points, Shinsu handed the oar to Shiryu. Shiryu paddled the boat the way Shinsu taught him. The boat finally stopped spinning, although it was stumbling forward. We can't reach the center of the lake even if we paddle until dark. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiryu's hand was held. Shiryu's fingers shook uncontrollably, and were held tightly by Shinsu again. Shinsu's words made sense. If the oar falls off, we won't be able to go back later. Shiryu didn't move. He let Shinsu hold his hand and paddle the boat. The boat was sailing better and better. Shinsu praised him from time to time, but Shiryu's mind was not on this at all. This lake is very large. There is an island in the center of the lake. They didn't disturb the two old men. The old men were on the other side of the island. They paddled the boat to the island. Shinsu said that fishing was real fishing. They found a good fishing spot and fixed the boat. Before officially fishing, Shinsu sprinkled a handful of millet in front of him, saying that it was to feed the nest, and then threw out the line with bait. Shiryu was fishing in the water behind Shinsu, and he also learned from Shinsu to grab a few handfuls of millet and sprinkle them forward. Shinsu sprinkled it more casually, while Shiryu sprinkled it very evenly. From far to near, the millet was all over the water in front of him. When he grabbed the third handful of millet and sprinkled it forward, Shinsu grabbed his wrist. Are you fishing or distributing relief food? Shinsu looked a little helpless when he said this. After throwing this sentence, Shinsu let go of his hand before Shiryu could react, and added, If you feed the fish again, how can they eat your bait? Shiryu had never fished before. But what Shinsu said made sense. He said oh softly, stopped throwing millet, and followed Shinsu's bait to hook the hook, and then threw the line out. The two stopped talking, each looking at the water in front of them, and fishing quietly. After a while, the boat shook, and Shiryu looked back and saw that Shinsu's float had disappeared. Shinsu held the fishing rod in one hand, and picked up the net bag in the other hand, and quickly fished down to the place where the float disappeared. A crucian carp was caught, weighing about 2 kilograms, with a black back and a very white belly. It was still jumping in the net bag, splashing water all over Shiryu. Shiryu came directly from the company after get-off work, and he was still wearing a formal suit. Now most of the suit jacket was wet, so he simply took off the jacket. Inside was a well-ironed white shirt, tucked into the trousers. The waistline was outlined very clearly, and the wide belt made the waist look thin and narrow, and it could be held by one arm. Shiryu had not expected to go fishing when he came, and formal clothes were not suitable or comfortable. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and rolled up his sleeves twice to feel more comfortable. After doing these, he found that Shinsu's eyes stayed on his waist. Shiryu thought there was something on his clothes. He looked down, and saw that his shirt was white and clean, and there was nothing on it. He was still wondering when he heard Shinsu's voice. Your float seems to move. Shiryu had been paying attention to Shinsu just now, and did not pay attention to his float for a while. It turned out that Shinsu was looking at his float. Shiryu reacted and pulled the fishing rod, but nothing was caught. Shinsu had already retracted his gaze. He looked like a very experienced fisherman and comforted him. It's okay, you just started learning fishing. It's normal not to catch anything. I don't know if it's because the sky is getting darker. Shinsu's light eyes are also stained with dark colors. But before Shiryu can investigate further, Shinsu turned his head to hang the bait. After a while, Shinsu caught another fish. Shiryu hadn't caught any fish. Maybe, as Shinsu said, the fish were full and didn't eat his bait. Shinsu asked if he wanted to change. Shiryu couldn't say no. Shinsu had more experience in fishing, and he might not be able to catch fish even if he changed. The lake water was very clear, and you could see swaying water plants and small fish smaller than a fingernail floating on the water. Some of the small fish were colorful. Shiryu found a blue fish and pointed at it, and said to Shinsu in surprise, "Look at the fish." Shiryu put his hand into the water, and the small fish slipped away from his fingers. But these small fish didn't seem to be afraid of people, and swam back after a while. Shiryu stared at the fish for a while, then looked up and found that Shinsu was not looking at the float, but tilted his head to look at him steadily. After a while he said, "Yes, I was looking at Xiaoyu." "Shiryu, eh?" They kept fishing until the sun went down. The 2 old men in the center of the lake rowed to the shore, and they followed them back. Shinsu caught a few more fish, and the fish basket was full. The 2 old men saw the fish in their fish basket and joked, "Shouldn't young people go on dates and watch movies during their rest time? Don't come and compete with us old men for the nest." Shinsu smiled and said, "We entered the old age life ahead of time, defeating 90% of young people. The two old men laughed heartily. There is a house in the manor reserved for the two families to live in when they come for vacation. Sher's mother and Shin's mother have already arrived and are drinking tea and chatting in the living room. Dinner was all home-cooked dishes. The fish caught by the two old men and Shinsu were sent to the kitchen for processing. The larger crucian carp were made into clear soup and braised, the smaller crucian carp were fried until golden and crispy, and a few refreshing mountain vegetables were stir-fried. During the dinner, Sher's mother and Shin's mother talked about an exhibition abroad and a classmate of Sheryu. Shin's mother smiled and said to Sher's mother, "Chingy, I met her once at an art exhibition. The girl is really nice, gentle and beautiful." Sher's mother smiled even more happily. "Yes, Chingy and Sher, you were classmates before, and they even hosted a party together." The two ladies chatted for a while, and Sher's mother changed the subject and said to Sheryu, "By the way, Chingy's flight is tomorrow morning. You have a day off tomorrow weekend. Can you go to pick her up at the airport?" Sheryu had dealt with all the work accumulated in the past few days, and there was really nothing to do tomorrow, but Sheryu was a little strange. He and Chingy were just classmates who had met a few times, so how could it be his turn to pick her up at the airport? Before Sheryu opened his mouth, Shinsu smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I will go to pick up Xiaoyu at the airport." When Sheryu heard the word Xiaoyu, he tilted his head and glanced at Shinsu. Addicted? Shinsu didn't react. His smiling eyes moved from Sher's mother to him. However, there seemed to be a deeper meaning in his eyes when he looked at him. Sher's mother naturally smiled and said yes, and then said to Sheryu, "Then I will push Chingy's WeChat to you." Sheryu said yes, and Shinsu actively said, "Andy, push it to me too." Although Sher's mother was a little puzzled, she still pushed it to Shinsu, then put down her phone and chatted intimately with Shin's mother. On the other side, the two old men drank wine, ate crispy fried fish and talked about current affairs, but they didn't pay attention to them. Shinsu came over to Sheryu while picking up food for him and whispered in his ear, "Do you really want to go on a blind date?" Sheryu was choked. Then he thought that his mother would not ask him to pick up a plane or add a girl's WeChat for no reason. The intention of doing so was indeed obvious. Sher's mother had urged him to find a girlfriend and get married before, but he always evaded her because she was too straightforward. So it was understandable that she took a roundabout way this time. But Sheryu didn't think that he and Chingy could develop anything. Although he thought so in his heart, Sheryu still wanted to choke Shinsu. He also came over to pick up food for Shinsu and said calmly, "I think you are more interested in Chingy. Are you jealous?" Before Sheryu sat back, he suddenly raised his head and bumped into Shinsu's light-colored eyes. At this moment, those eyes were full of him, and Shinsu's eyes were fixed on him. This was clearly a joke. Shinsu looked at him, but he didn't seem to be joking. Sheryu's heart suddenly moved. After a moment, Sheryu retracted his gaze and said something unclear before retreating. "Yes, I'm jealous. But this jealousy is different from the jealousy that Shinsu understands. Sheryu has never been in love, but he is not completely ignorant of love. He knows the feeling of heartbeat, and knows who he wants to get close to physically. Although he and Shinsu have been mortal enemies for 26 years, his world has never stopped Shinsu from getting close. If it is someone he really hates, he will definitely never get along with him until death, but Shinsu's shadow is everywhere in his 26 years of life. He hates touching others, but does not resist Shinsu. He cannot accept sleeping in the same bed with others, but if it is Shinsu, he can. He cannot accept being hugged like a girl, but when he woke up from his coma for 7 days and 6 nights and saw himself being hugged by Shinsu, he did not push Shinsu away. He even slept with Shinsu. And he was the one being invaded. If it was someone else, he would never do this, even if it was to gain favor and unlock the life-saving props in the dungeon. Sheryu thought he might have fallen in love with Shinsu. Or had already existed, but he only knew it at this moment. Chapter 109. After Sheryu said "I'm jealous," Shinsu ignored him until the end of dinner. He thought Shinsu was probably angry. But he didn't plan to coax Shinsu now. Shinsu had pissed him off too many times over the years, and he wanted to piss Shinsu off too. At night, the two old men went fishing again, and the two ladies went back to their rooms to soak in the hot springs and have a beauty sleep. Sheryu and Shinsu also went back to their rooms. Their rooms were adjacent. Sheryu took a bath in his room, and opened the game panel while drying his hair. Today was the 6th day of rest, and he would enter the game tomorrow night. He already had an idea about the next copy. The time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Sheryu thought that he had also pissed Shinsu off for a while, and it was time to coax him. He took a bottle of red wine, and 2 high-heeled glasses from the wine cabinet, and knocked on the door next door. The door opened after 2 knocks. What? I'm already asleep. Shinsu's tone was very impatient. His messy hair looked like he had just woken up, but he was still wearing the same clothes he wore during the day. Shinsu soon realized this. In order to make his words more authentic, he added, "Don't you have to get up early tomorrow to pick me up at the airport?" This sentence was full of temper. The tone was also very sour. Shiryu felt that Shinsu was very real. Over the years, Shinsu's image outside was smiling, good-tempered, positive, sunny, well-behaved, and sweet-mouthed. In fact, this was a mask that Shinsu wore. Now Shinsu took off the mask in front of him and revealed his true self. Shiryu looked at Shinsu's furry head. He felt that he really liked Shinsu. He even liked Shinsu's impatient look and sour tone. And he vaguely felt that Shinsu must like him very much. "I can't sleep," Shiryu said. "What does your insomnia have to do with me?" Shinsu leaned against the door frame with his arms folded. His words sounded like he was going to drive someone away, but the door was wide open. Shiryu walked past him and sat down on the sofa. He poured red wine into 2 high-heeled glasses. He raised the glass to Shinsu. "I can't sleep, drink with me?" Shinsu looked at Shiryu on the sofa. He should have just finished bathing. He was wearing a snow-white and soft bathrobe. His hair was still a little wet. The black hair on his forehead was wet and stuck to his smooth and white forehead, making his eyebrows look even darker. The beautiful black eyes looked at him steadily, like some kind of defenseless little animal. Shinsu's heart softened, and he just walked over. After taking the wine glass from Shiryu, Shinsu came back to his senses and felt that he was spineless. In order to save face, he said, "I will say bad things and do excessive things when I drink. Think it over." "It doesn't matter. I don't drink well either." Shiryu smiled at him with curved lips. Shinsu, shock. He actually dared to laugh. Shinsu's heart was beating like a drum, but he took a sip of red wine with a normal expression. It was not in vain that he was asked to drink with him. He asked coldly, "Why did you kiss me in the last few minutes of the dungeon?" He was the first to complain. At that time, the main task 2 could not be completed. Shiryu did this to complete the main task 1 and pass the level. Shinsu knew the reason, but he still asked deliberately. Later, he kissed Shiryu more than Shiryu. He didn't mention this matter at all. There are 2 reasons. Shinsu was deliberately making things difficult for him, but Shiryu said in a good-tempered manner, "The first reason, you already know, is to pass the level by completing the main task 1. The second reason." Shiryu's lips were stained with red wine, as red as cherries waiting to be picked. He looked at Shinsu, and his soft lips moved. "Guess." "What?" Shinsu thought he had heard it wrong. How could Shiryu tease people? "I let you guess," Shiryu repeated. Shinsu didn't move or speak. His eyes fell on Shiryu's lips, and he felt dry in his mouth. Shiryu took another sip of red wine, and his rosy lips seemed to be softer. "Can't guess?" Shiryu held the goblet and looked at him with a soft look. At this moment, Shiryu was not like the snow lotus on the top of the snowy mountain, but more like a fairy in strange stories from a Chinese studio. But soon Shinsu felt that this idea was blasphemous to Shiryu, and he drove away the thought in his mind. "It's okay, I can give you a hint." "What hint?" Shinsu asked. The 2 sat on a sofa, originally half an arm's length apart. Shiryu suddenly put down his wine glass and moved towards him. Before Shinsu could react, his lips softened. Shiryu gave a light kiss. His arms were still on the sofa backs on both sides of Shinsu. Seeing Shinsu stunned, he kissed him again and asked, "Haven't you guessed it yet?" Shinsu reacted and his blood rushed up. Shiryu is a fairy. It wasn't an illusion just now. But what Shinsu said was completely different from his body's reaction. "Guess what?" "What are you doing?" "I'm a straight man, and you always kiss me. If there is a problem with my sexual orientation, who can I find to be responsible?" The tone was very bad. But his body was honest, and did not push away Shiryu from him. Shiryu lowered his head and kissed him again. His thin lips were moistened by his kisses, and he looked into Shinsu's eyes and said softly, "I'm responsible." "You?" Shinsu was completely stunned. He thought there was something wrong with his ears, but Shiryu told him in the next sentence that there was nothing wrong with his ears. "I like you." Shiryu licked his lips. Although his current behavior was a bit indecent, his tone and eyes were very serious. "I don't like uncertain relationships. If you like me too, then be my boyfriend?" Shinsu was silent for a long time. So long that Shiryu thought he was too narcissistic, and Shinsu didn't mean it at all. "You don't want to." Shiryu looked at him with a little more timidity. He curled his fingers on the back of the sofa, His fingertips were red, but his joints were white. After a long time without a response, he shrank back and wanted to get off Shinsu. As soon as he moved, his waist was clamped by an iron-like arm. His body softened, and he fell on Shinsu. Shinsu held his neck with his big hand and lifted his head. After a deep look at him, he kissed him. Shiryu hadn't recovered from his depression yet, and his empty heart was filled. This kiss lasted for a long time, and they were both a little breathless when it ended. I do. Shinsu's eyes moved from Shiryu's lips, which were red and slightly swollen from being kissed, to his eyes, and his expression was very serious. He had been secretly in love with Shiryu for many years, but he was like a coward and didn't dare to say a word. Finally, it was Shiryu who had to confess. I do. Shinsu panted heavily. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He repeated this sentence again. After looking at Shiryu for a while, he came closer again. Shiryu turned his head away. The kiss fell on his cheek. Shiryu turned back and said before Shinsu kissed him again, I have another question before we officially confirm the relationship. What question? Shinsu just pecked his lips. Shiryu hesitated for a moment before speaking. If I were your boyfriend, would you be gentle and restrained in bed? He hesitated that time. I really couldn't stand it. Shiryu thought that Shinsu could understand being rude to someone who was not his boyfriend, but now that he was his boyfriend, Shinsu should be gentler to his boyfriend, right? Shiryu thought so. But he didn't know what Shinsu thought. Shinsu looked down at him, and Shiryu realized how dangerous the place he was sitting was. He immediately wanted to shrink back, but was held by the waist and pressed down. In the dungeon, when Shiryu was a princess and Shinsu was a god of war, Shinsu controlled him, and he couldn't resist. He thought it was because of his poor body shape. But now that he was out of the dungeon, Shinsu controlled him, and he still couldn't move. Shiryu doubted his strength as an adult male for a moment. Well, it's okay. Shinsu looked at him and said in a very gentle voice, Oh, then you are my boyfriend now. With this guarantee, Shiryu was relieved. He nodded happily, and the official confirmed Shinsu's identity. However, he still had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Shinsu's eyes were soft and gentle, but his movements seemed to control him. Shinsu should do what he said, right? Of course, the two did not do anything that night, because they had to get up early to pick up the plane tomorrow. Now that they have confirmed their relationship, it is okay to pick up the plane. The girl at the airport probably saw their relationship and did not bother them. She took a taxi home. Because of the conversation last night, the two did not discuss entering the dungeon until noon the next day when they had lunch. Or is it a high-level dungeon? Shinsu's game panel was visible to Shiryu, and his finger slid on the interface when he asked. Shiryu clicked on Shinsu's interface a few times, and finally stopped at an intermediate dungeon. He asked, Can we choose an intermediate dungeon? Xia Yuan's next dungeon is an intermediate one. She was originally following Qi Shui, but Qi Shui had something urgent to do this time, and I was worried about her. Okay, let's choose a dungeon with Xiao Yuan and help her win. Shinsu agreed readily. Shiryu saw Shinsu had chosen the dungeon before he opened his own interface, but he did not choose this dungeon. Do you want to choose the advanced dungeon mechanical era? Yes or no? Shiryu clicked yes without hesitation. The advanced dungeon is the place closest to the core of the game, and the higher the difficulty of the advanced dungeon, the closer it is to the truth. Shiryu has done his homework in the past few days. The dungeon mechanical era has the lowest clearance rate among all dungeons so far, and even Imorugi has never entered this dungeon. This is also the dungeon that Jiang Liwa has cleared. It is said that there were 7 people who went in with Jiang Liwa that time, but in the end only Jiang Liwa came out alive. He couldn't let Shinsu take risks with him, even if Shinsu was willing. Shinsu glanced at him. His face changed immediately, and his voice was extremely cold. What are you doing? Shiryu hurriedly closed the interface and raised his head. When he met Shinsu's eyes, he lowered his eyes guiltily. After a few seconds, he mustered up the courage to look at Shinsu again. He moved his lips. I will take care of myself. Shinsu did not respond. Shiryu could not describe the look in Shinsu's eyes at that moment. He seemed to be extremely angry, but there was no expression on his face, which made him feel scared for no reason. He pulled Shinsu's sleeve and opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his eyes darkened and the familiar gravity came over him. Chapter 110. When Shiryu's live broadcast room opened, countless comments appeared. After waiting for 7 days, my wife finally started broadcasting. I calculated with my fingers. My Oracle CP should have confirmed the relationship. This time we can see the husband and wife fighting monsters together, happy. You are too happy too early. Shinsu did not enter this copy. Wait. Mechanical Era? Why did you choose this copy? I remember that this is a very old copy. It was closed for a long time. After it was opened, no one dared to enter. Even the great Imorugi has not entered the copy so far. This anchor is really stubborn. I think everyone should not be too depressed. I think this copy still has a 1% clearance rate, and the system favors him, so it is not completely hopeless. The clearance rate of the Mechanical Era dungeon is 1% because Jiangliwa has cleared it, but he is the only one who has cleared it. Please be informed. Shiryu opened his eyes, and his vision was dim. This dimness was not completely black, as if the front was covered by a piece of cloth or a curtain, and only some blue light came in faintly. He curled up with a soft blanket under him. Shiryu immediately opened the game panel, Game Dungeon, Mechanical Era. Game Time, ? Game Background Introduction, ? Clearance Conditions, ? Shiryu, ? This was the first time Shiryu encountered a dungeon with all question marks. It seemed that the player had to explore the background and find the clearance conditions by himself. Shiryu was not too surprised. After all, this was the advanced dungeon with the lowest clearance rate so far, and anything was possible. He sat up with the help of the ground, and his back suddenly hit something. He reached out and touched it, and felt a cylindrical cold metal. There was not just one, but countless neatly arranged around him. He touched up along one and soon reached the top. He seemed to be in a cage. And the cage was not big. He could not stand up straight or lie flat inside, so his body was curled up when he woke up, and the light was dim because there was a piece of cloth covering the outside of the cage. When Shiryu was groping around, he could hear the sound of jingling in his ears. At first, he thought it was a decoration in the cage, until he touched the metal collar on his neck. There was a bell hanging on the collar, and the jingling sound came from here. Then Shiryu found that his clothes were also strange. The clothes were a shirt, but the collar was very low, and the pants were also very short, barely covering the thighs. He was not wearing shoes, only a pair of socks, and the socks were very long, extending to above the knees. It was weird no matter how you looked at it. What kind of copy is this? Shiryu had a general understanding of the Mechanical Era on the forum before choosing this copy. The copy takes place in the future, telling the story of the awakening of artificial intelligence consciousness and the conflict between humans. The reason for the extremely low clearance rate is that players born in a peaceful era can easily die in the war between humans and robots. Although this copy was later closed and updated, it should be the same thing. But now Shiryu is not sure. Shiryu calmed down and heard a cry next to him. He tentatively asked, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. The cry still existed. Shiryu said again, "Hello? Do you know where this is?" When Shiryu asked the third time, the crying stopped, and then a boy who sounded very young said with a strong nasal tone, "You. Don't you know?" Shiryu thought for a while, and made an excuse, "I hit my head, and can't remember anything now." The boy empathized and said, "Well, those robots are really rude. They dislocated my arm when they caught me. Although it is now connected, it still hurts a little when it touches." From the boy's words, Shiryu learned that he and this boy were both human beings, and they were captured by robots. "Why did the robots capture us?" Shiryu asked. The boy was silent for a few seconds. "You don't remember all this?" "I have a vague impression, but my head hurts when I think about it." Shiryu scratched his head impatiently, and his tone was also urgent. "I don't remember how I was captured, nor do I remember where this place is. Even what era it is now. How has the technology developed now? I don't remember anything." "Ah!" The boy sighed lightly. "Is it so serious? Then don't think about it, I tell you. This is the Jinhuan building. We are in the basement of the building. As for how many floors underground, I don't know. There is an auction venue above, which is the largest auction venue in the world. We will be sent there later." "Why are we being sent there?" "Because..." The boy's voice dropped. Humans have now completely become slaves of robots. The boy said his name was Qinglan, and Shiyu also told Qinglan that his name was Xiaoshi. In Qinglan's next words, Shiyu learned that the current timeline of this copy was no longer the early stage of the conflict between robots and humans, but the later stage. The war between humans and robots has ended for more than 50 years, and the victorious side is the robot. It is now the 54th year of the Mechanical Era. To this day, the Earth has been ruled by robots for 54 years. During this period, humans have resisted, but the result is nothing more than the defeat of humans. During these 50 years, robots have established a hierarchy system, from A to F, and people with lower levels must obey people with higher levels. There are currently 3 types of people on the earth. The first type is pure robots. Pure robots are divided into Homo sapiens and warriors. Homo sapiens have smart brains and serve as leaders among robots, while warriors are killing weapons among robots. Homo sapiens and warriors are divided into A and B levels according to their abilities, of which B accounts for 8% of the total robot population, A accounts for only 2%, and 90% are C-level robots. They have not smart brains and ordinary combat power, and they exist like moving bricks in society. There is currently only one S-level. He has the smartest brain and the strongest combat power in the world, and is the leader of the robots. But not only has no human seen this person, but few robots have seen him either. The second category, synthetic humans, is classified as Class D. This type of people are humans who have replaced their mechanical organs. They have stronger bodies and longer lifespans, and seem to be a level higher than humans. In fact, for robots, they are just slaves of a higher level and easier to harvest. The third category, humans, is classified as E-class. Just like the original intention of humans to invent robots was to let robots serve humans, now it has completely changed, and humans have become the existence that serves robots. But there is a special kind of people. This kind of people is called F-class. They are humans with beautiful faces. In the eyes of robots, this kind of people is like Hakimi in the eyes of humans. But because the human population has decreased after the war, this kind of people has become rare and become a particularly precious existence, so the captured F-class will be sent to auction. But the fate of F-class is also different. Not everyone loves Hakimi, and some people like to abuse Hakimi, so the final fate of F-class is to become a pet or a plaything, depending on the robot that finally takes him. After Qinglan's introduction, Shiryu was silent. At present, it seems that Shiryu and Qinglan both belong to the last category. Shiryu's live broadcast room was silent for a while. I remember that this copy is not a battle between humans and robots. How could it be like this? This copy was updated after it was closed. After the update, no one has entered this copy again. Who knows, it will become like this. Does the copy update the timeline together? Although I want to see the blood-boiling battle scene more. But you in this outfit really makes me slurp. The system is so disgusting. But Yu's legs are so white. The collarbone is so tempting. I really want to take a bite. Can the audience participate in the auction? I want to take Yu back and lock her up at home. The Jime in front. You have a dangerous mind. Wait, I see Mo Dashin is also in this copy. But Mo Dashin is on the robot side. Wait, that is. Eve? How can the chainsaw loli be with Mo Dashin? Ding dee. Like the sound of a door unlocking, both of them fell silent. Move number 7 and number 5 away. Lieutenant Colonel Karen likes them. The emotionless mechanical sound was mixed with the sound of electricity. Through the cloth covering the cage, human figures could be seen moving in the flickering blue light. The robot was much taller than a human. Then, there was the sound of moving things. The cages number 7 and number 5 were moved out, and then, there were 2 more beeps. The door was locked, and the place returned to silence. Shao Shi. Do you have any daggers or sharp objects? Qinglan's voice was trembling. Except for the metal collar and bell on his neck, Shiryu had no lethal items on his body. As pets, they were locked in cages, so naturally they were searched clean. As a player, Shiryu thought about using props. But when he opened the game panel, he found that the prop bar was gray. Shiryu asked, "What do you want it for?" They said Lieutenant Colonel Karen is a pervert. Humans who fall into his hands will not survive for more than a week. Although he is only a B-level warrior, basically no one fights with him. Because? Qinglan's voice trembled more violently. Because he doesn't mind sharing with others. Instead of falling into his hands, it's better. Don't do stupid things. Shiryu interrupted Qinglan's words. Although he was not sure at the moment, we may not fall into his hands. The robot just said that Karen likes the type of number 7 and number 5. But what if? Do you know what kind of people Karen doesn't like? Shiryu asked again. Well, it should be. Not good looking, right? Shiryu said, put your hand outside the cage, there is some black ash on the ground. You can rub it on your face and neck, remember to rub it evenly. Qinglan said oh, and coughed while rubbing the dust. After a long time of grumbling, the exposed skin and hands were all black. He asked Shiryu, have you rubbed it too? Shiryu, no. Qinglan, ah? Shiryu said again, I am a bit of a germaphobe. Qinglan took a long time to react. You are a germaphobe? Aren't you afraid that Lieutenant Colonel Karen will like you? Shiryu, If he likes me, then people with higher ranks than him will also like me. Qinglong wanted to refute, but then he remembered that he heard the robots chatting during the transportation, saying that number 1 has a rare beauty and will be exhibited as the finale. It is said that several A-level robots above will come. It seems to be number 1. Chapter 111. The auction venue is located on the 50th floor underground of the Jinhuan building. Although it is underground, the space is not small at all. The entire venue is as big as a football field. In the middle is a stage illuminated by lights. 4 huge high-definition floating screens in the air shoot different angles of the stage. The audience seats are arranged around the stage, forming a ring and rising up layer by layer. The sky tower suspended in the air is the VIP seat. People sitting in the VIP seat can see everything below, while people sitting below cannot see the VIP seat clearly. There are several small aircraft parked next to the sky tower to pick up and drop off VIPs. Although it is now a mechanical age, some robots are equipped with mechanical wings to fly down, and those without wings can also jump down with their own drive. But the robots that have evolved human thinking think that is not elegant enough. The aesthetics of robots made by humans are consistent with humans. Although they have mechanical skeletons, they are covered with simulated skin on the outside, which is no different from humans. They will also pinch their faces, or change their body shape and skin color according to their preferences, and change their gender from time to time. As long as the robot has normal aesthetics, there is no ugly robot. Therefore, even though Lieutenant Colonel Karen is middle-aged and full of dirty thoughts, he still looks like a handsome man. Pure-blooded human, blonde hair, blue eyes, 18 years old, starting price, 500,000 star coins. The boy in the cage in the center of the stage has a slender body and slender limbs, milky white and smooth skin, blonde hair as bright as the sun, and a pair of clear blue eyes, like the blue sky that was not polluted before the war. The genes of robots can be modified, but the genes of humans are uneven. Most of the humans who are still alive today have ordinary looks, and such beautiful boys can be said to be very rare. Just like every human wanted to have a beautiful cat in the past, every robot now wants to have a beautiful human, either as a vase at home or for other purposes. After the host announced the starting price, the audience began to scramble to raise their signs. Lieutenant Colonel Karen sat in the front row of the VIP seats. He took a sip of the red wine made from grapes that had not been contaminated before the war, and lazily glanced at the boy on the big screen. He was not in a hurry to bid after listening to the bids below, but his expression was determined to win. After several rounds of bidding, Lieutenant Colonel Karen slowly raised his sign, 5 million star coins. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. The host in strange clothes was excited. Let us congratulate Lieutenant Colonel Karen again. The reason why it is again is because it is not the first time that Lieutenant Colonel Karen has succeeded in today's auction. Before this, he had already bid for 4 humans, 3 men and 1 woman. Everyone knows that Lieutenant Colonel Karen has a spirit of sharing, so when Lieutenant Colonel Karen raises his sign, everyone will basically let him go. Sure enough, after taking the picture of the boy, the camera turned to Lieutenant Colonel Karen. He had an arrogant look on his face, but he pretended to bow to the camera and said, "Thank you all. I will hold a party in 3 days, and invite everyone to come and play." There was a lot of flattering voices below, and no one paid attention to the boy's fearful expression and trembling body in the cage. A man and a woman sat next to Lieutenant Colonel Karen. The man frowned, and the woman smiled and asked with interest, "Lieutenant Colonel Karen, can I come and play too?" Karen turned his head, and saw that the other party was just a Lolita who looked shorter than his chest. He wanted to perfunctorily pass it over, but he saw the red A on the Lolita's bracelet from the corner of his eye. He remained calm on his face, but was shocked in his heart. The other party turned out to be an A-level soldier with the rank of colonel. Of course. Karen showed a standard smile in human social interaction, which he learned from human books. "Colonel, you can play whatever you want. This little lowly colonel is Eve. She looks the same as in reality. She wears a fluffy Lolita skirt. She shakes her legs and holds her cheek with her hand and winks at Lieutenant Colonel Karen. Can you bring someone with you?" Karen looked at the man next to her, a B-level Homo sapiens. Anyway, he always invites many people to the banquet, so it doesn't matter if there is one more person. Karen nodded and said in a gentle tone, "Of course. I don't." This B-level Homo sapiens is naturally a Morugi. He was about to refuse, but the lights suddenly turned on and interrupted him. A cage covered tightly by black cloth rose from under the stage. This is the finale of the night. Compared to the long and gorgeous introductions of other products, The host only said this sentence for this finale product, and then asked someone to lift the black cloth. The moment the black cloth fell, the whole venue was silent. If the last blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy made the whole crowd excited, then this human can make everyone crazy. So beautiful, they haven't seen such a beautiful human since the end of the war. That's a beauty that even gene editing can't achieve. Black hair and black eyes. You know, in the aesthetics of robots, pure natural black hair, black eyes, and snowy skin are the top appearance. Imorugi's pupils shrank. Eve said wow, tilted her head to look at Imorugi, and continued to watch the show leisurely with her legs swinging. The price of beautiful goods is also very beautiful. The starting price is 10 million. Ordinary guests below could only look on in awe. This time, those holding signs were all VIPs in the air. 11 million. 12 million. Imorugi was used to being alone, and he didn't like to ask for help no matter how difficult it was. But after looking at his miserable account balance, he hesitated for a while, and said to Eve, "Lend me some money." He and Eve came in as a team, and after coming in, they told each other the truth. Eve's character was not only an A-level warrior, but also a noble. In short, she was very rich, while Morugi's character was a civilian who passed the exam through hard work. His family was poor, and he lived on the Empire's salary. Let alone asking Imorugi to take out 10 million. Even taking out 1 million would cost him his life. "Do you want to buy him?" Eve asked knowingly. "I remember he has a boyfriend. I don't have any other thoughts. We are all players, and have played together. It is only right for us to take care of each other." After saying this, Imorugi remembered how he took care of Eve in many dungeons in the past. He touched his nose and added, "I will take care of you in this dungeon." "Is that so?" Eve looked at him with interest for a while, then smiled and said, "No." Imorugi, 78 million once. 78 million twice. 78 million three. 100 million. Seeing that the finale product was about to be bought by someone else, Eve raised the sign in her hand. Imorugi on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Although the little girl was fickle, she would occasionally do something surprising. Imorugi said, "I owe you a favor." "No, no, no." Eve raised her finger and shook it 3 times, then blew a kiss to Imorugi. "I didn't say I was going to give it to you. Send the beautiful human to my house." After Eve gave her instructions to the staff, she turned around and leaned into Imorugi's ear, whispering, "If you want to see him, come find me in the evening." The auction was over, and the staff drove the aircraft to pick up the guests. Eve said this, then jumped off the side and disappeared into the crowd on the ground, so fast that only a trace of afterimage could be seen. Imorugi got on the aircraft, with other elegant robots in a proper manner. Chapter 112. Since the beginning of the mechanical age, there is no longer any day or night, no sunny or rainy days, no wind, rain, thunder and lightning and other natural weather conditions. A day is still 24 hours long, but the sky and the ground are always foggy blue at any time, and the weather no longer changes. A layer of long-lasting blue fog permeates the distant sky. The higher you go, the heavier the blue fog is, and the thinner the air is. There is corrosive liquid in the deepest part of the blue fog, and both humans and robots will be dissolved instantly. Only by taking a military spacecraft can you break through the blue fog and go to the outside world. At present, only a few scientists in the Empire have been there. According to scientists, the cosmic civilization outside the blue fog has disappeared, which also explains why there is no day or night, no wind, rain, thunder and lightning on the Earth after the war. And the corrosive blue fog actually protects the Earth. The whole city was built like a large maze. The houses were built in a random pattern. They were not only on the ground, but also in the air. They were of different styles and sizes. Moreover, not all buildings were built upright. Some were built upside down, with roofs facing down. They could even be moved at will. This was allowed by the Empire, but if an accident occurred, they would be held responsible. On her way home, Eve encountered a villa that was moving. The villa moved very fast, and from a distance it looked like a giant monster flying towards them. Although Eve was not familiar with this new body, she was very agile. She evaded it nimbly, and several aircrafts following her were unable to evade it in time and crashed into it. In fact, such accidents are not uncommon, because the Empire does not care about these things and has not promulgated relevant laws. All accidents are personally responsible, so the robots that caused the accident fought each other as soon as they disagreed. The lethality of robots fighting is naturally very large. If they are not careful, they will blow up the surrounding buildings or blow up the opponent. Of course, this does not mean that robots do not cherish life. Generally, robots have their own gene backups at home. Even if a robot dies, his family can take his gene back up to the Imperial Genetic Administration Bureau to fill in the information and apply for resurrection. As long as it is not an unforgivable robot, the Genetic Administration Bureau will usually agree. This also makes the robots fearless when fighting. Eve encountered a total of 5 fights from the auction venue to her home. One of them was at her doorstep. The fight was between 2 groups of people. I don't know why they fought for some trivial matter, and the gold edges on the giant European square column at the door of her manor were knocked off. Seeing that the 2 groups were about to fight for 300 rounds, Eve decided to go down and persuade them to stop fighting. Finally, under Eve's persuasion, the 2 groups stopped fighting. In fact, all of them were seriously injured and lying on the ground unable to move. The gold edge of the pillar at the entrance of Eve's manor was not knocked off, but the pillar was broken in half. Yes! Eve smashed it herself. Eve stood in front of the broken pillar in silence for a while, and went home with blood on her body. The servants she met along the way saluted her as if nothing had happened, and seemed to be used to Eve's appearance. As soon as Eve entered the living room, she saw 3 cages placed inside. The staff who delivered the items from the auction were still waiting. When she saw her enter the door, they came forward and handed her a list for her to sign. Eve licked the blood on her fingertips, took the list and signed it, and asked casually, "Do you give gifts when you bid on things?" "No." The staff took the list and walked over to open 2 of the cages. There were 2 fair-skinned, thin boys inside. Although their looks were not as good as Shiryu's, they were still good-looking. The staff smiled and said, "This is from Lieutenant Colonel Karen. This is very intriguing." Eve leaned on the back of the sofa and touched her chin with her fingers, thinking. According to the original owner's memory, the original owner had no intersection with this Lieutenant Colonel Karen before. Why did he send her something for no reason? That Lieutenant Colonel Karen was a B-level warrior, and her body was an A-level warrior. Could it be flattery? Eve hated the ways of the world, and she was too lazy to maintain a relationship with an annoying NPC. Send them back. Halfway through her words, Eve didn't know what she was thinking of, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. Her blue eyes blinked, and her voice was sweet and crisp. "Forget it. Stay, thank Lieutenant Colonel Karen for me." After the staff left, Eve told the servants to move the 3 cages to the wall, and put them side by side, and then covered them with black cloth. She pointed her fingers one by one, and her smile became bigger and bigger. 1, 2, 3. Fun! After dinner, Eve lay on the sofa, and ate fruit comfortably waiting for Emorugi to come. She didn't believe that Emorugi would not come. Sure enough, Emorugi came in at 8:10. "How about we play a game?" Although the words meant to ask for the other party's opinion, there was no action at all. As Eve said this, she jumped up from the sofa, walked back and forth in front of the 3 cages, turned around and faced Emorugi and said, "The person you want is in one of these 3 cages. One chance, if you choose the right one, I will let you take it away. How about it?" Emorugi didn't say anything. He looked at Eve for a while, then turned his head to look at the 3 cages, and finally pointed his finger at the leftmost cage. "This one." "So straightforward?" Eve jumped around Emorugi, with a smile that was innocent and malicious, making it hard to tell whether she had chosen the right one or the wrong one. "Are you sure?" Emorugi, "Sure." "Oh, what a pity." Eve sighed, pulling a corner of the black cloth with her fingers and slowly pulling it down until the black cloth was pulled down 2/3, and then she said the second half of the sentence, "You guessed it right." When she said the word, Eve's smile froze on her face, and then her expression changed drastically. How could it be? The cage was empty. Eve took 2 steps forward to check the lock of the cage, and then turned around and quickly lifted the other 2 pieces of black cloth. The boys that Lieutenant Colonel Karen sent her were in the 2 cages, but Shiryu was missing. "Is it fun?" Emorugi looked at her expressionlessly, obviously thinking she was teasing him. "No, I'm not kidding you. The auctioneer sent 3 cages in total, saying that these 2 people were sent to me by Karen, so I only saw these 2 people. I haven't opened the black cloth of this cage since it was sent. I don't know when he disappeared. Did he escape by himself?" Eve couldn't hide her emotions. She looked confused and annoyed when she spoke, and her expression didn't seem to be lying. Emorugi temporarily believed her words and analyzed. All the props of the players in this copy are invalid. The possibility of him escaping by himself is very small, etc. Emorugi looked at Eve suddenly. "You said, Lieutenant Colonel Karen?" "The other 2 little boys were sent by Lieutenant Colonel Karen." "Yes, I don't know what he was thinking. Could it be?" Eve's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked up at Emorugi. The 2 looked at each other. They thought of the same thing. "Let's go!" The 2 left in a hurry. Official live broadcast room of Mechanical Era. "Ah, that. Do you want to analyze it again?" Although your logic is fine, this is not the reason this time. It's so funny how to analyze it. Even I, who has a god's perspective, can't think of this reason. Lieutenant Colonel Karen held a private pool party at home, and was inexplicably beaten by two people who broke in. Lieutenant Colonel Karen, ? The buyer who took the photo of you also questioned him where you was? Lieutenant Colonel Karen, you took the photo yourself and asked me where I was? Do you think it makes sense? And the tone really sounds like that. Lieutenant Colonel Karen was hugging beauties and preparing to enjoy a wonderful night, and you rushed in to question him. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Karen was angry. Can't Lieutenant Colonel Karen be angry? I can be angry. So I was beaten even more miserably, ha ha ha, laughing very loudly. Lieutenant Colonel Karen, I am the biggest grudge. Where is Shiryu? Shiryu himself doesn't know. He waited for a long time in that dim room. The robots came in several times. Qing'an was taken away before him. When it was his turn, all the cages around him were emptied. Before leaving, the robot lifted the black cloth and injected him with a needle. He didn't know what the needle was. Not long after the injection, his head began to feel dizzy and his strength was gradually lost. He had opened some detoxifying items and potions in the reward blind box given by the dungeon before, but in this dungeon, all the items were gray and unusable. Shiryu remembered that he was sent to a brightly lit place, which should be the auction site. He couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. His vision was so dazzling that it seemed to be directly illuminated by the sun, and the noisy and boiling sound exploded in his ears like thunder. In the end, he seemed to be photographed by someone named Eve. After waking up, Shiryu found himself lying on a bed. The bed was very wide and large. He slept in the middle of the bed. The light around was dim, and he could only vaguely see a tall figure sitting beside the bed. Shiryu also saw a little lowly named Eve carrying a chainsaw in the Platinum Supermarket dungeon. But she was not that tall. Or was the Eve who photographed him not the Eve he knew? Shiryu found that he had recovered some strength. He supported the bed and slowly sat up. The person beside the bed heard the sound and moved and slowly turned his head. The bedside lamp was on, and the warm orange light reflected the handsome face of the man. Shiryu was stunned on the spot. It took several seconds to come back to his senses. Shinsu? Shinsu's face had no expression, and he looked at him with a very calm look. But the calmer Shinsu was, the more Shiryu felt uneasy. Shinsu's expression before entering the dungeon was still reflected in his mind. He originally thought that he would be punished by Shinsu only after finishing this dungeon, but who knew that Shinsu actually came in? Shiryu couldn't help but shrink back, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Why are you here?" Shinsu still didn't speak, stared at him for a while, and suddenly held his chin and kissed him. The kiss was fierce. It hurt Shiryu a little. Shiryu wanted to struggle, raised his hands, and then dropped them. If he was Shinsu, he would be angry too. In the end, he let Shinsu kiss him with a sense of punishment, his thin wrist bones resting on the edge of the bed, grabbing the sheets from time to time. It was unknown how long the kiss lasted before Shinsu stopped and let him go. "How did you?" Shiryu's breathing was a little fast. His slightly open lips were red and moist, tears flashed in his black eyes, and a touch of rouge appeared at the end of his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse. "Come in?" Shinsu's eyes were a little more popular, probably because he was a little angry. "I took Chiu Xiaoyuan through the dungeon in 6 hours, and got a ticket for the airborne guest." Shinsu sat back on the bed. They had just kissed for a long time. Shiryu's breath was rapid, and he looked very embarrassed, but Shinsu was calm and his breathing was not disordered. Shiryu nodded. He sat up straight, straightened his clothes, and sorted out his thoughts, ready to share the information he knew about the dungeon with Shinsu. The system has almost no introduction to this dungeon. It can only be explored by the players themselves. I was locked in a cage when I came in, and I asked an NPC who was also locked in a cage, like me, for some information about the dungeon background. "No hurry," Shinsu interrupted lightly. He pushed Shiryu back onto the bed. His movements were slow, but with an irresistible meaning. "Open the game panel, visible to me," Shinsu ordered. Shiryu was lying on the bed. He didn't understand what Shinsu was going to do, but he did it. Shinsu operated his game panel with one hand and Shiryu's game panel with the other hand, and then Shiryu saw a familiar system message pop up with a screen full of red roses. "Congratulations to you and player Shinsu for becoming the 4,546th couple in the whole server." Shinsu took off his shirt and threw it aside, pressing down with his strong body. Let's talk about this after we have maxed out our favorability. Chapter 113. Shiryu didn't know where this place was. But it should be a very safe place, because he and Shinsu had been hanging out here for a week, and no one came to disturb them. This week, Shiryu felt that he was seriously sleep-deprived. Although he was almost asleep, he was always pestered by Shinsu when he was awake. After finally falling asleep, or fainting to be more accurate, he would be woken up by Shinsu in his sleep, fed him some water and porridge, and then continued. He almost couldn't leave the bedroom. So he didn't know how big this place was. Shiryu knew that Shinsu was angry. He also understood that he had done such an excessive thing, and it was unlikely that a kiss would make Shinsu calm down, so he could be said to be indulgent of Shinsu's behavior later, but he found that his unlimited indulgence was exchanged for Shinsu's more excessive behavior. He always thought that Shinsu should calm down after today, but Shinsu's behavior the next day would tell him that Shinsu had not calmed down. After several days, he had no way to judge whether Shinsu had calmed down. For the first time, Shiryu realized that it was useless to ask for help. The system for issuing tasks seemed to be dead here. It did not urge players to explore, nor did it issue tasks, as if it did not care whether players could pass the level or not. Shiryu also tried to divert Shinsu's attention by chatting about the dungeon information, but was bullied by Shinsu and almost cried. "You dare to mention the dungeon to me?" Shinsu bit his lip. His expression was vicious, but his eyes were red. "Like a wife abandoned by her husband, you confessed to me the day before, and left me alone the next day. Do you have such an irresponsible boyfriend?" "Shiryu, I didn't abandon you, I was worried." Shiryu tried to defend himself. Shinsu interrupted. "Are you worried that you will die in the dungeon and make me a widower?" "Really?" He picked up Shiryu and held him tightly in his arms with two strong arms. In fact, Shiryu had no strength left and was supported by Shinsu's arms. His warm breath sprayed on Shiryu's ears. Shinsu gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a widower, and you still say you didn't abandon me?" Shiryu bit his lower lip and didn't say anything. The words were rough, but the truth was true. Shinsu asked him again, "Why don't you say anything?" "Keep quibbling." "Shiryu, You've already quibbled." "Who would still want to keep quibbling?" Shiryu stopped talking. He closed his eyes and leaned against Shinsu's arms, his arms weakly hooking Shinsu's neck. Shiryu spent this week in a state of confusion, and the audience in the live broadcast room was also confused, because since Shinsu started live broadcasting and parachuted into the mechanical era dungeon, Shiryu and Shinsu's live broadcast room was 24 hours a day, and they were in a state of not being able to watch for 21 hours. "Is there any content that my noble SVIP member cannot watch?" "Remove the mosaic. How much does it cost?" "You name a price." 7 days. 7 days, brothers? Isn't a mere 10,000 favorability enough? I just want to say, Shinsu, take it easy. The cows that plow the fields have time to rest. I really doubt that you will be damaged by him. All the props in this dungeon cannot be used, so can the companion props be used? I feel like Shingo is just trying to trick my wife into sleeping. I really don't know. Currently, only Jianglue has cleared this dungeon, and it's just a rumor. The dungeon he cleared was an old dungeon. They are the first batch of players to enter the dungeon after the dungeon was updated. Who knows if the updated dungeon will have more or fewer restrictions. Yu entered the dungeon alone, which is really too much. Although I am Yu's only fan, I support Shinsu in this matter. I want Yu to remember not to dare to take risks alone in the future. Well, you seem to have forgotten that the mechanical era is the dungeon with the highest mortality rate so far. They may not have a future. I think everyone doesn't need to be too pessimistic. Emorugi is also in this dungeon. If there is anyone who can clear the mechanical era besides Jianglue, it may be Emorugi. I don't know if you have noticed that the dungeons that Emorugi has entered in recent years are all those that Jianglue has entered before. Jianglue and Emorugi, one ranked first and the other ranked second on the skill list. One left the game, and the other is following the footsteps of the other. Why do I feel that Jianglue and Emorugi are a bit good? As a person who has been watching forums for many years, I will tell you a piece of gossip. Jianglue likes Emorugi. Unfortunately, Emorugi is a straight man. Yes, Emorugi had a girlfriend at that time, but she died. It is said that Jianglue killed his girlfriend out of hatred for her love. Ha ha ha, just kidding. It's all gossip, fake or fake. But one thing that is certain is that Emorugi is indeed constantly replaying the dungeon that Jianglue once entered. Emorugi should be using this method to find a way to leave the game? After all, no one knows how Jianglue left the game in the first place. Eve beat up Lieutenant Colonel Karen. Lieutenant Colonel Karen refused to admit that he had kidnapped Shiryu. Just as Eve started the chainsaw, Emorugi grabbed Eve, and then he also beat Lieutenant Colonel Karen, beating her harder than Eve, and even using some special means. Lieutenant Colonel Karen cried, and finally they believed that Shiryu's disappearance was not caused by Lieutenant Colonel Karen. The matter of them breaking into a private house and beating the owner of the private house was finally settled, with he paying a large sum of money as compensation. In the following days, the two of them secretly inquired about Shiryu's news. After no results, Eve issued a large reward, and then someone provided clues in just one day. That person not only provided a surveillance video, but also helped them investigate the information of the person who kidnapped Shiryu. This person's information has not been entered into the Empire system. It is not sure whether he is a robot or a synthetic human, but judging from his skills, his force value has at least reached the level of A-level warrior. Emorugi and Eve were silent after watching the surveillance video. The NPC did not know who this person was, and they recognized that this person was Shinsu. After the man left after giving the money, Eve leaned back on the sofa, resting her legs on the coffee table, fiddling with her red nails, and said, "It turned out that her husband came to save her. The young couple should be spending their honeymoon somewhere now. Let's not disturb them." It was not wrong to say that they were on their honeymoon. On the 10th day, Shiryu was finally able to go out for a walk. He found that they were on an island surrounded by the sea. The sea was cold and windy, and the waves were turbulent, but the island was in full bloom, with peach blossoms everywhere, orioles singing on the branches, and sheep and hares occasionally seen in the bushes. A Chinese-style manor was built in the peach blossom forest, which was where they lived. The manor is very large, and it is also full of peach blossoms. From time to time, men wearing camouflage vests shuttled in and out. They did not look like robots, because according to the information he got from Qinglong, robots can repair wounds on their bodies, and these men had scars of various sizes on their skin exposed outside the vests. There were also people guarding the entrance to the manor, but no one stopped Shiryu from going out. I don't know if Shinsu had told them, or if Shinsu was sure that Shiryu would not leave here even if he went out. Their current favorability is already 15,000. The resurrection item is indeed unlocked, but it can't be used. Although they wasted 10 days to improve their favorability, at least Shinsu's anger has subsided, and Shinsu knows more about this copy than Shiryu, such as the climate difference inside and outside the island. After the robots took over the world, the Earth no longer has 4 seasons, no day and night, and no natural phenomena such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning, but this island is an independent time and space. Created by the previous owner of the island, that is, my father. My father likes spring and peach blossoms, so the island is always spring, and peach blossoms are always everywhere. Flowers. It's spring on the island, but the sea is cold and windy, because the sea is virtual. If you go further, you will find that you can't get out at all. You need a special method to leave here. Similarly, you need a special method to get in. This is also to protect the people on the island. Shiryu was wearing a loose beige home clothes and sitting on the sofa. There was a cushion on the sofa, but he still didn't sit very comfortably. He leaned crookedly on the backrest, put 2 pillows on his back, and held a pillow in his arms. Only then did he feel more comfortable. He asked, "Are all the people on the island human?" "Not all of them are human. There are also synthetics. They are all my father's subordinates, and the descendants of my father's subordinates," Shinsu said, as he handed a stack of information to Shiryu. In the mechanical era, robots all used optical computers to spread information, but humans still prefer paper materials. As Shiryu flipped through the information, Shinsu told him, to put it simply, after robots ruled the world, most humans chose to compromise and become slaves of robots. But a small number of people are still plotting how to overthrow the rule of robots, and my father is the leader of these people. So you. Shiryu raised his head, and the red fingerprints could still be seen faintly on his white chin. The morning light was reflected in his black eyes. He blinked at Shinsu. "Young master?" Cough, cough, cough. Shinsu was drinking water, and he choked on a mouthful of water when he heard it. It's no wonder that Shiryu called him by the name in this earthy romance novel, because people outside call Shinsu that way. Is our main task to overthrow the robot rule? Shiryu's expression became serious and solemn again, as if he was not the one who was teasing people just now. While talking, Shiryu glanced at the game panel. The system did not send any messages, and the columns about the copy introduction were still full of question marks. I don't know. Shinsu spread his hands. He also opened the game panel. The interface was the same as Shiryu's. The props were all gray, and the copy introduction column was full of question marks. Shinsu said, Emorugi is also in this copy. Emorugi's friend Jian Liwa is the only one who has cleared this copy. Emorugi's entry into this copy must have something to do with Jian Liwa. Let's go and meet up with Emorugi first. He should know some information that we don't know. Chapter 114. I'm really sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Karen was beaten by Eve and Imorugi and was hospitalized. To show his sincerity, Imorugi brought a flower basket the next day and visited him in the hospital in person. His attitude was also very sincere. We made a mistake that day. I hope Lieutenant Colonel Karen won't blame us. Lieutenant Colonel Karen was wrapped in gauze, like a mummy on the bed. In fact, in the mechanical age, robots can recover from injuries by repairing data, but robots think that being injured in the hospital like humans is more ceremonial, and the process of wrapping the wound with gauze and injecting needles cannot be omitted. The flower basket was prepared by Eve. It was not filled with flowers, but flowers made of banknotes. The flower basket also played a key role in Imorugi not being kicked out when he came to visit. When Lieutenant Colonel Karen saw that the person coming was Imorugi, he was still indifferent and stared at the ceiling with his nose. But when he saw the flowers and Imorugi's flower basket, his face immediately improved a little. When he saw the check in the middle of the banknotes, he couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand wrapped in gauze like a bear's paw. Hey, it's a small matter, easy to talk about. Imorugi didn't leave after sending the flower basket, and sat down to chat with Lieutenant Colonel Karen. Lieutenant Colonel Karen was not a good person, but he knew a lot of things. Imorugi learned a very critical thing from Lieutenant Colonel Karen. It has been 54 years since the human-robot war, and the human was defeated. Although most humans have accepted being ruled by robots in these 54 years, there are still a small number of humans who have not accepted their fate. The Alliance is such an organization. They hid in a place where the Empire could not find them to recuperate and wait for a comeback. This organization is very mysterious. It is said that no one knows where their lair is so far. However, it may be that the robots think they are not a threat and are too lazy to hunt them down. Imorugi also learned that the founder of the Tongminghui was named Shen, and the current president was the son of the old president. In the evening, Imorugi went to Eve's place for dinner and told Eve the information he learned from Lieutenant Colonel Karen. In fact, robots do not need to eat. Drinking nutrient solution can maintain daily needs, but in order to be more like humans, robots also retain the human habit of 3 meals a day, including human recipes. However, due to global climate change, many vegetables cannot be grown, and vegetables and fruits have become expensive and rare foods. But there are vegetables and fruits on the table of Eve's house, the richest man in the empire, every day. There are no less than 15 dishes for breakfast, and no less than 30 dishes for dinner. The dishes are rich and beautifully presented. Imorugi was not picky about food, and he had no intention of appreciating the presentation of the dishes. He even asked the servant to bring him a pair of chopsticks because he didn't like knives and forks. He ate meat while saying, all people in the empire, whether they are robot synths or ordinary humans, must enter their identities into the empire system from birth, but Shinsu's personal information was not entered, and his identity was like an illegal household. At present, we know that this copy is a role-playing type, but it does not require the player's language and behavior to be consistent with the character setting, and the character we play has the same name as us. Imorugi's words were relatively concise, but there was a lot of information. The old president of the Tongminghui was surnamed Shen, and his son, the current president of the Tongminghui, naturally also had the surname Shen. After a pause, Imorugi looked at Eve and said slowly, he is most likely Shinsu. Eve put down her knife and fork after eating a few bites. The dishes were rich, and the presentation was exquisite, but the taste was just average. She still missed the spicy hot pot in their world. Hearing Imorugi say this, she said oh wow, and her eyes flashed with excitement. The opposing camps are exciting. She picked up the goblet and gently shook the red liquid inside. The scarlet liquid reflected her beautiful profile and red lips, and her red lips curved into an arc. Then let's go and find out about the news related to the Alliance now. No need. Imorugi shook his head, picked up the juice and drank it all, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said with certainty, they will come to us. Sure enough, the next day Shinsu contacted Imorugi with a communicator. It was planned that Shinsu had someone hack into Imorugi's communicator, and asked Imorugi to meet, and Imorugi gladly accepted the invitation. For safety reasons, they decided to meet at Eve's house. The next day, Eve dismissed the servants, and only Eve, Imorugi, Shiryu and Shinsu were left in the study. After meeting, everyone shared information with each other. The difficulty of the advanced dungeon was obvious to everyone, and no one hid it, including Eve. After sharing the information, the four fell silent. After a moment, Imorugi spoke. Sure enough, I guess right. You are the leader of the Alliance. Imorugi glanced at Shinsu. According to the information we know so far, The worldview of this world is a dispute between robots and humans, so we should be considered the opposing camp. So, Emorigi's eyes fell on Shinsu and Shiryu. Do you want to continue to cooperate? Shinsu put one arm on Shiryu's back, and the other arm was hanging down casually. He raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, what else? If it was just a simple confrontation between humans and robots, then the system should have issued the main task long ago, but the system has not responded so far. Shinsu asked Emorigi and Eve, have you ever encountered this before, where the copy introduction is full of question marks? Eve played with her newly made nails. There were golden fish swimming around in the sparkling blue ocean. It must be said that technology has changed life. In this world, even nail art is done with a sense of technology. When suddenly asked, she lazily replied, I haven't entered many high-level copies, so I haven't encountered it. Emorigi said, I haven't encountered it either, but my friend Jiang Liwa has encountered this before. He said that this kind of copy will only be displayed after the player triggers the plot. Shinsu, what if it can't be triggered? Eve answered quickly, then it will stay in the game forever. The leader of the robot, the only S level in this world, should be the biggest boss in the copy. The main quest may be related to him. You can try to contact him. Emorigi pondered for a while with a serious face, looked up, and said to Shinsu and Shiryu, your identities are sensitive. It's best not to. He paused, looked away from Shiryu, lowered his voice, and said to Shinsu, don't show up blatantly within the jurisdiction of the Empire. Eve, and I will do the contact with the leader. Shinsu nodded. He agreed with this matter. After all, it took a lot of effort for them to leave the island and come to the Empire. Shinsu noticed Emorigi's gaze again, and he tilted his head in confusion. Shinsu, Shiryu actually fell asleep. When he was a student, Shiryu was recognized as a 3-good student. He didn't fight, make trouble, or sleep in class. He was a role model in the eyes of the teacher. He was always the first in the grade. He was the study committee member who dared to sit in the first row in the class of the most strict math teacher. He actually dozed off in such a serious occasion. However, Shiryu looked really good when he dozed off. The broken hair covered his eyebrows lightly, and the fragmented light fell on his straight nose through the broken hair. The eyelashes on both sides were black, dense and long, hanging down like a small fan. He supported his side face with his left hand, and a little baby fat was squeezed out of his white and tender face. It was chubby, and made people want to poke it with their fingers. Shinsu moved closer. He wanted to see if Shiryu would drool when he fell asleep. Shiryu never dozed off in class. He really didn't know about this. Ahem, contact me when there is new progress. You have your own way to contact me. After saying this, Emorigi and Eve exchanged glances, went out quietly, and closed the door for them. The sound of the door closing finally woke Shiryu up. He opened his eyes, his black pupils were shining with water, and his eyes were still a little distracted. Shinsu took off his coat and put it on Shiryu's shoulders, tightened his collar for him, and asked, Are you sleepy? Shiryu shook his head and said in confusion, I don't know why, I always feel tired easily these days. The smile on Shinsu's face disappeared, but it was only for a moment, and he soon returned to normal. It's right to be tired. He nodded, and his arm went around his shoulders, and at the same time, he leaned over to let Shiryu lean into his arms, and said earnestly, You have rested very little these days, you should pay more attention to rest. There is a sense of pride in these words? Shiryu? ? Shiryu understood it in the next second. He wanted to rest more. Will Shinsu let him? After all, it was a public place. Shiryu pushed Shinsu away and asked him, What did you talk about? Then he noticed that there was no one across the table. Where are Emorigi and the others? After the meeting, they left. Oh! No, to be precise. Shinsu moved closer, his lips almost touching Shiryu's earlobe. They saw you fell asleep, and didn't want to disturb us. Shiryu, Don't want to disturb us what? Just tell me. Official live broadcast room of Mechanical Era, hey, they gave you the space. Then what can you do? I'm so anxious. Don't do it. You guys. It won't be available again soon. I, a noble SVIP, really don't want to live a life where I can't watch 21 hours out of 24 hours a day. Please go to my personal live broadcast room if you want to support CP, and go to the network disk if you want to mess around. This is the official live broadcast room for discussing the plot. Thank you. It feels like Shinsu is very relaxed in this dungeon, and the whole person is very relaxed. It feels like he came prepared? Of course, the 10 days when Shinsu went crazy are not counted. Shinsu said that he came in with an airborne guest ticket. Airborne guest tickets are not particularly rare. Why does it feel like Shinsu got it easily? Although the main quest is not known yet, as far as I know, you can also pass the level by killing the biggest boss in the dungeon. With this identity, Shinsu feels like he can really fight the big boss. As the bullet screen chatted about the plot, the screen went black, and a row of bright red characters jumped. This content cannot be viewed. We are seriously discussing the plot, and you are messing around? Okay, you are awesome. Chapter 115. Laughing to death. Fans can't beat the main character series. I hope Shinsu can be faster. I don't want to live a black screen for 24 hours and 21 hours a day. I just want to see my wife more. Am I asking too much? Based on the experience of the previous 10 days, Shinsu may not be able to be fast. Not long after the discussion, Shiryu and Shinsu's live broadcast room lit up again. I timidly asked how long it had just passed. Was it 10 minutes? No, 5 minutes, right? I don't know what to say. Shinsu, we hope you can be faster, but we didn't ask you to be so fast. This is a misunderstanding of Shinsu. Not only did they misunderstand him for 5 minutes, but they also misunderstood that he and Shiryu were playing tricks. They really weren't playing tricks this time. Instead, they were teleporting. As for why the live broadcast room couldn't show the process of their teleportation, it might be that teleportation was beyond the scope of what the audience in the live broadcast room could understand, or it might be that the system simply didn't want the audience to see it. Shiryu fell asleep in Shinsu's arms during the transmission. Shinsu carried him into the house, closed the door, turned on the light, and then gently put him on the big bed where they had been together for 10 days, covered him with a quilt, and tucked in the corners of the quilt. Shiryu did not wake up during the whole process. His soft hair fell on the snow-white pillow, and his black hair made his skin look even whiter. The broken hair on his forehead slightly covered his beautiful eyebrows. His eyelids were gently closed, and his dark eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow under his eyes. I don't know if it's because he slept more during this period, or he was kissed more. His lips seemed to be a little redder than usual. The environment has changed, so they were teleporting just now? I said, Shinsu, how could it be 5 minutes? Big bed, hee. Shinsu is waiting for his wife to wake up. What are you waiting for? Don't you know how to wake someone up? I teach you. Pull open the quilt, get in from the end of the bed. I don't need to teach you later. The live broadcast room was driving fast. Shinsu sat on the bed and looked at the person on the bed, with no expression on his face. The voice before entering the dungeon echoed in his mind. His physique is different from other players. Ordinary humans cannot survive for a long time in the high-dimensional world. At first, he will feel tired, followed by drowsiness, and gradually his organs will begin to fail. But he himself will not know, because his pain is blocked. There will be no change in his appearance, and his face will still be ruddy, but you know he is gradually dying. You only have 1 month. Shinsu gently touched Shiryu's eyebrows in his sleep, then got up and left the bedroom, walking straight to the basement. After passing through a long dark corridor, Shinsu came to the last room. There are many rooms here, but only this room has a black and heavy iron door that can't let any light in. The door lock requires fingerprint and iris double verification to open. Only Shinsu can enter this island. The iron door opened silently inwards. The light inside was brighter than the corridor, but darker than a normal room. In the middle of the room was a rectangular transparent glass cabin with a faint blue light. The glass cabin was connected to various tubes, and the other end of the tubes was connected to instruments and display screens. The glass cabin is intelligent. It senses someone approaching, and the door automatically opens upwards. Shinsu takes off his shirt and lies inside. The restraints automatically extend to tie up his limbs and waist. Several tubes in the cabin also pierce his arm blood vessels, and a few lines of text pop up on the display at the head of the cabin. Enhancement mode timed. Enhancement time, 75 minutes. Enhancement value, 2% to 6%. Enhancement starts. Shinsu lies in the transparent glass cabin with his eyes closed. As the instrument starts to operate, red blood is drawn out and blue liquid is injected. Shinsu frowns in pain, sweat begins to seep from his forehead, and his complexion and lips gradually turn pale. After several cycles, large drops of sweat flow down his forehead, and veins on his forehead and arms bulge. He struggles violently, but the restraints hold him tightly. No matter how painful he is, the instrument will not stop working until the countdown ends. The instrument stopped working, the hatch opened, and Shinsu sat out from the cabin. He was soaked with sweat, his lips and face were as white as paper. He put on a bathrobe and looked at the instrument. Enhancement ended. This enhancement, 2%. Enhancement progress. 68% Shinsu frowned. At the beginning, each enhancement could be enhanced to the maximum value of 6%, but as the total intensity of the enhancement increased, the value of each enhancement became lower and lower. The voice's words rang in my ears again. The Alliance has a group of elite soldiers, but they can't fight against robots head-on. Even if they train for another 100 years, they can't fight. At most, they can play an auxiliary role. The body I gave you is not a robot, nor a simple human, but a synthetic human, but not an ordinary synthetic human. You are the only synthetic human with S-level combat power in this worldview. Of course, except for yourself, everyone thinks you are an ordinary human. Therefore, in this world, only you can fight against the robot leader. Strengthen you 100%. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know what Shinsu was thinking. They could only see Shinsu's behavior, and saw Shinsu lying back in the glass cabin. Although the instrument is intelligent, it has no emotions. No matter how painful Shinsu was, it repeated the process just now. Barrage, what is this? Strengthening? Ordinary people can't strengthen, right? Is there another secret about Shinsu's identity? I suddenly understand the necessity of the existence of the character Shinsu. Let me guess, strengthening to 100% can face the boss head-on. The plot is getting exciting. But Shinsu looked very painful during the strengthening process. He was drawn blood through a tube and transfused with some strange blue liquid. Moreover, he has been strengthened to 68%, which means that he has experienced this kind of pain many times without us knowing. The movies we have seen tell us that if we want to become a hero who can fight against the ultimate boss, we always have to pay some pain that ordinary people can't bear. After strengthening, Shinsu weakly climbed out of the glass cabin. He first took a shower in the bathroom in the next room, and then slowly returned to the ground. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard the voices of Shiryu and the patrol guard. The young master went to deal with something. What is it? I don't know. This is the young master's private matter. It's not convenient for us to ask. Shinsu took a step back, moved his hands away from the wall, straightened his collar, buttoned his shirt one by one, and straightened his body. After thinking for 2 seconds, he opened his personal panel and clicked a few times. When he walked out of the stairs again, he was full of energy. The guard's face lit up. The young master is back. Shiryu followed the guard's gaze. When he saw the intact Shinsu appear in front of him, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward and smiled at Shinsu, saying, I didn't see you when I woke up just now. I was a little worried. In fact, Shiryu had a nightmare. He dreamed that they had cleared the mechanical era dungeon, and the exit channel appeared in front of him. He was about to step in, but he turned around and didn't see Shinsu. Then he watched Shinsu being assimilated into the dungeon NPC little by little, and stayed in the dungeon forever. So he was so flustered when he woke up, and couldn't see Shinsu. Before he finished speaking, Shiryu was picked up by Shinsu. Shiryu exclaimed, and then his earlobe felt hot. Shinsu whispered in his ear, next time, no matter how worried you are, remember to wear shoes. Shiryu saw that his 2 feet hanging in the air were indeed not wearing slippers. He lowered his eyelids, and his earlobe was a little red. Therefore, he did not notice that although Shinsu's tone was as frivolous as usual, his face did not show any sign of relaxation. Barrage, I slowly typed a question mark. Where is the man who just staggered and had to hold on to the wall to move step by step when going up the stairs? Oh, after all, he can't appear weak in front of his wife. He even manually adjusted his own data just now to make his face look less ugly. A man who has been strong all his life. Chapter 116. Shinsu carried Shiryu to the sofa, returned to the bedroom and brought the plush slippers for Shiryu to wear, but soon Shinsu took them off again, and then the live broadcast room became unwatchable again. The audience has gotten used to it. Okay, I'm going to sleep and come back to catch up. Remember to sleep less. It shouldn't take 10 or 8 hours this time. After all, Shinsu just came back from the basement. That's hard to say. Don't forget that Shinsu has repaired his own data. From Emo-Dashin's live broadcast room, Emo-Dashin has drawn up 3 plans, and the first one has been implemented without any results. I heard that they are teammates, and I want to see the progress here. What's going on with these 2 anchors' live broadcast rooms? These 2 anchors are a couple, and now of course they are doing what couples do. Thank you, I came to watch the plot. I don't want to eat dog food. I have honestly begged for forgiveness. Yes, the 2 anchors are on their honeymoon. If you want to watch sweet love, you can stay here. If you want to watch the plot, you can go to Emo-Dashin's place. If you want to watch fighting, go to Eve's place. The island exists in an independent time and space. The Empire has not been able to find any traces for many years. There is plenty of sunshine, water, and supplies on the island. The task of contacting the robot leader was given to Imorugi and Eve. All Shiryu and Shinsu had to do was wait for news. During this period, they really lived like a honeymoon. But it was just an appearance. Because every night after Shiryu fell asleep, Shinsu would go to the basement and come back before Shiryu woke up the next day. Shiryu's body was getting more and more tired day by day, and his sleep time was getting longer and longer. Shiryu was also surprised at this time. After he told Shinsu about this doubt, Shinsu thought for a while with a serious face. You know that ordinary humans in this dungeon can reproduce. My mother said that she was also very sleepy when she was pregnant with me. Could it be? Shinsu said as he touched Shiryu's flat belly, and then was kicked away by Shiryu. Get lost. Shinsu was kicked and lay on the sofa laughing. Shiryu threw another pillow at him. Shinsu raised his hands in surrender. Just kidding. Even if the dungeon setting allows it, we are not people in the dungeon, and it is impossible for us to stay in the dungeon for such a long time. It must not be. How could it be possible? Right? Shiryu frowned and thought for a while, then said to Shinsu, I will go to bed before 12 o'clock tonight. Shinsu, okay. Shiryu, in order to ensure my energy for the next day, I will go to bed before 12 o'clock every night in the future. Shinsu hesitated. He didn't seem to want to agree, but seeing Shiryu's serious expression, he finally nodded reluctantly. Okay, I try my best. Shiryu thought that he was sleepy the next day because he went to bed too late the day before. He didn't realize that Shinsu's needs during this period were actually not as excessive as before. Shiryu woke up once in the middle of the night. During the time he entered the dungeon and stayed on the island with Shinsu, Shiryu had not woken up in the middle of the night for a long time. Probably because Shinsu was not at home during the day, and Shinsu did not ask him for sleep when he came back at night. The two of them went to bed before 10 o'clock, maybe because he went to bed too early today. After waking up, Shiryu turned over inertia, but did not fall into Shinsu's arms as usual. There was nothing beside him, even the quilt was cold. His brain, which was still a little sleepy, suddenly became awake. Just when he was about to get up to look for someone, he heard the sound of the door lock opening. It was Shinsu who came back. Shiryu closed his eyes, then squinted a little, and looked at the door. Shinsu went to the bathroom. Why did he come back from outside? And he walked very slowly, and he even held the door frame when he entered the door, as if he was seriously injured. Shiryu was a little worried, and was about to ask, when the man who was staggering just now suddenly stood up straight and strode to the bathroom, looking energetic, and the staggering just now seemed to be fake. The light in the bathroom was on, and Shinsu was taking a shower. The bathroom and bedroom were soundproofed, so Shiryu couldn't hear any sound. Soon Shinsu came out after taking a shower, and his hair was blown dry. He lifted the quilt, and came up to hug Shiryu in his arms. In the familiar embrace, Shiryu soon fell asleep due to sleepiness. After waking up, Shiryu felt that Shinsu was a little strange that night. Therefore, Shiryu refused Shinsu's request to go to bed early for several nights, so that he would wake up in the middle of the night. For several consecutive nights, Shinsu would get up at 1 or 2 in the morning, and come back at 3 or 4. The next day, Shinsu was still in very good spirits, and it was impossible to tell that he was fooling around in the middle of the night. That night, after Shinsu went out in the middle of the night, Shiryu also got up and secretly followed him out. He saw Shinsu walking straight to the basement. Although he had lived on the island for half a month, Shiryu had not been to the basement yet. He only knew that it was where the important documents of the Tongminghui were stored. The corridor was narrow, and it was not easy to hide, so Shiryu followed far away. Fortunately, the light was dim, and Shinsu probably didn't notice him. He walked straight to the second to last room at the end of the corridor, and pushed the door open. Shiryu followed him. The iron door was not completely closed, and there was a crack, but it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen clearly, but Shinsu did enter this door. Shiryu pushed the door open. Don't move. He was held in the arms by a strong force, his back hit against a broad chest, a warm big hand covered his eyes, and Shinsu's low voice sounded in his ears. I will count 1, 2, 3, and you can open your eyes. 1, 2. With his sight deprived, other senses became clear. The warm breath exhaled by Shinsu when he spoke was in his ears, and Shiryu could even feel the rise and fall of Shinsu's chest when he spoke. 3. Open your eyes. Shinsu took his hand away. Shiryu opened his eyes, and what came into view was a room full of sparkles. The room was full of fireflies, but not ordinary fireflies, but mechanical fireflies, which could control the color of their light. The room was decorated very warmly, with ribbon balloons on the graffiti wall, flowers on the snow-white cashmere carpet, and the fireflies also emitting a warm yellow light. On the low table in the middle was a cream cake with happy birthday written on it. Shiryu then remembered that today was his birthday. Although it was in the game, it was true. Happy birthday. Shinsu's smile looked very beautiful under the warm light of fireflies. He took out a jewelry box from somewhere and opened it. There was a silver necklace inside. The chain was ordinary, but the pendant was a perfectly cut diamond-shaped gemstone. The color was very pure Klein blue. My subordinates bought it at the auction a few days ago. It looks pretty, and I think it suits you. Although the plan was to give you a surprise during the candlelight dinner, since you found out, let's make the surprise happen in advance. Shinsu took out the necklace and put it on Shiryu, then leaned against the wall with one arm folded and the other hand on his chin, looking left and right, and finally commented, "It really suits you." Shiryu had not recovered from the shock. He thought Shinsu was doing something shameful or something extraordinary every night, but this is it. You this? Shiryu didn't know what to say for a moment. Shinsu explained, although it is the time in the dungeon, this birthday cannot be missed. Shiryu nodded. He could understand, but what he couldn't understand was, I mean, have you come here to decorate every night these days? Although I understand your desire to surprise me, can't you just let someone else do such a small thing? Shinsu crossed his arms and said condescendingly, can a man who lets others do his wife's birthday surprise? Shiryu, Well, he had nothing to say. The audience in the live broadcast room was no less confused than Shiryu. This? Is it such a coincidence? Shiryu's birthday is today? The island exists in an independent time and space, the weather here can be set, and the time, well, can also be set naturally. So Shinsu knew that Yu had discovered him long ago, and he knew that Yu would follow him one day, so he prepared such a room in advance. Although, Shinsu did not ask anyone else to do it. Every flower, grass, and firefly in this room were arranged by him personally after he tricked Yu into sleeping and strengthened himself in the strengthening cabin. Yes, he deceived Yu, but he was very sincere. Ha ha, I laughed to death. A master of time management. Chapter 117. Since meeting Shinsu and Shiryu, Imorugi has not come to play with Eve. Eve was bored at home alone, so she went out to do good deeds. Although Lieutenant Colonel Karen sent her 2 boys to relieve her boredom, she was not interested in these slender men who were more beautiful than women, and it was still interesting to go out to do good deeds. The scope of her good deeds was very wide. Neighbors had a conflict over a chicken. Cats in this family bullied dogs in that family. Helping an old man to cross the road was blackmailed. College students were cheated in starting a business, and the 18-year-old girlfriend who fell in love online became a 60-year-old grandfather in seconds. It doesn't matter. Eve will take action. For minor quarrels, after Eve's kind words of persuasion, they often develop from verbal to physical, and when encountering more serious fights, Eve will also take action to persuade, and the result is that only one party was slightly injured, but Eve persuaded both parties to be seriously injured. The laws of the Empire have many restrictions on humans and synthetics, but almost no restrictions on robots. The Empire does not care about disputes between robots, and lets them resolve them privately. However, Eve's money ability can be said to be the best except for the National Treasury. In addition, his status as an A-level soldier and his rank of colonel make these things nothing. Gradually, Eve's reputation spread. Some people who could not reach an agreement because of a traffic accident, when they heard that Eve was nearby, they quickly paid compensation and ran away. When there was a conflict between neighbors, they quickly shook hands and made peace when they heard that Eve was on the way. Did it lead to a temporary improvement in the security of the Empire? This naturally attracted the attention of the head of the Empire, and Eve was summoned to the Dessa Palace for an audience. The Dessa Palace is where the leader lives and works, located in the city center. No matter where you are in the city, you can see a majestic and magnificent white spire palace that rises into the sky. It is suspended in the air, like a mirage, but it is real. You can touch its walls with your hands when you get close. But ordinary people can't get in, because there are high walls on all sides. It seems that there is no door at all, or the door is hidden by magic. Only when the guards inside solve the hidden magic will the door appear. On the morning of the meeting with the leader, Imorugi appeared at the door of Eve's house. Eve took her foot back from the steps. She was wearing a white colonel uniform with a row of badges on her shoulders and long curly light blonde hair. She leaned against the pillar in front of the door, playing with a strand of hair on the side of her face with her fingers, and said casually, "No one comes to visit you for no reason." Emorugi was also wearing formal clothes today. He didn't like to beat around the bush and said directly, "I go with you." Eve looked away from her hair and looked down at Emorugi. "How do you know where I'm going?" It's called looking down. But in fact, Emorugi was still taller than her when he stood at the bottom of the steps. Emorugi replied, "The news that the leader wants to summon you has spread." Eve was speechless. "Has anyone told you that sometimes speaking too directly will lose a lot of fun?" Emorugi answered honestly, "No, you are the first one." Eve lost interest in teasing. She was going to call Emorugi to come with her even if Emorugi didn't come. The two of them arrived at the gate of Dessa Palace in a flying vehicle. The original high wall in front of them slowly took on the appearance of two gates. Then the gates opened to let their flying vehicle in, and then the gates closed again. After entering the palace gate, they were not allowed to take flying vehicles, so they walked down. Inside the wall was an empty street filled with fog that had not dissipated for years, and the sky and the ground were all white. The palace guards led them for about 10 minutes and arrived at the palace where the leader lived. The leader summoned Eve alone, so after entering the hall, Eve was taken to the inner hall by the palace guards, and Emorugi waited in the hall. Like the street, the hall was also empty, not even guards, and it was also filled with white fog, and the surrounding railings were swallowed by the fog. Emorugi observed for a while without a sound. There were even few furniture in the hall, which looked a bit shabby. I didn't expect the leader to be so frugal. There didn't seem to be any useful clues here, and the surroundings were too white. Emorugi was worried that he would get snow blindness if he looked at it for a long time, so he found a chair to sit down and close his eyes to rest. "Lieutenant Colonel Emo, the leader wants to see you. Please follow me." A voice sounded in front of him. Emorugi opened his eyes and saw a palace guard standing in front of him, speaking in a serious tone. He had good hearing. But he didn't hear any footsteps just now. This only meant that although the hall seemed empty, there were actually people in the dark. He was somewhat glad that he didn't rummage through the boxes and cabinets just now. However, why did the leader want to see him? Wasn't the leader summoning Eve? Emorugi followed the guard through the long corridor with doubts and came to a palace. The palace was white, and the inside was still white. All the decorations and furniture were white. There was a white curtain hanging in the middle, and a sitting figure could be vaguely seen behind the curtain. It was a man. His profile was reflected on the curtain. A straight nose, a beautiful jawline, slightly open lips, and as he blinked, long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings were reflected on the white curtain. "Are you here?" The man's voice sounded, and Emorugi realized that he had been staring at a shadow for a long time. The leader did not use his real voice, but an electronic voice. Robots are proud of being completely like humans, so everyone likes to set a nice voice for themselves. Probably only the leader still uses the original electronic voice. Emorugi saluted and said, "I wonder what the leader wants to see me about." The person behind the curtain made a gesture, and a guard came over with a box and opened it in front of him. Inside was a bead emitting a faint blue light. Emorugi didn't know what it was, and didn't dare to ask. As if to answer his doubts, the leader's emotionless electronic voice came from above. "You did a good job this time. This is your reward." Emorugi? He didn't do anything. It was probably the Emorugi before he entered the dungeon. Who did it? Emorugi took the thing and thanked him. "Thank you, leader. This is what I should do." Although he didn't know what he should do, the leader gave rewards, the subordinates accepted them, thanked him, and the meeting was almost over here, but he finally met the leader. He couldn't come in vain. He had to find a topic, but what topic? Emorugi's brain short-circuited for a while. Of course, the reward is more than that. At this time, the leader's voice sounded again. His speech was slow, and it was obviously an emotionless electronic sound, but it seemed to be endowed with emotions. "You can also make me a wish." Emorugi raised his head suddenly. The beautiful profile was still on the curtain. This was a good opportunity. He could get some information from the leader. Many questions flashed through his mind at once, and each question could euphemistically get some clues he wanted to know. However, he seemed to be possessed by a demon, and the question he finally asked was, "I want to see your face, can I?" It is said that few people have seen the true face of the leader. Except for the leader's close guards, probably only those with the highest official titles have seen it. Emorugi, a lieutenant colonel, was naturally not qualified, and the palace was dead silent after he said this. After a long time, Emorugi coughed twice, and tried to smooth things over for himself. "I overstepped my bounds, sorry." Before he finished speaking, a pale hand lifted the curtain and walked out. The man was very tall, with a slender and well-proportioned figure. He wore a white embroidered cord shirt on his upper body, and a pair of slim, high-waisted suit pants on his lower body. The shirt was tucked into the belt, and his good figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist was clearly visible. Both his appearance and behavior perfectly met the human aesthetic of a handsome man. Mo-Rugi was stunned on the spot. Because this man had a face exactly like Jiang Luwe. Silver white short hair, snow white skin, beautiful and delicate facial features with clear contours, not feminine at all. The only difference was that Jiang Luwe had rich expressions, while the man in front of him had no expression on his face, like a perfect statue. Mo-Rugi was stunned for a long time. Until the leader walked in front of him. I don't have a fixed appearance. The face you see is actually what you imagine me to look like. As soon as this sentence came out, Mo-Rugi was silent. Think about it, he was still live streaming. Mo-Rugi didn't want to say a word. Mo-Rugi's live broadcast room, oh my Jiang Luwe. I got candy unexpectedly. It's the new year. It's the new year. My long-dead CP is giving me candy. Even though there are glass shards in this candy, I swallowed it. So Mo-Rugi doesn't look very straight? Chapter 118. Mo-Rugi's live broadcast room fell into an unprecedented carnival, and then amid the cheers of New Year's Day from the CP party, some plot fans raised soul-searching questions. Do you really believe what the leader said? Do you really think the leader's appearance was imagined by Mo-Rugi? This question was met with a lot of scolding. This plot party spoke for himself. Doesn't anyone think that the leader is Jiang Luwe himself? Haven't you ever thought that he said this to Mo-Rugi on purpose? Oh my god, you plot party members are the ones who like this. I've seen people with big imaginations, but I've never seen such big imaginations. Although it's good to see, this is too outrageous. At first, no one took the plot party's words seriously, until the fans who went to Eve's live broadcast room to watch the leader came back to Mo-Rugi's live broadcast room and gave feedback. The leader of the old version of Mechanical Era was so mysterious that only his name appeared from beginning to end. I heard that the leader would appear in the updated version. I squatted in Eve's live broadcast room early in the morning to see the leader, but the leader was still so mysterious that I didn't even see his shadow. The father-in-law gave Eve a banner and read a long speech of praise. I give up. Eve doesn't have many positive faces. She only has the positive faces of the palace steward. Who the hell wants to see this? Wait. You saw the leader in Mo-Dashin's live broadcast room? The leader called Eve, and it turned out to be Mo-Rugi? As soon as this sentence came out, both the CP party and the plot party were silent. During the discussion in the live broadcast room, Mo-Rugi also left the palace and joined Eve. Let's go. The two walked out side by side. Eve looked up at Mo-Rugi, then looked at him again, and then looked at him again. Mo-Rugi had no intention of asking. Eve took the initiative to speak. After I went in, they gave me a banner, and then the palace steward read a 20-minute praise to me. I was so sleepy that he didn't finish speaking, and I was convinced. Mo-Rugi didn't speak, his eyes fixed on the front, and strode forward. After walking for a while, he found that he didn't catch up and stopped to wait for Eve. Eve walked up and said dissatisfiedly, "Did you hear what I just said?" Mo-Rugi nodded. "Yes, you said that the palace steward gave you a banner." Eve's face looked better, and the two continued to walk side by side. This time Mo-Rugi slowed down a little, and Eve was able to keep up. Eve continued, "I didn't see the leader, so today's trip was in vain. But it seems that it is really difficult to see the leader. There is no war now, and there is no major event that does not require court meetings. The eunuch said that the leader probably summons people once or twice a year. By the way, you just went. Where is it?" After Mo-Rugi's live broadcast room fell silent, the discussion became more intense, but as soon as Eve said this, the live broadcast room fell into a strange silence again. After a few seconds, the barrage of comments continued to appear. "Mo-Rugi, you may not believe it, I just went to see the leader. Ha ha ha, too funny, I suddenly feel sorry for Eve, what should I do?" Of course, Mo-Rugi didn't dare to say that. He was silent for a while, and said, "The bathroom." Late at night, in the basement of the island, the instrument flashed twice, the blue light went out, the hatch opened, and Shinsu sat up from the transparent glass cabin. A message popped up on the display screen beside him. Enhancement failed. This enhancement, 0%. Enhancement progress. 89%. Shinsu's skin was cold and pale. The pale light in the basement shone on his face, making him look even paler. There were tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. The veins on his arms were bulging when he rolled up a part of his sleeves. He glanced at the display screen and lay back down, pressing the start button. Enhancement failed. Enhancement failed. Enhancement ended. This enhancement, 1%. Enhancement progress. 90% after several failed enhancements, the enhancement progress was finally pushed to 90%. Continuous high-intensity enhancements left Shinsu without the strength to heal himself. He lay in the glass cabin for a long time before slowly sitting up with the handrail. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and he was wet as if he had just climbed out of the water. His lips and face were as pale as before. After a while, he lay back down. Before his finger touched the start button again, a voice sounded behind him. "What are you doing?" The person who should have been sleeping was standing at the door at this moment. Shinsu, lying in the glass cabin, was completely frozen. Repeated high-intensity enhancement made his body weak, and his 5 senses weakened. He didn't know when the door of the basement opened, or when Shiryu came in. "You said you came to the basement every night to prepare a birthday surprise for me, but actually..." Shiryu walked toward Shinsu step by step. What he said was not a question but a statement. "You come here every night to strengthen, right? When did you know?" Shinsu slowly sat up with the help of the bulkhead, and his pale lips moved. He did not look back. Shiryu had already walked in front of him, glanced at him, and then his eyes fell on the display screen, saying, "It has not been long since I knew it. It was just a guess. But tonight the system suddenly updated the main task." Shiryu stopped talking here. Shinsu slowly looked up. What main task? Shiryu sat down on the chair next to him, and opened the game panel for him to see. Game copy, mechanical era. Game time, unlimited. Game background introduction. It has been 54 years since the first war between robots and humans. During this period, robots have become the masters and humans have become slaves, but humans have never forgotten to revive. They are recuperating, and the human god of war is about to be born, and the second war between robots and humans is about to start. Clearance condition, alive. Shinsu's eyes fell on the 2 words alive. After a long time, he spoke, "My main quest has also been updated. Except for the last one, the others are the same as yours. You also feel a little strange, right?" Shiryu said, "An epic difficult dungeon, the ultimate quest is probably to defeat the ultimate boss, but my clearance condition is to be alive. So, what kind of dungeon will use being alive as a clearance condition?" Shinsu was silent, and Shiryu continued, "It's either a novice entry-level dungeon, or a dungeon where you can die at any time and anywhere." Shiryu leaned back on the chair. He looked relaxed, but also very tired. "In fact, it's not that I didn't notice the difference. I found out that something was wrong a long time ago, but I couldn't find the reason. I could attribute it to being too tired at night before, but you haven't made me so tired recently. I still get sleepy easily, even more sleepy than before. The reason why this copy has no time limit is because it consumes my lifespan. If I don't pass it quickly, I may die. You should have known it a long time ago." He looked at Shinsu. "Because you are the god of war of mankind, because only when you are strengthened to 100% can you deal with the leader, so you will fight so hard." Shinsu looked at him. "Shiryu said seriously, I don't mean to blame you, I just worry about your body. For ordinary people, strengthening once a day is the limit. How many times have you strengthened today?" Shinsu didn't speak. Shiryu said earnestly, "Haste makes waste. And you shouldn't have kept this from me, you should have told me, we should think about it together." The words were interrupted because his collar was grabbed. Shiryu was pulled into the glass cabin and fell on Shinsu. His neck was held, and Shinsu kissed him. The kiss was quick, strong, and aggressive at first, but gradually became gentle and slow. Finally, Shinsu touched him lightly and stopped, but still held Shiryu in his arms. "I understand what you said, but I can't stand the thought that you might die. I'm fine. I won't die if you do it a few more times, but you will die. Will you not die if you do it a few more times?" Shiryu's hanging hand turned to an unknown direction, and Shinsu frowned and said him. But soon Shinsu recovered his expression and said calmly, "Yes, I can still make you die and come back to life." Although his face was pale, he didn't miss a word of dirty talk. "Shiryu, The live broadcast rooms of both of them were very lively. I was watching the plot carefully. Why did it suddenly go on the highway? If I didn't look at the picture and only listen to the sound, I would have thought you were doing something. Ha! By the way, what are the conditions for Shinsu to clear the level? How come I don't know when his taskbar was updated? I followed Shinsu's live broadcast throughout the whole process, but I didn't seem to see the part where his task was updated. Did he deliberately not show it to us? Or is he actually lying?" The audience was chatting when the live broadcast room went dark. Both of their live broadcast rooms went dark at the same time. Chapter 119. The live broadcast room was full of question marks. Everyone knew that the system did not allow viewers to watch content that was not suitable for children. The sudden black screen quickly made everyone realize what was happening. It was okay, they were used to it. They soon started talking about other topics. Basement. In the dim room, Shiryu half knelt on Shinsu. His coat had long disappeared, a corner of his shirt was pulled out, and a hand reached in from under the hem. Shiryu was unbuttoning Shinsu's shirt. Halfway through, he noticed that the live broadcast room had gone black, so he stopped and asked Shinsu, "What are your conditions for passing the level?" Shinsu's hand was still under his shirt, but Shiryu's eyes were not filled with lust. His black eyes were clear and rational. He continued to ask, "How much damage does strengthening cause to your body? Is there no other way besides this? Also, how did you get into this dungeon? Don't tell me about airborne guest tickets. I want to hear the truth. You asked so many questions at once." Shinsu lazily leaned against the wall, one hand on the armrest, one hand holding Shiryu's waist. His tone was also slow, with his usual nonsensical tone. "Which one should I answer first?" Shiryu knocked Shinsu's hand away, looked at him expressionlessly, and said, "Answer them one by one." Shinsu originally had a careless smile on his lips, but he suddenly glanced to the side. His eyes were stern. Shiryu only felt his neck tighten, and he was pressed into Shinsu's arms. But Shinsu did not kiss him, but just pressed his face to his neck, and let him go after a few seconds. Shiryu wanted to move away, but he pushed him back again. He whispered in Shiryu's ear, "Don't be too far away from me, the live broadcast room will open again later." Shiryu did not move, and even changed from a half-kneeling position to sitting on Shinsu, leaning forward, and kissing Shinsu's cheek, whispering, "You can answer now." Shinsu also whispered, "Your words made me wilt all of a sudden." "Shiryu, Let's talk about business, don't waste time." Shiryu felt that Shinsu seemed to be evasive, but he couldn't find evidence, so he asked again, "What are your conditions for passing the level?" "Kill the leader." This time Shinsu didn't do anything weird, and answered honestly. "What else?" "Nothing else, just these 4 words." The second question. Shiryu was kissed on the back of his head, and he felt dizzy. Shinsu stopped, wiped the water from the corner of his lips with his arm, and said with a serious expression, "The live broadcast room just opened again, luckily I was quick." "Shiryu, Shiryu's face was a little hot, but he also knew that Shinsu was not lying. He looked up and looked around. There was nothing here except this transparent cabin and the supporting instruments. There was nothing that could cover the two of them completely. It seems that the system has been upgraded in this aspect. It is more sensitive than before. Fake moves may not be able to fool." Shinsu suddenly stopped talking because Shiryu untied his belt. "Fake moves can't fool the system. Then we can only do something real." What happens next is not something Shinsu can control. In the next few hours, Shinsu wanted to get up and turn over to press Shiryu under him, but because his body was still weak after being strengthened many times, he lost to Shiryu repeatedly in the contest of strength, and finally could only stay under Shiryu. Today, Shiryu was very bad. Especially bad. He held Shinsu's shoulders, and felt Shinsu's breathing gradually quickened. He stopped and asked, "How much damage does strengthening do to the body? How did you get in? Tell me the truth." Shinsu didn't say anything. He sat slumped in the glass cabin motionless, with only a pair of light-colored eyes, with a little grievance looking over, as if he was bullied. Shiryu was silent for a while, and then continued. After a few times, Lu Xiaohui couldn't stand it. Shinsu grabbed Shiryu's waist to prevent him from moving, and couldn't help laughing. "Is this torture?" "It is torture." Shiryu answered seriously, "But it's not torture." Shinsu smiled even more brightly. "I think it is." Shiryu was sure that Shinsu just didn't want to say it. And this man was a rogue and no one could do anything to him. Shiryu was too lazy to torture and said in a self-destructive way, "If you don't say it, I won't like you anymore." Shinsu's eyes were stern, but soon a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He said in a lazy tone, "You talk like a kindergarten kid." Shiryu ignored him, and tried to get up by supporting himself on the wall. His wrists were grabbed and pulled, and Shiryu fell back heavily again. This time, tears were forced out, woo! And this was just the beginning. Shinsu grabbed his wrists, and turned them behind his back. Shinsu straightened up, and his mental state was completely different from before. Shiryu was surprised. "Why are you?" Strengthening does not actually cause much harm to the body, but it does have a certain impact. That is, the body will be extremely weak within 2 hours after the strengthening ends, but... Shinsu smiled at him. "I can repair my body by myself." Meaning that he had just repaired his body by himself. Shiryu bit his lips tightly, the corners of his eyes were a little red, and he stared at Shinsu with watery eyes. Shinsu glanced at him, kissed him, and continued, "Other ways?" At present, there are none, because my clearance conditions only gave me those 4 words. How did I get into this copy? I did use an airborne guest ticket to get in, but the way was not obtained from other copies. I bought it at a high price. Shinsu answered slowly, one by one, but his actions were cruel and direct, and sure you couldn't even say a complete sentence. The atmosphere was completely different from the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room with a black screen, everyone was seriously discussing the plot. I still think there must be some connection between the leader and Jiang Luwe. Be bold, Jimei. I bet the leader is Jiang Luwe. Although this guess is outrageous, it is not impossible. The statement that Jiang Luwe left the game was originally a one-sided statement of the system. The system can also change his identity and send him to work somewhere else, right? And it is strange that the leader summoned Mo-Dashin alone, but it makes sense that Jiang Luwe summoned Mo-Dashin alone. Oh my god, it's happening again! Just as everyone was seriously discussing the plot, Shiryu and Shinsu's live broadcast rooms were opened at the same time. The barrage on both sides was a strange silence, and then all of them said, "Shinsu, you beast. Is Mayu still alive? Shinsu, how long have you been hungry? Don't you eat every day? Still not enough? Although I like to hear it, this is too. Forget it, I can't criticize it. It has to be criticized by Shinsu's fans. Shinsu's fans can't criticize it either. It has to be criticized by you herself. It's okay, Yu has already criticized it. Big socks, you? Although the words are not rough, but your words are too rough. It was already the afternoon of the next day when Shiryu woke up. The light of the setting sun shone in from the window glass and fell on his face. He raised his hand to block the sun. He felt extremely uncomfortable with the movement. They had been doing it quite frequently during this period, but it was rarely so intense. He was no longer conscious afterwards. Half of what Shinsu said went into his ears, and the other half didn't. He tried to recall it, and remembered some of it intermittently. Shinsu brought in porridge, helped him sit up, and fed him spoonful by spoonful. After he ate, he helped him lie down again and said to him, "You should have a good rest today." Emorugi sent a message saying that there is new progress. "I will go to meet him today." "I will go too." Shiryu struggled to get up. Then he found that he couldn't get up. Shinsu wanted to laugh, but he held it back. "So, don't flirt next time." Shinsu used a face full of affection to cover up the corners of his lips that were trying to rise crazily. He squatted down, touched Shiryu's face, and kissed her again. "You know that your husband can't stand your flirting?" Shiryu, Chapter 120. Shiryu did not refute, and accepted Shinsu's impropriety, allowing Shinsu to kiss him. Because he had just woken up, his cheeks were red, and his black eyes were a little wet and blurry. But after Shinsu left, the blur in his eyes disappeared completely. He got up and got dressed. All his movements were natural and smooth, and he didn't look like he couldn't get up just now. Shinsu looked very relaxed. No, it should be said that he acted very relaxed, as if everything was under control, but the truth couldn't be so relaxed. If it was really so relaxed, he wouldn't have been here every night to strengthen behind his back. Shinsu hid something from him. He knew that there was no malice in this, and it was for his own good. Shinsu didn't want to say it, and he didn't force it. After washing up, Shiryu opened the game panel, and a red life bar popped up in the upper right corner. Player life value, 30. Life value is 0, game over. His health is still dropping. Last night, his health was 33. It is estimated that he loses a little every 2 hours. At this rate, he has less than 3 days left. And Shinsu is working so hard to strengthen himself. It is likely that he has learned about his life in other ways. Shiryu is not a person who sits and waits for death. There are 2 ways to pass the game. The first is to defeat the ultimate boss, and the second is the collapse of the copy world. The first can only be done by Shinsu, and the second is obviously more difficult than the first. But his purpose in entering this game is not to survive, but the truth of the game. Everyone is struggling to survive in the game, and everyone wants to leave the copy alive. So where did those who died in the copy go, to be honest? Shiryu was quite curious about this. He stood up and walked to the door, locking the bedroom door. In fact, when Shinsu left, he had already told the guards not to disturb him today, but just in case. He sat down on the sofa next to the bed and opened the game panel. Some functions could not be used, such as couple skills, and some props could be used, such as potions that could make people lose blood in the dungeon. You use a bottle of purple potion. Player health, 29. It works. You use a bottle of purple potion. You use a bottle of purple potion. Shiryu's movements were smooth and casual, as simple as drinking tea. The live broadcast room was screaming and shouting, "What is Yu doing? Is he trying to commit suicide? Shinsu! Shinsu, go back quickly. Your wife is going to commit suicide." "He is not committing suicide, he is experimenting. Try to see if you can die, right? What if you really die? Tonic. Yu, stop it." Of course, sure you couldn't stop. He continued to use purple potions until he used up the last bottle. You use a bottle of purple potion. Player health 1. He paused for a moment. The live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Has he finally figured it out? Life is still very precious. Don't use your life lightly. Sure you exchanged another bottle of purple potion. You use a bottle of purple potion. Player health 1. Sure you? Question mark. Live broadcast room? Question mark. Sure you exchanged a few more bottles. You use a bottle of purple potion. Player health 1. You use a bottle of purple potion. Player health 1. No matter how many bottles of purple potion he used later, his health remained at 1. Sure you stopped experimenting. He leaned back on the sofa, holding his chin and thought. Won't die, this is fun. After a while of silence in the live broadcast room, wow, I was like, wow, what kind of new bug is this? You won't die? So the experiment was successful? He really won't die. But why does Yu look disappointed? I guess Yu might want to verify something, but things didn't go as he thought. He didn't die smoothly, right? At the same time, Yu said the leader looks the same as Jianglue? Shinsu and Imorugi's meeting place is still at Yi's house. As an Imperial Colonel, Yi's place can be regarded as a relatively safe place, of course, only temporarily. In the era of advanced technology, all electronic devices including furniture are intelligent, which means that as long as the leader wants, every piece of furniture can be used as a monitoring tool. Although Eve has not yet aroused the leader's suspicion, she still asked the servants to turn off all the electronic devices in the room. After Shinsu asked this question, Imorugi answered, "The first time I met the leader, he looked like Jianglue. He told me that whoever I thought of in my heart, I saw was who I saw." Speaking of this, Imorugi coughed twice and said seriously, "But I don't quite agree with his statement, because I didn't deliberately think of anyone at that time." Imorugi live broadcast room, really? Really? Then why are you coughing? Right. And you touched your nose. You can see that you are guilty? Are you deliberately using such a serious expression to cover up your guilt? So I want you to meet him, and see what he will become when you see him, to verify whether what he said is right? Imorugi took back his hand that was touching his nose and continued, "You haven't seen Jianglue. If he still looks like Jianglue, then I can confirm some things." Shinsu said readily, "Okay." Ye frowned. "I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to meet the leader with this identity?" Imorugi said, "There will be a carnival night in a few days, and the leader will attend. I will give you a fake identity then, and you can go with me. No need to be so troublesome." Shinsu bit his fingers and tapped on the table, his lips curled up. "I have a better way, and no need to wait so long." Sure you entered the cloakroom, and bumped into a guard when he came out. The guard was stunned when he saw him. Young master? The guard looked confused. "Didn't you go out to do something this morning?" Sure you lowered his voice. "Yeah, I came back to get something." Sure you and Shinsu were together day and night, so he naturally imitated Shinsu very well. The two had similar body shapes, and their heights could be matched by wearing high-heel boots. In addition, he used a prop with a confusing function, which made it completely indistinguishable from the real thing. The island was set up with a barrier, and no one except Shinsu could get out, including Shiryu. However, the identity of Shinsu was unimpeded, so Shiryu got out smoothly and experienced the joy of being a young master. Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot see the leader, but there is an exception. People who challenge the leader. Shinsu of the Alliance. Challenge the leader. Arriving at the Desa Palace, Shiryu introduced himself to the guard and explained his purpose. He thought it would be difficult, and he even prepared a set of rhetoric, but the guard let him in without blinking an eye. "Please come in." After entering, Shiryu knew why the guard let him in so easily. The main hall of Desa Palace was full of Shinsu who challenged the leader. Each of them was disguised more like him. He still had to cue Shiryu. Chapter 121. New here, come here to get your number plate. Shiryu. Yes, to challenge the leader, you not only have to queue up, but also get a number plate. Number 105. The palace guard shouted. Shiryu looked down at the number plate he got. Well, number 276, it's still early. He found a chair in the corner and sat down. Shiryu's live broadcast room, ha ha ha, Yu's whole body exudes a faint sense of death. Laughing Mouse. I go to Shinsu's live broadcast room to see what's going on. Shinsu's live broadcast room is forbidden to watch? What's going on? What did he do? In broad daylight, Yu is not here, and he can't do unspeakable things. Why is it forbidden to watch? Are there any people who were in Shinsu's live broadcast room before? What's the situation? Shinsu's fans are here. I tell you the reason. Hashtag. Yes, the reason is hashtag. The live broadcast room is full of hashtag. And Shiryu sits in the corner and observes every Shinsu in the hall calmly. These Shinsu are not only similar in appearance, but also in personality. Some Shinsu are still arguing about who is the real Shinsu. Shiryu walked up to the two Shinsu who were arguing heatedly, and said lightly, I am not Shinsu. The two immediately pointed the finger at him. You say you are Shinsu, you need evidence. You don't have the ability to say it dryly, you say you are not? Both touched their heads in confusion. The movements were very neat. Yes. Shiryu's eyes were dark and calm, making people focus on him involuntarily. The people around him also cast their eyes on him. Shiryu continued, I know you are not one either. In fact, no one here is one either. He hired you, right? No one was talking around, it was quiet, and the several Shinsu who were arguing also stopped. This could only be Shinsu's doing. But Shinsu was not here. Actually, I am his lover, and we had a fight. Shiryu spoke slowly, his eyelashes drooped while he spoke, and his voice was a little dull. We are in a cold war, he doesn't answer my calls, doesn't reply to messages, I am very worried about him. Every time we quarreled before, he bowed his head first. I feel very sorry for him, so this time. He raised his head, sadness flashed in his eyes, and then he was determined. I want to take the initiative. The people around him seemed to be moved by him. Well, support you. Yes, that's how it should be, lovers should care about each other. Support. Shiryu asked softly, can you tell me where he is? Everyone looked at each other, touched their heads, and turned back to continue arguing. The arguments were exactly the same as before. Shiryu, Okay, so these are not real people. However, if they are AI generated by props, the leader should be able to see it at a glance. Why does he still accept every challenge from AI seriously? There are many mysteries about the leader. Shinsu's whereabouts are also a mystery. The subsequent developments also verified that these people are AI, because everyone went in to challenge the leader at about the same time, and the speed was also very fast, because basically everyone lost. Soon it was Shiryu's turn. The hall was very large, and it was all white at a glance. He suspected that living in such a place for a long time would cause snow blindness. A slender man sat on the chair on the high platform. White clothes, white hair, exquisite facial features, snow-like skin, no expression on his face. In short, this person has no popularity. But he is an NPC, and the biggest boss of the dungeon, so it is normal that he has no popularity. But the first sentence of the leader changed Shiryu's view. You are not here to challenge me. It seems that this NPC is not only popular. It seems that he is also very intelligent and advanced. You want to learn something from me. The man stood up and walked down from the high platform, with a slow pace and a slow speech speed something. About the core of the game. Shiryu's expression froze. The man seemed to smile. He walked to Shiryu and stopped, stretched out his right hand. Let's make a deal, I will tell you everything. You want to know. The first impression of this NPC on Shiryu was that he didn't look like a real person, and the second impression was that he looked too much like a real person. If he was really an NPC, it could only mean that he had learned human social behavior too well. Shiryu stared at the other person for a few seconds and asked, What do you want? The other person spoke straightforwardly, and he didn't like to beat around the bush. Rugi, the man said. Shiryu was stunned. He stared at the man for a while, and suddenly understood something. He said helplessly, I'm not a matchmaker. Of course, I don't want him to be willing, I just need you to cooperate with me. He said that is, he not only knew that Shiryu was a player, but also knew the existence of other players. Shiryu felt a chill down his spine. He understood why this was a difficult dungeon. Facing such a boss, the chance of survival was almost zero. So has Shinsu been here? But Shiryu did not ask this question. He said, How do you want me to cooperate with you? It's very simple. You will know when the time comes. After saying this, the man returned to the topic and said seriously, This copy is independent of the game system. Even if you destroy this copy, the death game still exists. If you want to completely solve the game, there is only one way, that is to destroy the system. But the system has consciousness. His current thinking mode is no different from that of humans. He even has emotions that only humans have. And it has the highest authority in the entire game system. It is basically impossible to destroy it. But you can. The man's lips were very pale. He slowly fixed his eyes on Shiryu's face, and showed an ambiguous smile. It likes you. Half an hour ago. Shinsu leaned on the co-pilot seat of the aircraft, with one leg up, looking at the display screen that appeared in the air. The translucent blue display screen was divided into hundreds of small screens, each of which monitored a person, one of his clones. He could also control his clones at will through his thoughts. From the first clone, he saw the leader, but unfortunately the leader stayed behind the curtain, so he could only see a shadow, and his clone was too weak, and was basically beaten out before his hand touched the curtain. Later, he stopped trying to use force, but used his eloquence, but the leader seemed to have no patience, and his clone was beaten out before he finished speaking. This boss doesn't seem to be very polite. Why did he start fighting before I finished speaking? People have to bow to each other before fighting. Shinsu said, as he controlled the next clone to go in, but was beaten out again after 3 minutes. He was puzzled and said, I thought that the ultimate boss of the advanced dungeon should be emotionally stable. Why did he get angry after I said a few words? Shinsu continued to control the next clone to go in, and he didn't notice that Emorugi's face was getting more and more solemn. His patience is not very good. I think my attitude is already very good. Doesn't what I said make sense? I think I am very. Shinsu stopped talking here. Because he saw a Shinsu who was not under his control appeared on the surveillance screen. He recognized it as Shiryu at a glance. No need to continue, withdraw everyone, I think I already know the answer. Emorugi looked into the distance, and finished this sentence in a solemn voice. After a long time without getting a response, he turned around and found that Shinsu had been staring at one place for a long time. Emorugi didn't see the reason until the Shinsu on the screen went in, and Shinsu next to him didn't do anything. Isn't this person? Although the two of them had cooperated, Shinsu didn't need to report to him about anything unrelated to the content of the cooperation. Emorugi understood this, and just asked out of curiosity. Shiryu? Oh! Emorugi suddenly realized, so that's it. I was wondering why you didn't sneak in by yourself. It turns out you were planning to cooperate with him, from the inside and outside. Shinsu, Cooperation from the inside and outside is bullshit. He didn't know Shiryu would appear here, let alone that Shiryu actually thought the same as him. Chapter 122. The audience in Emorugi's live broadcast room was still wondering, what happened and you know it? How did you know it? What answer did you know? The audience in Shiryu's live broadcast room saw it clearly. Yes, Shinsu operated hundreds of clones to go in, but didn't see the leader, but Shiryu did. The leader was indeed lying when he first met Emorugi. Because the leader Shiryu saw also had a face exactly like Jianglue. Although Jianglue is already a legend in the game, and many new players have never seen him, Jiangliu's name is still on the leaderboard. Click in to see his photo. Jiangliu's temperament is now completely different from the photo, but his appearance has not changed at all. If I am still a little uncertain after seeing this face, then I am 100% sure of the leader's words. So Jianglue and Emorugi are really having an affair? The system claims that Jianglue has left the game, but in fact it has trapped Jianglue in an independent dungeon. He cannot leave the dungeon, and can only wait for Emorugi to choose this dungeon with a 1 in 10 million chance one day, so that they can have a chance to meet. After Jianglue left, Emorugi kept entering the dungeon that Jianglue had entered to look for him. Woohoo, this story is so touching. Wake up from your love brain. Do you think Jianglue is still a human now? Do you think Jianglue waited for Emorugi to renew their relationship instead of for revenge? I am not the only one who knows that Emorugi once killed Jianglue, am I? Wait, Jime, tell me more. I don't know whether Jianglue killed Emorugi's girlfriend or not, but my relatives and friends saw Emorugi kill Jianglue once in the live broadcast room. As the discussion in the live broadcast room heated up, Shiryu's conversation with the leader also ended. Before leaving, Shiryu said, add a contact number. The leader sat in a chair with his eyes closed, and when he heard the words, he raised his eyelids. An emotionless electronic voice sounded, I have my own way to contact you. Since we have reached a consensus and are now a partnership, you can't contact me when you have something, but I can't contact you when I have something? Shiryu said, opening the communicator, and soon a row of numbers appeared in the friend list. Does your boyfriend mind? The emotionless electronic voice seemed to carry a bit of doubt. Mind what? While speaking, Shiryu annotated the row of numbers as air conditioner repair. Shiryu's live broadcast room was almost laughing like crazy, but soon it was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Shiryu walked briskly from the hall to the corridor. The palace was very high, and the corridor was very long. Outside the white jade railings was the white sky, which made the corridor look lifeless. Turn right at the end of the corridor and go around the palace to return to the hall, but as he walked, Shiryu's pace slowed down. When he came in, there were a few guards in the corridor, but now they were gone. He did not continue to move forward, but turned back to the main hall. The sleeping leader heard the noise and opened his eyes again, frowning a little, as if he was a little impatient. What else? Shiryu, I'm thirsty all of a sudden. Can you give me a glass of water? The leader looked at him expressionlessly for 3 seconds, waved to call the guard, and soon the guard brought a glass of water. Shiryu took the water and drank it all in one breath. The leader looked at him, and the meaning of driving away the guest in his eyes was obvious. Shiryu ignored that meaning. I'm a little tired from the long journey. Can I rest here? Regardless of whether others agree or not, Shiryu directly found a chair and sat down. Leader, Of course, Shiryu did not affect others' rest too much. He rested for 10 minutes and then left. This time the corridor was normal, and the guards were on duty and patrolling normally. The audience in Shiryu's live broadcast room and Shinsu's live broadcast room were a little confused. The audience squatting in both live broadcast rooms were almost laughing. Yu's intuition was so accurate, yes, if he went forward, he would be caught by his old attacker. Shinsu's intuition was also very accurate. He quickly realized that the one piking with his clone was not the real leader, and Shiryu went to see the real leader and found the palace where the real leader was. It's a pity that when he arrived, Shiryu had left a few seconds earlier. Ha ha ha. Shiryu did not go to the hall. There were all Shinsu's spies there, and if he went back to the hall, it would be like walking into a trap. After leaving the palace smoothly, Shiryu exhaled lightly, with a relaxed smile on his face, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Because the flying machine that sent him here is gone. The live broadcast room was laughing to death. He was fine when he came here, but he can't go back. Haha, Jime, why can you send voice messages? Haha, I'm laughing to death. Yu baby, go back to find Laogong. Without Laogong, you can't go back. It's not a big deal, isn't it just sneaking out? We are all adults. What's wrong with going out to play for a while? Yeah, isn't it just secretly meeting another man behind Laogong's back? What's the big deal? Haha, I've seen what it means when one side is in trouble, all sides add fuel to the fire. Shiryu stood on the side of the road, the wind was strong, and his hair was a little messy. The island they lived in required special ways to leave and enter. He certainly couldn't get in or out by himself, so he pretended to be Shinsu and tricked Shinsu's people into sending him here. The only way for him to go back now was to rely on the aircraft. Now the pilot and the aircraft were gone. Why were they gone? There was only one possibility. Shinsu found out and called the man back with the aircraft. His brain was working quickly, and he finally decided to leave here first and then think of a way. Shinsu was in the dark, he was in the light, and it was very dangerous for him to stand here. So he waved to stop a taxi. Fortunately, he brought enough cash with him, which was enough to take a taxi. As for where to take the taxi, to be honest, he didn't know. The driver didn't even ask. He had just buckled his seat belt, and the aircraft flew out in a whoosh. The speed was quite fast, and the tall buildings were left behind. Soon the aircraft came to the sky above a forest, and then slowed down and landed. Shiryu had been thinking about things, and now he looked at the driver. He was wearing a blue uniform, a yellow hat, sunglasses, and a mask. This driver was very strange. Desolate and uninhabited forest. Some social news headlines flashed through Shiryu's mind. But this was in a dungeon. Was this dungeon so mature? Would a random pilot who rented a flying machine be the protagonist of social news? However, the brains of NPCs in dungeons should not be as useful as real people. Maybe he could fool them. Why don't you run away? A voice suddenly sounded. Shiryu suddenly came back to his senses. The driver in the front row took off the mask and hat, and a pair of emotionless eyes slowly looked at him. Under the shadow of the interlaced branches, the light-colored eyes were stained with a dark light. Now Shiryu knew why the driver didn't ask him the destination. Because this person is Shinsu. Chapter 123. The air around them froze when their eyes met. Shiryu silently withdrew his gaze, and after a moment, he looked up at Shinsu again. What? He seemed to have just reacted, with a bit of doubt in his tone, and the guilty look on his face had completely disappeared. The word innocent was almost written in his clear eyes. What did you just say? Run? I didn't. A trace of surprise flashed in Shinsu's eyes, and he probably didn't expect Shiryu to react like this. Shinsu stared at him, and Shiryu also looked back openly, without a trace of guilt in his eyes. In fact, his fingers hanging by his side and holding the cushion tightened. You? It turns out that people's intuition is accurate when facing a crisis. Before Shiryu could react, Shinsu had already left the driver's seat and came to the back seat. The door of the aircraft opened and closed, and as a tall figure sat down beside Shiryu, a sense of oppression followed. Shiryu dodged to the side, but before he could move a centimeter, his chin was pinched. Shinsu used a little force. It didn't hurt much, but he couldn't get away. To be honest, you are quite convincing when you say this with this face. Shinsu's eyes were as if they had substance, examining Shiryu's face inch by inch. There was no expression on his face, and his tone was unclear. Shiryu moved his lower lip slightly, and because his chin was pinched, he made an ambiguous sound. But it seemed that Shinsu misunderstood it as agreement. Shinsu frowned and emphasized, Do you still think Shiryu, Shiryu didn't say anything. Shinsu added a little more force, and Shiryu's frown loosened a little, but his tone was still not very friendly. Okay, you don't understand that, right? That explain why you are here? You understand this, right? Shinsu added. Shiryu first took away Shinsu's hand that was pinching his chin, sat up straight, cleared his throat, and then spoke. Didn't you park the aircraft here? You parked the aircraft here, so I'm here. There was sincerity in his black eyes. Shinsu was almost mad to death. By the way, what are you going to do with the aircraft here? As if it wasn't enough, Shiryu added another sentence. The live broadcast rooms of both of them were very active. Ha ha, it's really like listening to your words. That's true. It was Shinsu who parked the aircraft here, so Yu is here. Yu, innocent face.jpg. Yu is so cute when she lies with her eyes open. I suddenly felt Shinsu's helplessness, but what can you do with Yu like this? Ha ha ha, she still has to be spoiled? Is Yu surfing the internet recently? She is very good at nonsense literature. You are playing word games with me, right? Shinsu's hand went down along Shiryu's cheek, passed by her neck, and finally landed on the collar of Shiryu's windbreaker, asking, Then explain why you are wearing my clothes? I just picked one up from the closet. I don't pay much attention to these things. I just wore it when I got it. I didn't care whether it was yours or mine. I just borrowed it. Or do you care? After a pause, Shiryu took off his coat and threw it into Shinsu's arms. Then I give it back to you. Shinsu didn't even look at the windbreaker. His eyes were still on Shiryu. He said, You only borrowed one? Shiryu looked down at himself. Oh, that's not the case. And the shirt, vest, pants, and belt are all. You have to return them all together. Shinsu said mercilessly. Live broadcast room, take it off. Shinsu didn't say it. I said it for him. Take it off. Take it off, ha ha ha, hiss ha. Shiryu really took it off. Then the live broadcast room went black. Good guy, are you still saying ha ha? This is it, it's over. The built-in curtain in the aircraft was pulled down, and a sound that sounded like crying but not crying could be heard from inside. I didn't feel right at the time, so I didn't move forward. Shiryu's voice was intermittent and hoarse. I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't hide. After a burst of suppressed crying, Shiryu's voice became even hoarse. You already know everything. Why are you still asking me? Do you know you are wrong now? After a while, Shinsu's low voice sounded. Well, it was unknown how long it took for the aircraft to restart. Shiryu was lying in the back seat, covered with Shinsu's clothes, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. A few days later, Shiryu went out again. This time he did not pretend to be Shinsu, nor did he sneak around, but went out openly, and Shinsu's people drove him out in the aircraft, and Shinsu even sent him to the door. The reason was that Shiryu received an electronic invitation to the Empire Carnival night. The invitation only invited Shiryu, and family members were not allowed to be brought along. Shinsu didn't want to go, but he couldn't. He asked Emorigi privately, and Emorigi also asked Eve for help, but it was useless. The carnival night was organized by the Empire, which was different from the private ones. The private ones might be able to get him a ticket through the back door, but Emorigi couldn't do anything about the Empire. He was not familiar with the leader, and he only got one ticket. He could only promise to take care of Shiryu on the carnival night. Shiryu could only comfort Shinsu, saying that it would be bad if he were recognized as the leader of a hostile organization of the Empire, and went to someone else's carnival night. In fact, this comfort was invalid because everyone in the mechanical era could change their appearance at will. Before leaving, Shiryu also slightly adjusted his appearance, and used a camouflage agent to disguise himself as a synthetic human. After all, he had been auctioned, and the dignitaries who participated in the auction had seen his face. Before Shiryu boarded the aircraft, Shinsu stopped him and asked, "Are you not angry anymore?" "Not bad." Shiryu glanced at Shinsu with a faint expression and continued to move forward. Shinsu grabbed Shiryu's arm and hugged him into his arms, breathing warm air on Shiryu's cheeks, and his voice was soft and a little aggrieved. "I allowed you to go out and play, and you are still not angry?" Shiryu thought for a while and said, "Wait until I come back from playing, maybe." After that, he pushed Shinsu away, tidied his clothes, and boarded the aircraft. When Shiryu received the invitation, he looked up the origin and rules of the Empire Carnival Night. Carnival Night is on March 12th every year, but nothing big happened on this day, so everyone guessed that this day might be a very special day for the leader to celebrate. The rules are similar to those of ordinary banquets, except that there may be more tricks. The difference is that the venue is different. Some years it was held on the sea, some years in the air, and some years underground. This year is more normal, it is held on the ground. The venue is the palace hall where Shiryu went to challenge the leader that day. The palace was empty that day, but it was very lively today. There were many people queuing at the door. The security check was also very strict. Only after the QR code on the electronic invitation was cancelled, they were allowed to enter. There were even more people inside. The ladies wore elegant dresses and exquisite makeup, and the men were dressed in suits. Everyone was very polite, and spoke in a low voice. The waiters carrying plates shuttled between them, and the piano sounded slowly. Shiryu saw Imorugi and Eve, but there were many people here, and he didn't want people to know that they knew each other, so he didn't go up to say hello, but just nodded from a distance, and then he found a seat in the corner. But after a while, Eve came over, holding a glass of red wine, and sitting opposite Shiryu, leaning lazily on the backrest. "I don't know what's wrong with him today. He's absent-minded. He seems not to be listening to anything you say to him. He's boring." The words were said to Shiryu, but Eve's eyes were looking far away. Shiryu followed Eve's gaze. Imorugi stood by the window holding a goblet, as if in a daze. Someone approached him, but he didn't come back to his senses for a long time, and the person left. After the guests arrived, the waiter closed the door of the banquet hall, the piano stopped, the side door was opened, and several people in formal attire surrounded a masked man and walked in. Even with a mask on, the powerful aura emanating from him could be felt from a distance. The banquet hall was silent in an instant. Everyone looked in that direction. The man was very tall, his skin was too pale to look like human skin, he was wearing a well-made court dress, short silver white hair, and a black mask covering the upper half of his face, revealing only a clear and beautiful jawline and light-colored lips. Shiryu accidentally glanced at Imorugi. Imorugi's eyes were also fixed on that direction. When the leader came out, his right hand holding the red wine glass seemed to tremble. Chapter 124. So nervous and excited, I feel like watching the scene in a stupid drama where the hero and heroine meet again after a long separation. So why does the leader wear a mask? Is he afraid of being exposed? There are so many people in the banquet hall now, he can't use the explanation of "I am what you want me to be." This reaction of Master M.O.? Did he recognize him? Did he recognize him? Did he recognize him? Eve, who is so thick-skinned, can sense that he is absent-minded, so he should be. Ha ha ha, I am laughing to death. Eve, don't cue. Thank you. Imorugi stared at the figure in front of him, and his fingers holding the goblet couldn't help but exert force, but the man's eyes only swept in his direction, and didn't even stay on him for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The banquet hall was so quiet, the leader's voice slowly sounded, but this time he did not use the original electronic sound, but used a voice between a young man and an adult male to speak slowly. Finally, it's the annual carnival night again. I am looking forward to tonight like everyone else. Imorugi didn't hear a word of the following words. Maybe others didn't know, they only knew that the leader had changed his voice, and only Imorugi knew how familiar he was with this voice. He didn't come back to his senses until the high-heeled glass in his hand was taken away. Eve looked at him with disgust. If you keep squeezing it, the glass will be crushed by you. Imorugi reacted for a while before reacting, and spit out a dry sentence. You didn't. Go to play with Shiryu. Eve sat down on the chair next to Imorugi, swinging her legs and looking ahead. You are boring, but he is more boring. In comparison, you are a little less boring. Imorugi didn't say anything else. The man under the spotlight in the distance also finished his words. Everyone, have fun tonight. You can take everything if you win, and I take all the money if you lose. He smiled, followed by cheers and screams from the whole room. I have to say, he's really good at talking, and I'm a little tempted by what he said. After a pause, he said, but, I just heard someone say that the Empire's carnival night is a fair opportunity to get some money from the government, as long as you have the ability. Eve was eager to try, and Emorugi looked at her for a few seconds and said, then go. Eve struggled for a few seconds, but couldn't resist the temptation, so she went to play. Because she found that Shiryu also went to play, she had a psychological burden, but now it was gone immediately. After all, even the top students couldn't resist the temptation, so it was normal for her, a poor student, to not be able to resist. Shiryu sat at a table. He lost twice, and won 3 times in this game. There was nothing wrong with the process. He didn't have to pay for the losses, and the chips he won were also recorded in his account. No one stopped him from leaving after he won. He changed several places, and it was the same. What the leader said, you can take the winners away, and the losses are his. It's true. So the original intention of the design of the carnival night is really to let the people get the wool happily? Almost all the game tables are played, except for one table, which is where the leader sits. I don't know if everyone is afraid of the leader, or there are other rules. Just as Shiryu was about to go over, he saw Emorugi walked over before him. He paused and followed. The other game tables were surrounded by people. Only the table where the leader sat had only him and his 2 subordinates standing on both sides. There were tea and snacks on the table. Dinner should be drinking red wine, but the leader seemed to prefer tea. After Emorugi sat down, another cup of tea was added to the table. At this time, people around him slowly gathered around, and soon this place became the most lively game table. The leader folded one long leg on the other long leg, slowly sipped the tea, and then said, the rules here are different from other game tables. Emorugi looked at the eyes behind the leader's mask and said, okay. The stakes will not be small. Okay. You pay the price. Okay. The questions were escalating, but Emorugi's answers were more decisive than the last. During this process, he kept staring at the eyes behind the mask, with no sadness or joy on his face. Finally, the leader looked away first. He put down his teacup and began to explain the rules. First of all, I play blind cards here. During the whole process, neither you nor I are allowed to look at our cards. That is, the perfectly shaped lips curved into a pleasant arc, blind guessing. As for chips, I don't like cold money, so the chips are based on my preferences. As for what my preferences are, you will know in a moment. Finally, because chips are not money, I can't cover for you. You need to bear the consequences yourself. Now, the leader put down his crossed legs, rested his elbows on the table, and leaned forward in the direction of Emorugi. The eyes behind the mask looked straight into Emorugi's eyes, and his voice was hoarse. Do you still want to play with me? Emorugi's pupils were unfocused, and in a trance, he seemed to have returned to the forest many years ago. The huge trees block out the sun, and appear to be lush and leafy, but a closer look reveals that the branches and leaves are ink black from the inside out. From time to time, corpses of sheep, rabbits, and venomous snakes can be seen on the ground, also completely black. Emorugi was very hungry. There was only 1 compressed biscuit, and a quarter of a bottle of water left, and he could neither eat nor drink. He didn't know how long it would take to cross the forest, nor whether he would be able to see the safe base that everyone talked about after crossing the forest, nor whether the base was still safe now. He followed the compass all the way south, and all along the way there were polluted plants and animals. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he finally saw a living creature. It should be said that it was a person, wearing all black, but his hair was a dazzling silver white, and his skin was also very white, but he was very thin and looked like a miner. He squatted beside a pile of fruits, looking very hungry, and it seemed that he had picked out a fruit that was not so dark in color from a pile of fruits, and was about to put it in his mouth. Eating polluted plants and animals was no different from being poisonous. Wait! Emorugi stopped the boy. After the end of the world, he met many people, including young men, strong middle-aged men, the elderly, women and children. At first, he was willing to help them, but most people had no ability to protect themselves. He could help them for a while, but not for a lifetime. Many people he helped died soon after. Later, he only helped those who had the ability to protect themselves. The fact that this boy could survive until now showed that he had certain abilities. It was a pity that he was poisoned by the fruit. So he threw his only remaining compressed biscuit and a quarter of a bottle of water to the boy. But that was all. He couldn't give more. After doing this, he turned around and left without saying a word. His trouser legs were grabbed by a hand covered with stains and with distinct bones. Can you take me with you? The boy looked up at him, and Emorugi also looked at the boy's face seriously for the first time. His first reaction was that the boy's facial features were too beautiful. Fortunately, he was a boy. If he was a girl, he would probably not be alive today. The second reaction was that the boy's eyes were very special, like gold but not gold, like silver, but with a little more sunshine than silver. With silver white hair, and eyes that were like silver, but not gold, the boy should be a mixed race. He came to a useless conclusion. The sincerity in the boy's eyes made him think that the boy wanted to repay him for giving him food. He said, "It's just a piece of compressed biscuits and a little water. I don't need you to repay me." The boy stared at him, and didn't let go. He realized that the boy might be serious, and he also said seriously, "I'm not a good person. There's no benefit in following me." The boy didn't let go. Emorugi was silent for a moment. He squatted down and closed the distance between him and the boy. He stared into his eyes, and said, as if stating a fact, "I am an egoist. If you follow me, I will use you or even kill you when necessary. Do you still want to follow me?" he said coldly. The boy still did not let go, and did not even think about it. He replied, "I will." His voice was so crisp and clean. His eyes, which were neither silver nor gold, were like a pool of unpolluted water, clear without a trace of impurities. Emorugi changed his decision just like that. "What's your name?" "Jian Luwe." As time passed, the forest full of death faded in the long river of memory, and the bright and dazzling sunlight shone in from the void. Emorugi squinted his eyes, and found that it was not the sunlight that was dazzling, but the crystal lamp above his head. This is not the forest full of pollution, without food, water, and sunlight, but a banquet hall with piano music floating in the air, the aroma of food, and the luxurious and beautiful women in clothes. Looking down, Emorugi met the eyes that seemed like silver, but not gold in his memory. For a moment, he couldn't tell the difference between memory and reality, and the people in his memory, and the people in front of him. He couldn't tell which day it was. He heard his own voice. "I'm playing." Chapter 125. After Emorugi said this, the leader said okay after a long while, which made people wonder if he was in a daze just now. However, there was no emotion in the silver-like eyes hidden under the mask. The rules of the game are very simple. The leader asked the waiter to bring a transparent cardboard box, and you can see a lot of paper balls inside. The leader introduced, each note has one thing written on it. The winner draws a note. He can choose to execute it himself or let the loser execute it. The loser cannot have any objections. Do you dare to play? Some people around took a breath. If this kind of game is played among friends, it can increase the fun, but the objects of the game are different, and the fun becomes unknown. The rules of the game are set by the leader, and the paper balls in the cardboard box are also prepared by the leader. Who knows what is written inside? What if you draw a task that makes people commit suicide? Since the carnival night was held, no one has ever dared to play one-on-one with the leader. This is a thankless task. The night of revelry is a good opportunity to make money from the government. If you lose when playing with others, it will be charged to the government account. How cool is it to play with a leader? You have to charge it to your own account. How uneconomical is that? There were circles of spectators around the table of the two people. Some people looked at Emorugi with eyes that said you are a man, and some people looked at Emorugi with eyes that said you are a retard. Emorugi himself did not agree. Then he lost the first game with a nonchalant attitude. The corner of the leader's lips curled up. "Thank you. Emorugi, Before the punishment begins, you need to wear this first." The leader took out a bracelet. "Since it is a punishment, you are not allowed to lie. This is a lie detector. If you lie, the light of the lie detector will light up." The leader was still fiddling with the bracelet slowly, and Emorugi took the bracelet from him and put it on himself. "I never lie," Emorugi said. The smile on the corner of the leader's lips disappeared. He stared at Emorugi for a few seconds before randomly pulling out a ball of paper from the box, unfolding it, and reading the words on it. "Tell me your first impression of your opponent, that is, me." When these words came out, not only Emorugi was stunned, but also the onlookers. So simple? What is the difference between this and an ordinary game? But if you think about it carefully, the leader is willing to cover for everyone, so naturally he can't make it too difficult for the guests. Maybe this game is set up just to increase the fun. Emorugi thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you mean the first impression today? Or the first impression when we first met?" The note is not written carefully enough. The leader spread out the note and threw it on the table casually, leaning back on the chair, sipping tea slowly, watching Emorugi like watching a play. "Then tell me about your first impression when you first met me." "Pretty," Emorugi said. The leader almost spit out a mouthful of tea. There was another round of gasps around. Calling the leader pretty in front of him, What's the difference between this and flirting with a girl in public? It's clearly a very simple thing. This person is amazing for turning this road into a dead end. However, the light of the polygraph bracelet did not light up. That being said, although this is the truth, but this person is too bold, but the leader did not intend to pursue the matter, and the punishment was passed lightly. The people who were not familiar with the leader suddenly felt that their leader was not only generous, approachable, but also very tolerant. The winner of the next round of cards was Imorugi. The note he drew was, "Share a secret that the other party has never known." Share a secret. The leader looked into the distance. This will make me think about it carefully. Then he thought for a long time, and couldn't think of anything. Imorugi, why don't you let me tell you? Oh! The leader was surprised. Someone is vying to punish him. However, I can't help but help him, so tell me. I once had a very good friend. There was a misunderstanding between us. He thought I hated him. He went crazy and disappeared from my world forever. I don't know what he thinks. In fact, I don't hate him. The leader's fingers holding the teacup tightened and loosened. He moved his lips as if he wanted to smile, but in the end, he didn't. When he spoke, his tone was a little colder. Why did you tell me about you and your friend? This is a secret of mine. Imorugi met the leader's gaze and continued, in my hometown, everyone thought I hated him, and that I was looking for him for revenge. In fact, I was looking for him just to find him. Okay. The leader didn't dwell on this issue anymore. The game continues. The winner of the next game was the leader. The note was, if you were given another chance, would you choose to get to know me? The leader closed the note and held it in his palm, slowly looking up at Imorugi. This time, Imorugi was silent for a long time, thinking for a long time, and he gave a two-word answer. No. Imorugi moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something. Heh. The leader suddenly laughed. He stood up and said with his back to Imorugi, I only play 3 games with people. 3 games are over. If you want to play, go to other game tables. After that, the leader turned and left, walked a few steps and stopped, leaving a sentence. I think your friend probably prefers you to hate him. At least, hatred can make it impossible for people to clear their relationship. Imorugi did not play other games. He found a corner where no one was and sat down. Eve, who watched the whole process, also sat with him. Shiryu was also there just now. After the game ended, he nodded to him and disappeared. When he first met Jianlue, he felt that this young man was simple-minded and could survive in the end times by force. At that time, he thought he knew Jianlue very well. Later, as they knew each other for a long time, the more familiar he became, the less he understood Jianlue. He didn't understand why Jianlue was inexplicably angry, why Jianlue didn't want to listen to his explanation, and many of Jianlue's behaviors. Including today, he didn't know what Jianlue was thinking. Compared to his confusion, he was even more confused. The game you played is so boring. Imorugi, Eve, it's more boring than Truth or Dare. Truth or Dare at least is Dare, but yours only has Truth or Dare. What's the difference between it, and you asking me questions? Imorugi, Imorugi was speechless, because it seemed to be true. Eve, it's better to fight. Imorugi, Imorugi and Eve's live broadcast room have the same style. I laugh so hard. My Eve is really a straight woman. She doesn't care about the undercurrents in the conversation between the two people. She just wants to fight. Their conversation needs to be carefully tasted. A straight woman like Eve naturally can't see it. Old fans said that it's the new year. Doesn't Eve like Imorugi? If these two are true, Eve is too miserable. It doesn't exist. You don't know my Eve baby well. Eve just wants to defeat Imo-Dashin, become Imo-Dashin, and surpass Imo-Dashin. Love and affection don't exist. Ha ha, I laugh so hard, that's it. There is really a game table playing a force game. But because it can't be used in the banquet hall, it is a mind game. Eve complained to Imorugi and went to play. It was also at this time that Imorugi found that Shiryu was missing. Just now, he finished the game with the leader, and Shiryu greeted him. He thought Shiryu went to play at another game table, but he looked around the banquet hall and couldn't find her. Eve was having a great time playing at the fighting game table. One-on-one is not exciting enough. Playing one-on-many, the Imperial Colonel, A-level warrior, playing with her is just for her to practice. No, not even practice, pure cannon fodder, although it is just a mind fight, but it hurts the body. But the most important thing is that you can't beat her. You say that you can't beat one-on-one, it's fine. You can say that you are not as skilled as others, but you can't beat one-on-many. This is too embarrassing. Eve won several games, and no one wants to play with her anymore. Imorugi, let's play. Eve shouted in the direction of Imorugi. The crowd watched Eve's performance of killing a child with one knife. They admired her very much at this moment, and they all made way for her. However, the corner where people were sitting just now was empty. There was a lounge on the second floor of the banquet hall. Imorugi left the banquet hall and went to the second floor. There was no one in the corridor. There was no sound when his feet stepped on the carpet. Only the music in the banquet hall could be heard faintly. Imorugi took out a cigarette and prepared to smoke one. In fact, he had quit smoking for a long time. But today, at this moment, he suddenly wanted to smoke. He couldn't tell whether he came here to find Shiryu, or just used this excuse to find a quiet place to stay for a while. Before the cigarette was lit, he heard a faint movement at the end of the corridor. He put away the cigarette and walked forward. At the end of the corridor was a safe passage, and there were two overlapping figures at the dim staircase. They were kissing. Imorugi only glanced at it, and turned away in a hurry. After walking a few steps, the door of a lounge next to him was suddenly opened, and a great force pulled him in. At this time, Eve came up humming a song. Like Imorugi, she looked around and saw that no one was ready to leave, and then she heard movement at the end of the corridor. Her live broadcast room frantically advised her, "Baby, go take tonic. You must go take tonic. You will regret it if you go." Eve still went, and quickly fled the scene. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back. She found that the door of a lounge was open. The barrage of persuasion was more intense. "You can't go here. Don't go. You are still a baby." Eve couldn't see the barrage of her live broadcast room. What she was thinking at the moment was that all the rooms in this corridor had closed doors, but this one was open, so she must go in to find out. She went in. Then she came out with her eyes covered. She ran faster than before. There was a moment of silence in her live broadcast room, and then she was madly distressed. Curiosity kills the cat. I feel sorry for my Eve, who has eaten 2 meals of dog food in a row. Baby Eve, you are still a baby. I wonder if you will get sty after watching this. A warning sign should be posted here. No gays allowed. At the end of the corridor. It's not that Shiryu didn't try to push Shinsu away, but every time he resisted, he was suppressed by a stronger force. He wanted to say that there was someone here, but there really was no one here, so he followed Shinsu. Shinsu didn't let him go until he was kissed so hard that he couldn't breathe. I was seen. Shiryu wiped his lips and glanced at the other side of the corridor. There was no one now, but he just heard footsteps, 2 of them, from 2 people. Shinsu let him go, but did not let him go. His 2 arms still encircled him, between his body and the wall. He looked at him with his head down and said, I thought your first question would be why I came here. Shiryu was probably used to Shinsu's behavior. He glanced at Shinsu and said, You are not an honest person. Shinsu was very happy with this. He tilted his head and said in a light voice, That's right. After the 2 looked at each other for a moment, Shinsu let go of Shiryu and said, Then I leave first. I can't stay here for too long. Shiryu nodded. Well, I should go down to the banquet hall too. I've been up here for too long. The 2 left to both sides of the corridor. But Shinsu did not leave, and Shiryu did not go to the banquet hall. Shiryu went to the side hall. The leader had just left the banquet hall. He thought the leader had returned, but the guard said that the leader had not returned yet, and asked him to sit and wait for a while if he arrived. Shiryu sat down on the sofa, and then stared at Shinsu who was hiding behind the display cabinet. Shiryu, Shinsu, Both of them were almost laughing like crazy in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Is it surprising? Is it unexpected? Is it exciting? I laughed like a pig. Although we took different paths when we left, we ended up in the same place. Although our goals were different, the target was the same person. As expected of a husband and wife, they have a tacit understanding. Ha ha ha. Are you praising or scolding me? My throat is not feeling well. Can you please cook me a bowl of rock sugar and snow pear? Shiryu found an excuse to send the guard out, and then walked to the display cabinet. Shinsu stopped hiding and stood up, and they both spoke at the same time. Shiryu, didn't you leave? Shinsu, didn't you go to the banquet hall? Shiryu, Shinsu, This afternoon, I strengthened to 100%. Shinsu put away his playful expression. I chose this place in order not to hurt innocent people. Shiryu looked at Shinsu quietly for a few seconds, and he said in a very light voice, You know, one day I suddenly found that I would not die. Shinsu didn't seem surprised by this, and analyzed rationally, not dying in the dungeon is not a good thing, which means that your body is slowly assimilated by the dungeon. The longer the time, the higher the degree of assimilation, and the higher the degree of assimilation, the harder it is to return to reality. Sure you. So in order to quickly end the dungeon, you desperately shorten the process every day to strengthen yourself. Aren't you desperately running out to meet the leader alone? Shinsu's tone became colder. He walked toward Shiryu. Shiryu took a step back, and he took another step forward. And today, you also made an appointment with him, right? Shinsu looked down at him, and pressed him step by step. What deal did you make with him? What about you? Shiryu laughed in anger. What deal did you make with the system? The originally quiet room became even quieter, as if you could hear the heart beating under the clothes. A few hours ago, in the basement of the island. The blue display kept flashing red. Enhancement failed. This time enhancement, 0%. Enhancement progress, 99.99%. Enhancement failed. This time enhancement, 0%. Enhancement progress, 99.99%. A voice sounded in Shinsu's mind. The potion I gave you is that 0.01%. You can drink it now. You are 100% stronger, and no one can defeat you in this dungeon. Tonight is the best time. But everything has a price. Don't forget the deal between us. Before drinking the potion, Shinsu asked a question. You can't interfere in this dungeon, so why can you pass the message to me? The core of this dungeon is Jiang Liyue. But now, Jiang Liyue's heart is unstable. Shinsu was silent for a moment. How did you guess? He asked. Shiryu looked at the void ahead. His eyes were empty, as if he was in a daze, but what he said was reasonable. You said you came in to use the airborne guest ticket rewarded in the previous dungeon? How could it be possible that you wanted this thing, and the reward you got was exactly this thing? How could there be so many coincidences? This means that someone gave this thing to you on purpose, or you exchanged it for something. In fact, I began to doubt it when many props could not be used after entering the dungeon, but they could still be used at that time. In order to increase the difficulty of the dungeon, I didn't know what Jiang Liyue did to control the dungeon, and even let the development of the dungeon escape the control of the system. How could the system allow this to happen? The system wants to take back the control of the dungeon, but it can't enter the dungeon, so it needs the help of others. And it just so happens. Shiryu turned his head, his unfocused eyes slowly focused on Shinsu's face, and he spoke slowly. Someone just wanted to enter this dungeon, and you hit it off. Now I just want to know, how much did you pay? Chapter 126. At this time, Shiryu heard footsteps outside the door. He was about to call Shinsu to hide quickly, but when he looked back, he saw that he had disappeared. Shiryu, Not bad, very conscious. Your rock sugar and snow pear. The guard came in. Shiryu sat back on the sofa and slowly finished a bowl of rock sugar and snow pear. The leader had not come back yet, so he stood up and said, if the leader is busy, I will come back another day. As soon as he went out, an arm was placed on his shoulder. Shinsu came out by some unknown method. Eve, who had eaten 2 meals of dog food and was a little autistic, found a place where no one was around to calm down. Just as she calmed down, she looked up and couldn't calm down again. I said, can you please stop showing your affection anytime, anywhere? Consider this as a public place, okay? The two consciously separated. Shiryu asked, isn't Imorugi with you? He's with that leader. Eve said unhappily, in the lounge on the second floor. Eve was angry, but she still had to talk about business. Eve added, those two were also flirting. Shiryu, Shinsu, Eve rolled her eyes, I'm not interested in watching this, so I don't know what they said. Time goes back an hour. In a lounge. The leader took off his mask, revealing the face that belonged to Jiang Liyue. Then, there was a long silence. Imorugi stood there, and it was hard to describe his expression at that moment. His eyes had never left the leader's face since he took off his mask. After a long time, he finally spoke. Number 1 on the technical list, a legend on the forum, a belief of the players, Jiang Liyue. Everyone thought you had left the game, but you became the boss in the dungeon. You gave everyone hope. Everyone lived on this belief, trying to find a way to leave the dungeon, thinking that one day they could completely leave the game like you. I didn't expect it to be a lie. Imorugi actually imagined the situation when he saw Jiang Liyue again. He might be excited, happy, and glad that Jiang Liyue was still alive, and that he could see him in his lifetime. Or he might be very angry that Jiang Liyue disappeared in his world without a word, angry that Jiang Liyue lied to him, and even angry enough to punch him, and then hug him tightly. But the truth is, he neither punched Jiang Liyue nor hugged him. The first sentence he spoke was as flat as reading a written manuscript at a meeting, without any emotion. It was as if Jiang Lue had never caused any waves in his life. I didn't mean to hide it. When he looked at Jiang Liuyu's eyes never left him. Jiang Lue threw away the mask and walked towards him step by step, standing in front of him. So, I am standing in front of you now. Do you want to hear my explanation? This time, Jiang Lue no longer used the emotionless electronic sound, but his own voice, a voice that Emorugi was familiar with. Compared to Emorugi's understatement, Jiang Liuyu's expression and voice were so serious and affectionate. Emorugi didn't say anything. After staring at each other for a moment, Jiang Lue sat down on the sofa, leaned back on the sofa, crossed one of his long legs, and then slowly said to himself, "This is a long story. But to put it simply, I used some methods to gain the first control of this copy." Emorugi also sat down on another sofa. He did not respond with yes or no, tacitly allowing Jiang Lue to continue. Emorugi's live broadcast room. I don't know if you have noticed that the live broadcast room is not black. Yes, in the past, when players discuss system secrets or things involving certain colors, the screen would go black. This time, it was so open to us. It's hard to say whether it was intentional. Something is wrong, very wrong. The facts prove that there is really no need to block this. Because Jiang Lue said a lot of nonsense, only the first sentence hit the point. He also didn't say how he got control of this dungeon. Emorugi couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. "Did you arrange for me to enter this dungeon, or was it accidental? Finally you're willing to pay attention to me?" Jiang Liuyu's lips slowly smiled. The new viewers in the live broadcast room all asked questions. Didn't they say that this live broadcast room is discussing the plot? Why do I feel like I'm being fed dog food? Jiang Lue replied, "I arranged it, but it was indeed accidental, but it was an inevitable accident." The live broadcast room was filled with question marks again. He said I understood every word he said, but I couldn't understand it when he put it together. I got the first control of the dungeon, but I didn't cancel the system's second control. I just adjusted its authority to a very low level, so that the system can't control the dungeon beyond its authority, and it can also ensure that players can enter this dungeon. Jiang Lue was considerate and explained. Jiang Liuyu's skin was pale in a non-human way, his facial features were like sculptures, and his silver white hair made him look divine. But at this moment, he showed a smile that only humans could have. "I don't know when you will enter this dungeon, but I know you will definitely come," he said word by word, gently and affectionately. So I said, "This is an inevitable coincidence." After a period of silence in the live broadcast room, I know Jiang Lue is not simple, but I didn't know he had this side. This made me feel cold in my back. Whoever is liked by him is really a blessing from 8 lifetimes. How to say it? Don't you think this kind of personality is very... Is it exciting? Shashasha, I like it, brother Emo. Do you still remember our dreams? Jiang Lue looked into the distance, still smiling like a child who grew up in pampering. In the end times, we are displaced, homeless, avoiding pollution sources, killing zombies, and fighting some annoying humans. The so-called safe zone is just a false haven built under the law of the jungle. You said that you want to rebuild a home, without hierarchy, without the law of the jungle, and everyone is equal. Just like before the end of the world. Now I have achieved it. His eyes were shining. There are no pollution sources, no zombies, no annoying humans. This is a world that is hundreds of years more advanced than that era. We don't have to go back to that bad era. Brother Emo, stay. Jiang Lue smiled, and showed pride in his eyes. At this moment, he was not the head of the empire, but a child who got good grades, and waited for his parents to praise him. Stay, I will rule with you, our dream home. In Jiang Liuyu's yearning eyes, Emorugi poured cold water on him. It's just a copy. The smile on Jiang Liuyu's lips slowly disappeared, and he said stubbornly, "So what if it's a copy? Who can prove that the world we live in is real, and not also a copy?" Emorugi knew that this person was not only smart and cunning, but also very good at sophistry. Many of his words would sound right at first glance. But Emorugi was not so fooled. He said, "The premise of the peaceful and happy home I want is to build it in the real world, not to escape from reality and hide in the dungeon. You want to give up that world, but I don't want to give up. I believe that one day, the pollution source will be solved, the zombies will be solved, and everything will be better. What if there is no such day? There will always be such a day, even if I am gone. You are just too old-fashioned." Jiang Lue cursed, and then calmed down and said to himself, "But I just like you, a fool." His voice was neither loud nor soft, and Emorugi heard it. Jiang Lue said a lot of similar words. But he never took it seriously. Or rather, he didn't dare to take it seriously. Jiang Lue stared at Imorugi for a while, but Imorugi didn't look up at him. He simply walked in front of Imorugi, knelt on one knee, looked up at Imorugi, and said like a lover whispering, "Brother Imo, you came to me because you care about me, right?" Imorugi's Adam's apple moved, and he asked back, "Maybe I want to destroy the copy?" Jiang Liuyue's eyes were confused for a few seconds, as if he didn't understand this sentence. Then he said in a very sincere tone, "To gain the first control of the copy, you need to pay some price. Brother Imo, destroy the copy, I will die." Live broadcast room, I feel like I know some great secret. Is this really something we can see? Really? Really? I always feel that Jiang Lue is lying. He doesn't look like a person who will tell the truth. Jiang Lue pushed hard and hurt. Yes, he does lie more than the truth, so an unintentional truth will also be regarded as a lie. Jiang Liuyue's expression obviously didn't change much, but Imorugi saw a bit of helplessness and hurt in his eyes, and his heart seemed to be torn a few times. Jiang Lue continued, "Brother Imo, my life has no meaning since I was born. I was just living until I met you. Meeting you gave me motivation and fantasy about my future life. Although it is the end of the world, I will still fantasize about some beautiful things and try every means to realize them. I have thought of many ways, and finally found that this seems to be a good way. I know what you are thinking, destroy the copy, destroy the system, and then leave the game, right?" Jiang Lue said everything bluntly. He looked straight at Jiang Lue. "It's not that I haven't thought about this, and I could have done it a long time ago." He shook his head and said firmly, "But it's not necessary. What's the good of leaving the game? Going back to our doomsday? I'm tired of living a life of hunger, coldness, fighting and intrigue every day. And here, I have the first control of the copy. Here I am the master. I can do whatever I want. Stay and let's create our own utopia together, okay?" Live broadcast room, I know something is wrong. Jiang Lue looks very rational and sober, but in fact he is crazy. I even think Jiang Lue is right. I am crazy too. You are crazy. Imorugi said this. Jiang Lue didn't react for a long time. When Imorugi reacted, his lips were blocked by Jiang Liuyue's cold lips, and his collar was grabbed. He tried to push Jiang Lue away, but he couldn't shake it at all. I don't know if it was because of the bonus of the copy boss's power. Jiang Liuyue's strength was greater than his. He was kissed by Jiang Lue for a long time. Jiang Lue stopped. He stared at Imorugi's bleeding lips for a while, then leaned forward and kissed the blood drop. "Kill me, brother Imo." He completely let go of Imorugi, letting himself fall lightly to the ground, with his fragile neck exposed to Imorugi without any defense. He looked up at Imorugi and smiled. "Kill me, the mission is completed, and you can leave the dungeon." Chapter 127. No one spoke in the room for a long time, and the two looked at each other quietly. In the end, Imorugi did nothing. But Imorugi's nothing seemed to anger Jiang Lue. He pulled Imorugi by the collar and pulled him closer. His eyes suddenly darkened. "If you don't kill me, then don't leave." The warm breath was exhaled on the side of Imorugi's ear, causing waves of numbness, but it was the breath of a cold-blooded reptile. "Stay here with me." Imorugi did not move. Just let Jiang Lue do whatever he wanted. He looked at Jiang Lue like an elder looking at a naughty child. Jiang Lue licked the corner of his mouth, and when he was about to take the next step, he glanced at the door, and the next second he let go of Imorugi and stood up. His expression changed, and he sighed while tidying his clothes. "Hey, I want to live peacefully in the dungeon, but unfortunately someone won't allow it." "Is there someone outside?" Imorugi also got up and tidied his clothes. He has always been very vigilant. He and Jiang Lue had been traveling together for a long time in the apocalypse, and he was the one who protected Jiang Lue. Today, for some reason, he was not as vigilant as Jiang Lue. The people who came were Shinsu and Shiryu. It made him feel relieved. But the expressions of these two people looking at him were a little hard to describe. The live broadcast room sighed in unison. "Hey, you two were nothing, but the two of you tidying your clothes made people feel that you two were something." "Hey, I, a newcomer to the live broadcast room, think you two are something. Why are you tidying your clothes?" This relaxed atmosphere did not last long. Imorugi had no ill will towards the newcomers, but Jiang Lue was different. He stood still, and before he could say anything, a ball of blue energy condensed into ice in his palm. Shinsu stepped forward and blocked Shiryu behind him, but before the two of them could make the next move, Imorugi blocked them and stood opposite Jiang Lue. Jiang Liuyue's pupils trembled violently. He probably hadn't thought of this scene. There was disbelief, hurt and grief in his eyes. The sharp eyes turned back into an energy ball, and finally disappeared in his palm. "Brother Imo, Don't you know that they are here to kill me? The murderous aura just now disappeared without a trace. Jiang Lue looked straight at Emorugi, and even had a bit of grievance in his words. Emorugi, this person may not be Jiang Lue. It was Shinsu who spoke. Anything can happen in a high-level copy. It is not impossible to replicate a person. Recall whether there is anything wrong with this person from the first time you met until now. Don't be overwhelmed by the joy of reunion. What kind of person is Jiang Lue in your impression? And what is the Jiang Lue in front of you like? Or let me change the question. How can you be sure that the Jiang Lue in front of you is the Jiang Lue you are looking for? The words made Emorugi fall into deep thought. He slowly turned his head and looked at Jiang Lue with a very deep look, as if he wanted to see through people. After a long time, Emorugi spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Lue, so you are very happy to meet me again? Emorugi, Shinsu, Live broadcast room. I'm not sure if Jiang Lue is a replica, but I can be sure that Jiang Lue himself is a love-brain person. So Shinsu blabbered a lot, and he only heard 4 words: joy of reunion? I'm also convinced by this villain. As we all know, love-brain villains don't have a good ending. Of course, love-brain only treats specific objects, not outsiders. The next second he verified that villains are all moody. The blue icicle flew over Emorugi toward Shinsu. Shinsu blocked it with his hand, but nothing happened to his hand. The ice spike hit his arm, and made a loud sound of hitting metal. Jiang Lue stared at Shinsu from head to toe, like a scanner. He squinted his eyes, as if he saw something that others could not see. He said, "You can fight me with 100% enhancement." He paused deliberately, "But that's just it. It doesn't mean you can win." The ice spike flew out again. Shinsu jumped to the front to catch it, and the two of them fought. There was no grass growing in the place they passed, but they deliberately avoided the place where Shiryu and Emorugi were. I don't know how long they fought. There was no intact place in the room, and the two people fighting were unscathed. There would be no result if they continued to fight like this. Enough. Stop. Shiryu and Emorugi spoke at the same time. Jiang Lue stopped, his hostility toward Shinsu not diminished. Brother Emo, you said I'm good at sophistry, but actually your teammate is better at it. Don't believe him. He walked up to Emorugi and continued, I admit that I'm different from before, but how can a person stay the same? How can a person's personality be exactly the same in adolescence and adulthood? And how can you not have a little obsession in front of the person you like? You touched me, I have body temperature, how can you not be me? Even if I am really different from before, there is one thing that will not change. I will not hurt you forever, never. Emorugi did not respond to Jiang Liuyu's words. He asked a question. You said you have the first control of this copy, including sending players out of the copy? Jiang Liuyu's expression suddenly changed, and he narrowed his eyes. You want to leave me? You let them leave, and I stay. Emorugi suddenly said this. Jiang Liuyu's expression relaxed, and he said slowly, I can send them away, but not now. Shiryu interrupted. Let's not talk about whether he can really let us leave the copy. Even if he lets us leave the copy, we are just leaving this copy. The system is still there, and the game is still running. Emorugi was silent. Shiryu was right. Their original intention was not just to pass the copy, but to completely solve this game. It seems that the best way is to cooperate. Shiryu's eyes swept over Jiang Lue and Emorugi, and he obviously put them together. However, whether to cooperate or not depends on you. Then he left without staying for long, holding Shinsu's hand. There was no conversation along the way. After coming out, Shinsu said, Actually, I can beat him. Shiryu was silent. Shinsu held Shiryu's hand and stopped him. Shiryu turned around and looked at him helplessly. He continued to say with satisfaction, You can see that the relationship between him and Emorugi is not good if I really hurt him. Indeed. And now with the relationship between Emorugi and Jiang Lue, there is another solution. What they needed to do next was to wait. Shiryu was no longer weak, and he would not die in this dungeon, so he was not in a hurry to leave. The two returned to the island and continued to live like they were on a honeymoon, occasionally video chatting with Emorugi. The only difference was that Shinsu did not seem to be so enthusiastic about that matter. In the past, he would do it whenever he felt like it, whether during the day or late at night. Now the frequency has greatly decreased, and it was only once in a while. How could I describe the whole process? Shiryu felt that Shinsu was perfunctory, although he was satisfied. But he was not happy at all. It was not like Shinsu had changed his mind, because Shinsu's concern and enthusiasm for him were no less than after getting out of bed, but this enthusiasm no longer appeared in bed, and sometimes Shiryu even took the initiative, and Shinsu seemed absent-minded. Do men become less capable when they get older? Sure, you fiddled with the screen floating in the air carelessly, and searched for many similar questions unconsciously. Because he was so engrossed in it, he didn't even know when Shinsu approached, until a sinister voice sounded in his ear. Men are no longer capable when they get older? Sure, you hurriedly closed the web page. But he pressed the open button in a hurry, and a passionate web page popped up. The title with red letters on a yellow background read, "Only one pill is needed, and it will last until dawn. Order now, and it will arrive on the same day. Sure you, Shinsu turned off the screen, pressed Sure you on the sofa, and said in a hoarse voice in his ear, "You don't need one pill, and it will last until tomorrow morning. Sure you, Shinsu kept his word. After that night, Sure you didn't dare to search for random topics on the internet. Chapter 128. Eve hadn't seen Emorugi for several days. Emorugi hadn't come to see her since the dinner, but the two of them still kept in touch. At least she had attended the video conferences between Emorugi and Sure you every now and then, and she would video chat with Emorugi from time to time. Everything was normal. But he just couldn't make an appointment. If you were kidnapped, would you just blink? Eve said this during the video call that day. Her voice was sweet and lovely. She turned the chainsaw in her hand and carried it on her back, as if she would rush to Dessa Palace to save people if Emorugi blinked. But Emorugi kept his eyes still for a minute. Eve, She put down the chainsaw in frustration. Okay, she understood. They were willing to fight and to be beaten. Afterwards, Eve stopped video calling Emorugi, stopped going out to do good deeds, and even didn't bother to participate in their meetings. Anyway, someone was taking care of her, and the big boss in the dungeon had been taken down by Emorugi. It was definitely possible to clear the level, sooner or later. She just lay down. Sure you, and Shinsu also half lay down. The reason was that in their most recent call with Emorugi, Emorugi seemed to have found a solution from Jianlue, but he asked them to give him a month. Although they didn't say the specific reason, they were not in a hurry for a month or two, so they agreed. A month passed quickly. There was almost no sign. On the day when the deadline came, the world suddenly lost order. A crack appeared in the sky, and the crack was filled with a thick black that could not be dissolved. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and the clear sky was gradually covered by ink-like darkness. The houses, villages, and cities covered by darkness disappeared instantly. The black gap expanded little by little, spreading from the suburbs to the city. After the screams, there was a deathly silence. Even the Dessa Palace where the leader lived could not escape this catastrophe. The only thing that was not affected was Shinsu's island. Time went back to 8 o'clock in the morning of this day, and the black gap had not appeared yet. Jianlue got up from the bed, his movements were very light, and Emorugi beside him was still sleeping. In the past, Emorugi woke up first every morning, and he would stay in bed for a while. He went to take a shower, put on a bathrobe and came back. Emorugi just woke up at this time, and was surprised to see him by the bed, so early. Emorugi got up and went into the bathroom. Jianlue followed him in. He picked up the toothbrush. Jianlue helped him squeeze toothpaste. He washed his face, and handed him the wrung towel. He wiped his face, and saw Jianlue leaning against the door frame looking at him. That look is hard to describe. It was so cold that there was no emotion, and yet so deep that it seemed to be imprinted on everything in front of him. What's wrong with you? Emorugi asked this question. Jianlue smiled, and his posture was no different from usual, and joked, "Do we look like an old couple like this? You're sick." Emorugi threw the towel on Jianlue and walked out. He didn't know that the smile on Jianlue's lips disappeared after he left. Jianlue looked back at Emorugi, turned around and hung the towel back. Although he knew that no one would use this towel anymore. Emorugi went into the kitchen to make breakfast. Although there was no shortage of star chefs around the leader, Emorugi didn't like those flavors and preferred to make them himself, so Jianlue was very happy to eat another breakfast made by Emorugi himself. Although the omelette was not heart-shaped, the bread was not crispy, and the milk had too much sugar and was a bit too sweet. He still liked it. After the two had breakfast, Jianlue handed a list to Emorugi. Emorugi didn't understand. They are all players who signed contracts and became NPCs. Jianlue's casual words stirred up 1,000 waves. Why didn't you say it earlier? Emorugi was so excited that he almost stood up. Where are they? They are all working in the Dessa Palace. Jianlue took a sip of milk and then slowly said, I have terminated the contract for them, and you can take them away when the time comes. There was a commotion outside the door at this time. Someone came in and reported, Boss, the guards want to see you. Imorigi followed Jiang Lue out to the living room, and a group of guards holding contracts surrounded them. But they did not mean to offend, but they all looked puzzled. Chief, why is this? Chief, why do you want to terminate the contract with us? Is there something we did wrong? We can change it. We don't want to terminate the contract with you, nor do we want to leave here. We are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives. Please don't terminate the contract with us. Everyone knelt down and said in unison, please don't terminate the contract with us. Please don't terminate the contract with us. Please don't terminate the contract with us. At this moment, Imorigi's expression was indescribable. Jiang Lue leaned close to his ear and whispered, do you think they stayed because I threatened them? Imorigi didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. What is false and real? Not everyone can distinguish as clearly as you do. Most people just want to live a good life. Jiang Liuyue's voice floated in his ears, and Imorigi felt as if he had just met him today. As long as life is good, what does it matter if it's real? What does it matter if it's fake? Jiang Lue stepped forward and sighed to everyone. If possible, I would also like to give you such a life for a lifetime, but sometimes I can't help myself. At the end, he looked at the sky outside the French window. A crack appeared faintly there. It's not safe here anymore. Jiang Lue retracted his gaze, and said to Imorigi seriously, let Shinsu and the others come over, and be quick. The world collapsed, and the only safe place was Shinsu's island. Shinsu teleported all the players on the list to the island, waiting for the end of the game. At this moment, the black crack has covered half of the sky, and soon the Desa Palace will be swallowed up. In the end, only Imorigi, Jiang Lue, Eve, Shiryu and Shinsu were left here. Shinsu opened the last teleportation array. Let's go! Imorigi naturally grabbed Jiang Liuyue's hand and walked forward. Since you saved so many players, I forgive you for what happened before. This was also the first time in this month that he took the initiative to hold Jiang Liuyue's hand. Jiang Lue did not move. I can't get in. Jiang Lue gently uttered 4 words. Imorigi was immediately ignited. What do you mean you can't get in? Is it because you are on the opposite side in the dungeon that you can't go to the other side's camp? Follow me. I take you there. Jiang Lue broke away from Imorigi's hand and stood alone. They guessed right before. I am indeed no longer a human. From an idealistic point of view, I am a trace of Jiang Liuyue's obsession. From a materialistic point of view, I am just a pile of data, and I can't even be called alive. In this state, I am part of the dungeon. If the dungeon collapses, I will disappear with the dungeon. At first, Jiang Lue said to him, if you destroy the copy, he will die. It turned out that he was not joking. What nonsense are you talking about? Imorigi seemed unable to accept this fact. He raised his hand and tried to pull Jiang Lue again. Come with me quickly, or it will be too late. Jiang Lue took 2 steps back to avoid his hand, smiled helplessly at him, and said, I just wanted to see you again, but not only did I see you, but I also had a month of happy time with you. I am satisfied. Brother Imo, I have never been someone who is easily satisfied. I am a very utilitarian person. I will do whatever it takes to get what I want. Therefore, I hope that you will never forget me, and you will never be able to get married and have children normally. You will live your life with my memories, but... The dark gap spread towards this side, at a speed visible to the naked eye, and half of the Desa Palace was swallowed up. Shiryuha and Shinsu were already standing in the formation, and Eve urged, go. Imorigi still stood there motionless. Are you stupid? Eve rushed over and dragged Imorigi into the formation. But I can't bear it. Jiang Lue stood there, watching Imorigi being pulled away. Imorigi tried to rush out again, but Eve held him tightly. He shouted to Jiang Lue, come here. Come in. I take you away. Come on. I can't bear it, you're all alone. Jiang Lue looked like he was about to cry, but in the end, he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. So I hope your wish comes true. I hope you return to the world you want to return to. I hope the end of that world will end one day. I hope you can meet someone you truly love and grow old together. Then, Jiang Lue still had a smile on his face, and these 3 words trembled slightly in the wind. Forgive me. Then he looked at Shinsu, as if he suddenly discovered something incredible, and his pupils suddenly shrank. But he only had time to say 1 word before the darkness completely engulfed him. At the same time, everyone was teleported out of the dungeon. Shiryu opened his eyes again, and he was back in his bedroom at home. He clicked on the game interface. The settlement content of this dungeon was very simple, with only 1 line of text. Congratulations to player Shiryu for clearing the ultimate dungeon mechanical era. The player received a permanent exit game ticket. Do you want to use it now? Yes or no? At the same time, he received a message from Shinsu. Have you used the permanent exit game ticket? Chapter 129. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. So Shinsu also got this item. Does that mean that everyone who has entered this copy has also got this item? But Imorugi and Eve are not from the same real world as them, and he cannot verify it with them. But they did not face the system directly in this copy, so why would the system give them this thing inexplicably? Could it be that Jiang Lue helped them? This possibility cannot be ruled out. But the probability is also very small. It stands to reason that getting this voucher is a good thing. But sure, you click no. There is something strange behind this. It's as if the system knows their purpose and what they want, so it uses this voucher to bribe them, so that they will not meddle in other people's business in the future. Sure, you wanted to discuss it with Shinsu, so he called Shinsu directly, but Shinsu didn't answer. He thought Shinsu might be at work, and it was inconvenient, so he sent a text message. What about you? Did you use it? Shinsu replied immediately. I used it. He didn't answer the phone. But he replied immediately? It seems he is really working. Sure, you didn't bother him anymore, just thinking that Shinsu was too quick? Didn't Shinsu think that this permanent game exit ticket was strange? Or was Shinsu so happy that he couldn't help but use it? But sure, you didn't dwell on this issue anymore. This time he entered the dungeon for 3 months, and a lot of work accumulated in real time. Shiryu was busy with work for a while. Shinsu occasionally sent him messages, and the content was relatively small, just simple remember to eat. It's getting cold, put on more clothes. It's going to rain, remember to bring an umbrella. And so on. It can be seen that Shinsu has been very busy during this period. A month later, Shiryu was finally not so busy. He asked Shinsu tactfully, and Shinsu said he was not busy either, so he called Shinsu to his home. That night, Shiryu took a shower first. It was getting dark, and Shinsu hadn't arrived yet. He lay on the bed, looking at his phone and waiting for Shinsu. He heard the sound of the door opening, but Shinsu didn't come in. He got up and left the bedroom, and found Shinsu sitting upright in the living room. Shiryu, Seeing Shiryu coming out, Shinsu got up and asked, What do you want to ask me for? Shiryu, What do you think? Shiryu wondered if Shinsu wanted to play something. If Shinsu didn't take the initiative, he had to take the initiative, so he came over and hinted tactfully, I'm hungry. Shinsu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, oh, I go cook. Then he really went to the kitchen to cook. Shiryu, It feels like I'm flirting with a blind man. I have to say that although Shinsu is not good at cooking sometimes, his cooking skills have improved a lot. Shiryu temporarily forgave him and just hoped that he could perform better tonight. As a result, Shinsu left again after dinner. For 3 consecutive months, Shinsu didn't touch him. At most, they held hands, and Shiryu took the initiative. Shiryu mentioned it euphemistically a few times, but Shinsu didn't know if he didn't understand or really didn't understand. Later, Shiryu was too lazy to mention it, which made him look hungry. But on weekends, they would still eat together, date, work out. Do everything that couples would do, and most of these were suggested by Shinsu. So Shiryu thought maybe Shinsu wanted to have a platonic relationship because he ate too much meat, until one day, Shiryu accidentally saw that Shinsu's mobile browser search history was full of how to pursue someone you like, good places to travel, restaurants suitable for dating, what boys generally like, etc. You have to know that Shinsu was actually a playboy in the past, and he knew all the places to eat and have fun, so it was impossible for him to search for these questions. Later, Shiryu found a time to go to Chiu Xiaoyuan's house, and asked Chiu Xiaoyuan some questions while tutoring Chiu Xiaoyuan. Chiu Xiaoyuan seemed to have lost her memory, and had forgotten everything related to the game. According to Chiu Xiaoyuan's mother, Chiu Xiaoyuan had been going back and forth between the school tutoring class and home during this period, and had not been to other places. From this information, it can be known that Chiu Xiaoyuan also obtained the ticket to leave the game and used it. The price of leaving the game is to lose all memories related to the game. Since he got the permanent exit ticket, the system did not force him to enter the dungeon, but Shiryu found a time to enter the dungeon again. This time he entered an intermediate dungeon, and finished it in one night. He found that the game seemed to have become much simpler. Later, he entered several dungeons one after another. He found out some information in these dungeons. It turned out that everyone got a permanent exit ticket on a certain day, so most of the players in the game left, but some players were unwilling to leave. However, the current game has been greatly changed, no longer accepting new players, the difficulty has been reduced, and there is no death in the penalty mechanism. Shinsu's name was no longer on the leaderboard. Not only that, Imorugi, Eve, Jian Lue and Qiu Xiaoyuan's names were no longer there, which meant that they all used the ticket. Although the game was not destroyed, everything was going in a good direction. So why did the system do this? That day, Shinsu asked Shiryu out for dinner, and Shiryu happily went. Shinsu booked a high-end restaurant by the river, a candlelight dinner, roses, a violin. Everything was dreamy. In the end, Shinsu pushed the cake out and sang happy birthday to him. At the moment the candle went out, colorful fireworks bloomed on the river. The fireworks and the restaurants on the shore were reflected in the river. Shinsu took out a beautifully wrapped gift box and handed it to him, saying, "Happy birthday." Shiryu did not accept the gift, nor did he respond to this. He looked straight at the person opposite him and asked, "Where is Shinsu?" Shinsu. The hand holding the gift trembled for a moment, and he pretended to be calm. "What are you talking about?" "I'm here. What's wrong with you? Are you too tired from work? If you are tired, let yourself rest for a few days." Shiryu glanced at everything around him, and he shook his head. "Shinsu won't do these fancy things, and he knows that I don't like these." "Don't pretend." He looked straight at the man wrapped in Shinsu's skin opposite him, and said word by word, "Lucas." Shinsu. Stupefied. "Where is Shinsu?" Shiryu asked again. Lucius avoided the question. He looked at the fireworks reflected on the river outside and said, "We have been very happy for the past 3 months together, haven't we? We get along very well. You like the real world, so we live in the real world. You like this body, so I will use this body to stay with you. Isn't this good? Is it good to deceive yourself? What if you deceive yourself?" Lu Shixi had a bit of self-destructive meaning. "I won't tell you where he is. No matter where he is, he will never come back, and you will never see him again. You can only be with me in this skin. Don't you think you are a bit pathetic? You dare not use your real identity to express your love, but only hide under someone else's body, and use someone else's identity to steal someone else's love." Shiryu's voice was not loud, but every word was very clear. "I really think you are pathetic. Your provocation is useless. I won't tell you where he is. Even if you don't want to say it, I can guess it. You made a deal with him, exchanged identities, you became him, and he became you, and was left in the game forever, right?" Lu Shixi's silence showed that he guessed correctly. "Also, who said I used that ticket?" Lu Shixi was stunned. "You." Shiryu entered the copy again, and the live broadcast room was opened. As more and more viewers came, he clicked into the package and found the prop. "Do you want to destroy permanently leave the game ticket?" Shiryu clicked yes, then a window popped up. "Are you sure to permanently destroy?" "Okay. Think about it, think about it. Is a big button, while think about it. Is a small button, and the two buttons are connected together." When Shiryu clicked OK, the edge of his skin touched think about it. Then the system assumed that he clicked think about it. "Okay, please think about it carefully." Shiryu clicked destroy again. This time an ad popped up. You can close the ad after watching for 10 seconds. Shiryu watched the ad for 10 seconds, and sure enough, a black X appeared in the upper right corner. He clicked it, and the interface jumped to another ad. He learned his lesson, and next time the conspicuous black X popped up. He didn't click it, but clicked the inconspicuous small X on the lower left. This time the ad was eliminated, but the familiar content popped up again. Then a window popped up. "Are you sure to permanently destroy it?" "Okay. Consider it." After being teased for a long time, even those with tempers were worn out. Shiryu said to the air, "Shinsu, is it fun?" The voice was calm, but it made people feel cold for no reason. A pile of data in the void slowly solidified into a human shape, and finally turned into the appearance of Shinsu, who walked toward Shiryu wearing the shirt and trousers they wore when they left. The first sentence was very annoying. "You have to destroy the permanent exit ticket. Aren't you afraid that you will not be able to leave the game in the future?" Shiryu said nothing, just stared at Shinsu. After staring at each other for a moment, Shinsu's eyes became serious. He said, "Actually, I have a question that I never had the chance to ask before. Now I have the chance. Can I ask it?" Shiryu said expressionlessly, "Ask it." Shinsu asked a common question with a very serious expression. "If I am old, ugly, sick, disabled, I can't give you everything you want, will you still love me?" After saying this, he was very nervous waiting for the answer. Shiryu didn't let him wait too long, and answered expressionlessly, "Yes." Shinsu relaxed and exhaled softly. "You can accept this, then I am just a pile of data now. You should still love me, right?" Shiryu still had a blank expression on his face. "This needs some consideration." "Does this still need consideration?" Shinsu was shocked and couldn't believe it. "I don't believe it. You don't love me, and you still come to see me? I want to see how miserable you are. Oh, so cold. Yeah. Shiryu's words became more and more ruthless, but his eyes gradually turned red. Shinsu finally couldn't help it, and waved his arm to embrace him. While patting Shiryu's back he coaxed, Okay, it doesn't matter. Even if you really don't love me anymore, it doesn't matter. I love you the most. The two hugged for a long time, and when Shiryu's emotions stabilized, Shinsu began to explain one by one. Of course, I didn't enter this dungeon because of the airborne guest ticket. How can such a ticket be obtained so easily? In fact, the system contacted me in the previous dungeon and wanted to make a deal with me. You also know the content of the deal. After everything is over, I will exchange identities with him. He will use my identity to return to the real world, and I will replace him as the system. Of course, I don't do this to abandon you. I am definitely not the kind of man who will abandon his wife and children. My character is absolutely trustworthy. You can ask your aunt, uncle, and my business partners about this. Okay. Shiryu waved his hand to interrupt. Let's get to the point. Okay, I was a little hesitant to make this deal with Lu Shisi, but then I thought, to completely solve the game, we have to solve the system, but we are not familiar with the system, we don't understand it, and we don't know its shortcomings. It's too difficult to solve it. But what if the system is our own? Wouldn't everything be solved? Because this transaction needs to be kept confidential, I didn't tell you. Actually, I'm glad that the system is love-brained, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to solve. Shinsu spoke in a relaxed tone throughout the whole process, but Shiryu was not happy at all. He said, but now you can never get out. Not necessarily. Shinsu smiled mysteriously, give me some time. One morning more than 10 days later. The real world. Shinsu knocked on Shiryu's door, holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms, leaning against the door frame, smiling at Shiryu, and waving, good morning? Shiryu looked at Shinsu from beginning to end twice, then rushed up to hugged him for a long time before letting go and asked, did you change back? That's not the case. Shinsu walked into the house while talking. He was being mysterious, saying one sentence after another. Lu Shisi directly self-destructed. Shiryu took the flowers and put them in the vase, and followed. Then why did you? Shinsu turned around, and Shiryu didn't break in time and bumped into Shinsu's arms. Shinsu took the opportunity to hug him, lowered his head and explained, but I found another person to work. Who? Shiryu nestled in Shinsu's arms, and didn't move. Jiang Luwei. Shiryu looked up in shock. Jiang Luwei is not dead? Jiang Luwei died a long time ago, but he is not Jiang Luwei, he is a bunch of data, the data can be restored, it just takes some time. Then Shinsu sighed regretfully, but Morigi seems to have used the permanent exit ticket? After thinking for a while, Shinsu said again, but it's hard to say, maybe one day Morigi will enter the game again? It depends on their fate. Speaking of which, Shinsu suddenly said seriously, do you believe in fate? Shiryu was stunned, and heard Shinsu say, in fact, there is a clause in the deal between me and Lu's eyes. Unless you recognize me, I can't appear in front of you. That is to say. Shiryu was motionless in Shinsu's arms, and after a moment he said, if I didn't recognize you, I would never see you again? Yeah. What if I didn't recognize you? What can I do? I can only wait until the day you recognize me. Shinsu hugged Shiryu's arms tightly, buried his chin in the crook of Shiryu's neck, and added, but I believe you won't let me wait too long. After all. Shiryu thought the second half of the sentence should be after all, you won't be so stupid, and was about to nod in agreement. As a result, Shinsu's second half of the sentence was, after all, you love me so much. Shiryu, He froze in nodding, and then forcibly retracted it.